Morning. Welcome to the classiest place on earth, and it's fucking great to see you. Happy Fated Friday. You smell better awake. That head, for like 2 seconds, I thought it was me.
It's
That
all true.
my boo bitch is
The
talking.
boogeyman is real, and you found him.
Mel, good morning.
Good morning, bitch.
Thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings for so long. What happens to my monitor every day? I don't even. Oh, I cleaned. That's what I did. Yeah, took yesterday off. I woke up really late because NyQuil.
I'm going to fuck you with Satan's cock.
4 fucking years, dude. What the shit? How? I have no concept of time. I feel like the older I get, the more I know I say it all the time. I know. But like I have no fucking concept of time whatsoever. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings for 4 years. Jesus Christ. It really does. At a tier 2, Jesus. It's I don't know. Everything's only 2 weeks ago to me. I don't know. It's like a couple weeks ago this happened, but really 4 years ago this happened. Good God. Dude, fuck yeah, Jade, good luck with your PT, honeybean. Is it Easter this Sunday? Wow. Crazy that I feel like this is what I mean by time. I feel like we were just talking about Fat Tuesday and like looked up the history of it. Wow. Time though. Thanks for the resubs, my dude. My dudes, I appreciate you. Good morning, Rage. Good morning, Michi. Good morning, Dramatic. Good morning, everybody. Knives. Oh my God, you want to know a funny story? I ripped my whole PC apart. And then went to go get the thermal paste, and the thermal paste had busted in the package, and it was all hard. It had like exploded in shipping. So sick. I know. So I had to order it again. I don't know how it exploded because it's cold. Like if it's hot out, I understand, but like my PC is really clean now. I dusted it.
Satan has a very special pineapple for your asshole.
Rage, thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings for 2 fucking months.
You came back! I fucking appreciate you. Thank you.
Chronicle, thank you for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings for 31 fucking months in a row. I appreciate you. Wah wah wee wah. What? I have a micro center. Yeah, it's literally like 45 minutes to get there. So I was just trying to overnight it from Amazon because it's on the other side of Denver. It's just you have to like go through the city to get there, and it's a long drive. But I love Micro Center. I just try not to go unless I have like 500, like a couple things I need to get. Like the gas to get there wouldn't be the cost of thermal paste. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, cold, hot, or it was squished. Like who the fuck knows? It's small victories, and it hasn't. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but she hasn't blue screened today. I've just been very delicate, like not using that PC at all, just leaving it. I came into the ultimate parent crime broke the rule yesterday. As someone with nursing school knowledge, I should have known. What have you done? Oh no. What have you done? Wait, a Fast and Furious gang to hijack Eli Lilly trucks? I'm kind of a... Yeah, I could do it. I'm done. Let's go. Yeah. Thank you for the hype train. What the fuck? As Peanuts once said, never set your stomach for a jelly bread sandwich until you're sure there's some jelly. Literally, that's exactly it. Like, I should have I'm sure you guys do the same thing. I didn't open it before taking the PC apart because it's so small. The thermal paste tube is like this big that if I took it out of the Amazon box, I was positive I would lose it. So I left it in the box. Like until I was ready to use it because the box is really big. You know, the box was like this big for the thermal paste this big. So I was like, oh, I can't lose it if it's in the box. It's just my luck. I mean, I'm used to it. It's fine. I'm used to it. Sometimes you just gotta bust in transit. Oh my God. I listened to the weirdest true crime this morning. Speaking of busting nuts. Oh my God. It was sad, but whoa. Long story short, this kid had like a personal journal he wrote in a lot before he committed his crime, and he loved to jerk off in class. Like, in high school, he jerked off in class all the time. That was his favorite thing to do, was, like, stick his hand in his pocket for 45 minutes and go to town. I don't know. Fucking weird. I gotta wipe my desk down. There's dust on it. From the cleaning. Okay. I can't stand feeling it. Why are micro centers always for no I know. They're always so far away. It was the same thing when I lived in Seattle. I wasn't even aware of micro center when I was in college. I don't Micro center's been around for a while, right? But I didn't know it was a thing. We had Fry's. Like, Fry's was all I knew about, and it was down, I wanna say, like, Redmond or something. It was somewhere a little bit south of Seattle, and I was an hour north of Seattle in Bellingham. So in order any computer store other than Best Buy, you had to drive an hour I mean, they're always just really far away, I feel like. Wait, Mounjaro is a national backorder, and basically no one has it. Really? Why? The fuck? Mine started up on a mobile screen, saying to back up my HDD, which was weird. Launched the menu and clicked load from SSD, which is where my OS says no issue. Crazy. Weird. He just did that randomly in class. Yes, in class. This kid did that a lot. Yeah. Oh my god, you had the meat ussy. Oh my god, the shitty pussy. It was delicious. I mean, how could it not be? It really looked I mean, I don't wanna say it looked great because it looked like a shitty pussy, but it straight up sounded like heaven. It sounded like mouth heaven. Yeah, all the electronic stores, peripheral stores are becoming niche thanks to online retailers, which sucks. It sucks, but I kind of understand it. I mean, it is pretty crazy how cheap you can get shit from, like, Newegg and stuff just by removing that middleman of the retailer. I hate that just to go buy something in person, you're gonna pay a premium just because that store has it in their shop. Like, you're paying because they put it in their store as opposed to just buying it from a warehouse. I fucking hate that. But there are some things that you just need to go see in person. Like, you need to hold or touch or something. Didn't I say Fry's? Yeah, I was saying I didn't know if there was a Micro Center near Seattle, but Fry's was all I knew about, and I was up in Bellingham, so we would have to drive, like, an hour and a half south to go to Fry's. So if we went, it was like like, you went and you bought a lot of shit, like, the gas alone was so expensive. I didn't know about Micro Center till I moved to Baltimore. I'd never been in one before ever, and then, when I moved to Baltimore, that's when the Fry's started going under. Fry's, if you don't know what Fry's are, not French fries, Fry's, Fry apostrophe S. It was like this enormous warehouse of electronics. I mean, I don't know how to explain it to people that aren't in America. I want to compare it to Costco, but you guys don't have a Costco. It's Costco for nerds. They're enormous. And every Fry's was themed to something weird, like dinosaurs, and so they'd have all these giant, I mean, it was the weirdest. I don't even know if there's any, I mean, I think there's still some, right? But they started going under. Oh, they're totally dead now. Are all Fry's gone? Crazy. I built my first PC ever at a Fry's. Well, I got all my shit out of Fry's. I took one of those ear cleaning camera things and was trying to clean out my 4-year-old's ears because he has severe wax buildup, and Debrox doesn't work. So I pulled out a chunk of wax and found a very, very oh no. Oh, he's got an ear infection. Man, I had ear infections when I was a kid. And I remember I would wake up with them in the middle of the night and I would be so scared to, like, go tell my mom. I would just sit on the ground outside her bedroom door and weep silently until she, like, somehow woke up and heard me or something, and then she'd take me to the ER. They were so bad. Mounjaro's a terzepeptide, aka one of those glutide drugs for diabetes. Oh, okay. But Eli Lilly's also spinning up their weight loss version. The Ozempic. Is this all because of fucking Ozempic and people trying to lose weight with drugs? Wow. Yeah. Stuffing chicken, mint sauce, gravy, roast potatoes. Yum. Yeah, honestly, if I was going to improve on just what I saw yeet, it looks like it doesn't have a lot of like, the texture is overall just mush, which is fine. I mean, a roast meal is delicious, but, like, something in there to give it a crunch or something. Yeah, I kinda feel that. I feel that. Wow, Fry's is pretty much dead. Crazy. I introduced my boyfriend to Ren, and he's obsessed. He's amazing. Charlotte's getting a new Micro Center. I'd kill to see a new Micro Center. I've never seen a Micro Center that doesn't look like it's from 1985. Like, they're so cramped and creepy and small and, like, dark. Genova, good morning, love. How are you? I never had earwax problems. I think since I was born, I've always had shitty sinuses, and that's all connected to your ears, like, ear, nose, and throat. That's why that's a combination. It's all connected. And so when I was a kid, all my nasal, like, sinus infections would translate into an ear infection somehow. Yeah, it's so the Ozempic thing is really hard for me because, I mean, you guys know I've talked about it. Like, I have struggled with eating disorders my whole life. Like, definitely gained a lot of weight in college, ate my feelings, lost a lot of weight again. Like, like 1,000,000,000% absolutely empathize with being stuck in a body you're uncomfortable with and not knowing what to do. Like, I still am just baffled that like, as a human species, we don't have anywhere to go to just have trusted, straight up information like, "This is the healthy way to eat." It's just scams across the board, and all the healthy food they're ruining, like vegetables and shit like that. Like, I don't it's and I get it. I get that desperation. Like, you guys know, I've talked about it. My mom had me and all my sisters on every fucking fad diet you can name. I guarantee I was on it before I was 18 years old. 14 years old sitting in the waiting room of Jenny Craig is not okay. And none of us were like overweight by any means. It was my mom's neurosis about us being overweight, like prevented at all costs or whatever. But like green caffeine pill, Adkins, blah, 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 blah. Name it. We were on it. I get it. Like, I get that I mean, what do you do? What do you do? There's no one out there like, everything is just make money off Instagram and lie to people about eating liver. And I get it. But I keep seeing all these crazy interviews and stuff of people who have taken Ozempic and gone too far, and I gotta wonder, like, where the fuck are the doctors? Where are the doctors? Where's the, overseeing of this? Like, they're basically drugging people into anorexia, and the people are noticing and complaining, and I just don't it hurts me, I'm baffled on it. Because I get it, I understand, and if your doctor is willing to prescribe it to you, why would you say no? You're gonna trust them, right? He's been showing no signs of an ear infection besides saying his ears itch and wanting me to clean them, which his earwax will start to drain slowly. Yep. Laying on your side of your bed. I remember that and just letting it drain. Poor guy. That just sucks. They suck. I mean, here I haven't had an ear infection in years, but I remember that ache for 20 years ago. That's what I'm saying. Trouble. They all look so old, but they're great. I mean, I'm just so used to fries and like how big they are. Awake and alive. Once the burrito and C4 hits, I'll be better. Fuck yes. Let's cheers to that. It's faded fucking Friday. So Ozempic's an injectable semaglutide. Um, Tirzepatide, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Tirzepatide, has an additional hormone that has increased effects. Ozempic already has an approved prescription for weight loss. Tirzepatide is only approved for diabetes. However, they just got clearance from the FDA to make a version for weight loss. So is this going to lead to more shortages of medicine for actual diabetics? Like, are they just making it like they're just gonna, right? I don't know. Wow, all the fries stores closed in 2021 according to Wikipedia. That's crazy. That's kind of wild. I boom, Glad just posted the article. Estimated sustainable cost-based prices for diabetes medicines. In this economic evaluation of manufacturing costs, estimated cost-based prices per month were $1.30 to $3.45 for SGLT2Ls. Exception canagliflozin, Jesus Christ, and 0.75 cents to 72.49 for GLP-1As. Substantially lower than the current market prices. No shit. What? The It should be illegal to mark up medicine, right? Twice daily mixed human insulin NPH could cost $61 per year with basal bolus treatment with insulin glargine, what a fun word. And Aspart could cost $111 per year with reusable pen formulations, having the lowest estimated prices. I mean, it's just crazy what it costs versus what they charge, what it cost. I mean, you guys know I don't need to bitch about it. Ugh, I had so many infections as a kid. Me too. Same. Like the amount of midnight ER visits just weeping because I had a head pain. My friend thought her daughter, 46 years old, was going deaf. They took her to get checked out and she failed the hearing test. Turns out she had a raging ear infection in both ears. She asked her if it hurt. why she didn't say anything. She said, "I did in the car on the way here, and I didn't say anything because I don't wanna take medicine." The fact that medical distrust is happening in a fucking child already is really bad. That's not a good sign. You know what really makes me hate this world? Everything. There was an article talking about how Ozempic and drugs for helping reduce weight and how that will be better for the US as a bottom line because people will be less sick, aka they just argued for universal health care. I watched a clip of a Trumper arguing that gender is a construct and that there are infinite genders in the world and that the LGBTQIA plus group is wrong because we assumed too few genders. I mean, the idiocy of some people. I just don't know what to do here. There's Good morning, Ellie. How are you, love? Hold on. See, I didn't know about Micro Center. I would have been a fan. I was in Radio Shack. I could stand to lose some weight, but I'm not gonna take farms to try to do that. And I kind of that's where I stand on it. Like, and you can never generalize personal experience. I'm completely aware of this, but in my very personal experience with my family, all my sisters, my mom, and you guys, I know I say this all the time. There's no such thing as a quick fix. There's no such thing as a magic diet. There's no such thing as magic food. The moment they stop taking Ozempic, their appetite's going to return and they're going to gain it all back. It's just, I mean, it's exactly like every other fucking fad diet that's ever existed. It's just now it's an injectable drug, right? Like, yeah, if you go on keto and all you eat is steak, you're inherently going to eat less calories because it's super filling. It's a macro protein. It takes ages to digest. So you're inherently eating less calories. It's not magic. It's not magic ketoacidosis bullshit. I cannot fucking stand that magic talk. There's no such thing as magic. Fuck. Whoa. So this is the cost for the manufacturer for diabetes medication is $5 a month versus that information we were reading earlier, and they're charging $1,000 to $1,300 a month. That's disgusting. Good fucking god. Cheers. Staying alive is like a fucking privilege of the wealthy, my god, I swear. Kids are absolutely weird in the best way. I love their weirdness. My son is a speech delay, and I'm thinking it might be because of the wax buildup ear infections. I mean, absolutely. I mean, seriously, I have a nephew, or I say nephew, he's my cousin. My mom has a sister that was an oops baby. She's like 13 years younger, so she's actually closer to my age. So her kid feels like my nephew, but he's my cousin. He was hard of hearing, and they didn't know. Like, they did hearing tests and stuff, and no one told them, and he had a speech delay because of that. Like, I mean, he didn't. I can't remember. He's like in college now. It's crazy how many years ago. Like, I remember him being born, waiting outside her room. It's so weird. But no shit. He had a hearing impairment, and it led him to have a massive speech delay. And now he's completely normal and fine because they figured it out. But that can absolutely happen. Have you seen that clip? You've seen the one I'm talking about, Zakarian? Yeah, this woman that's a Trumper, like at a rally, is like, for every human, that's how many genders there are. Every human has their own unique gender. And the guy interviewing her is like, so you're saying gender is a construct? Yeah, like she's arguing for us. Accidental allyship kills me. It's fucking hilarious to me. If you watch the Click on YouTube, he does a lot of accidental ally Reddit go-throughs. They're just gold. They're fucking gold. They're amazing when people are just accidentally totally affirming of other people's gender expression or whatever. It's just like, some of the new weight loss drugs are good for your heart too. Well, I mean, I think that's what someone was saying that earlier. Like, I think it was Bobo was saying that. Like, that's I mean, the how do you say it? Like, the concept of it is, you know, holding excessive additional weight on your body is going to cause problems. So if you get rid of that additional weight, it can alleviate said problems. So, like, yeah, if you have excessive weight that's causing you to have high blood pressure and you lose that excessive weight, then you don't have high blood pressure anymore, then yeah, it's good for your heart. Does that make sense? Because all it is an appetite suppressant. Like, no shit. It scared me when this first came out because there was actually a moment in time when I was still working in the hospitals where young diabetics would Rage, you might be able to explain this. Anybody who's diabetic in the chat might be able to explain this better than I can because it's not my area of expertise. I have very minimal knowledge on it. But essentially, they were utilizing their medication to lose weight. Like they were abusing their insulin somehow. And I don't like it's like they wouldn't take their insulin or they would take too much or something like that. But essentially, it can literally cause you to go blind after a certain amount of time. Like it was, I don't know. We're supposed to have a fucking appetite. Like, the idea of not I mean, again, never generalize personal experience, but, like, when I was in my deepest, darkest, I don't wanna be on this earth anymore moment of depression, my breakdown when I was 30 before I got into therapy and got drugged up, the worst and, like, final symptom that really pushed me to realize something was wrong was I couldn't taste food. Your brain is so powerful in the scariest way, but depression had got to such a point. I was in Disney World and I couldn't taste Dole Whip. I was in Disney World and I couldn't smile. And so when I think about appetite loss, that's where I go and I wonder what other things it's gonna do in the long run to these people. Like, yeah, you're riding the serotonin train of losing weight right now, but what happens when no one's excited about how thin you are anymore? What happens when you stop getting comments and compliments? Like, how far are you gonna push? I don't know. I don't know, and I know I worry too much about it, but, like, food is such a thing. Lizzie said it one time, in chat, and it was so poignant, like, food is one of those things that, like, yeah, if you eat too much of it and you gain excessive weight, it's really bad for you, but you can't just stop eating. It's not like heroin, where they're like, "Yeah, stop doing heroin, it's killing you." It's like, yeah, food's kinda killing you, but you still need to eat a little bit every day. Imagine if they told that to a heroin addict. It's such a fucked up concept, it really bothers me because, I mean, we're supposed to love food, you know? I feel so useless at the moment. My mom had a stroke a couple weeks ago. Oh, my sisters want me to help more of my depression's off the scale, and they don't understand. I mean, you can't do anything more to make them understand. That's on them, unfortunately. Some people don't want to understand. They don't want to conceptualize that your brain can turn on you and make it so you can't get up. Like, can't. Not won't. Can't. It's so fucking hard to explain that to somebody who hasn't been there because they think it's fake. What do you mean you can't? Get over it. No, 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 no. I can't. It's totally like, it's a fucking struggle, dude. It is so hard when you're trying to empathize with someone who doesn't understand and they kind of don't want to because they don't want to accept that their brain could do the same to them. That's very scary. Like looking at someone and realizing that everything going on with them and the suffering they're experiencing is just because of their brain. And that's very scary. And acknowledging it happening to someone else means it could happen to you. And I think the big fear of that is instilled in people. Accidental allyship's incredible. Robo, tired, but good. Thank you for asking. So, Mounjaro is wild. To me, it feels more like an appetite suppressant. As an obese person, I always had this chattering in my head saying, I'm bored, eat, I'm sad, eat. Yeah. It's been 2 hours, I should eat. There's room in my stomach, fill it. But Mounjaro made this voice shut the fuck up. It also changed my desire for things. Weird. I don't desire sweets as much. That's kind of cool, though. I mean, it sounds like it's not killing your appetite. Like, during normal meal times or what you like actually get hungry versus we all get that bored hungry. The oral fixation, just chewing on something to satisfy our brain's tickle. Some people I went to school with are now aged 33, 37-ish, are in their Ozempic journey. It's so strange the places they have lost weight and not others. Weight loss is very interesting. I mean, when you look into the science of, like, fat cells and shit like that, all we kind of do is dehydrate them to death, but you still have them, and that's why people, if you've ever seen someone who gets liposuction, like, in an area of their body, liposuction really sucks all the fat cells physically out. And, like, they can gain weight again, but it'll never go to that area again because there's no fat cells. So people that get liposuction and then gain weight again, it'll excessively go to other places in their body and almost look like lymphedema. It can be pretty scary. It's pretty wild. When I was at that point a few years back, I really don't remember if I had the experience. I was homeless at that point, and honestly, getting a hold of food was a fucking trial. Yeah. ED, yeah, goddess, I get it. Yeah, it's just fucked. And I'm sure you understand. Like anybody who's ever had problems with food in any way, shape, or form. Like I think everybody's addicted to sugar. We're all addicted to caffeine. EDs are rampant, whether or not you're fucking diagnosed. But when I hear things about this, like if you're wealthy enough to have health insurance and some money, you can just go pay to get thin. That's really scary. Like EDs are one of those things that it's kind of like being an alcoholic. You are in recovery and relapse your whole life. I don't think we ever, it's who you, it's just part of you now. It's really hard to explain and I get scared
It's
like
all true.
what happens.
The boogeyman is real, and you found him.
Elbel, my love. Thank you for something to the class, keeping the class alive and giving it its swings. And thank you for thanking that gift set from
Blood! Hail the Dankest of Lords, I fucking love you.
So how I was saying my mom had me and all my sisters in Jenny Craig and diet clinics and on every fad pill before the age of 18. Those moms are still existent. Almond moms are a thing. So what happens when almond moms take their chubby 13-year-old going through puberty in to get Ozempic? Like they're giving these moms more tools to fuck us up. And that's scary. I know that's like worst case scenario, but that's immediately where my brain goes. Like, if that would have been around, my mom would have taken me. My mom would have been in the clinic asking for it in 2 seconds for all of us. She would have put us on lifetime Ozempic if she could have. Just because being fat was like her worst fear in the world. Like, that's life ruining is fat. Which is wild to me personally, but like, you know what I mean? That scares me. Right, Genova, this isn't my 3rd cup of coffee. I'm doing great. I love coffee. No shit, though. It's real. Honest opinions to help make a decision because someone who grew up with sports and wants my son to play sports, I'm struggling. My son, as I said, is 4. You've got time. Has shown interest in playing sports. Soccer registrations are happening right now, and I'm thinking of signing him up. As I said, he has a speech delay, but I want him to be around other kids because he starts school in August. He also has some behavior issues. He's 4. Yeah, he's 4. Behavioral issues, really. He's 4. We don't know if we should sign him up. Sign him up. Honestly, like, how do you know until you try? He's 4. Like, did you, like, no shit. One of my absolute favorite memories in my life is watching my little sister when she was like 3 and 4 play Pee-wee soccer. Oh my God. Watching those tubby little toddler children, like, just staring at the ground, waddling around the fucking field, kicking us off. It's so unserious. Like, half of them are picking butterflies and flowers. Picking butterflies? You know what I'm saying? It was the cutest shit. I mean, they're just adorable. It's just a fun social thing for the kids to do together, honestly. It's so not serious at that age. If anything, Bobo, get the fuck out of my head. I was going to say the same thing. Like, now's the time before kids get mean. I hate saying that because it's not the kid's fault, but you know it, as well as I do. There's a ripe, beautiful, very precious time in children's lives where they don't see the difference and make fun of it. They just, in their mind, they're like, oh, you didn't hear me. I'll work around that. I'll yell. It's not like, oh, what's wrong with you? There's just such a beautiful moment of that. But I'd say, if he doesn't like it, then you can quit. Right? There's no harm in trying or like giving, fuck it, right? As long as you guys have the time and want to do it, like, yeah, I loved the baby, like, T-ball and stuff like that. That was some, like, and no shit, I was that kid. Goddess Reigns, thank you so much for some of the, fucking rating.
Why? Thank you for the raid, my love. Hello, Barry. I hope you're doing well, Raiders. Welcome.
Yeah, I think if anything, I just liked getting out of the house and going and doing something independently that wasn't just with my parents. Like, there were other adults there that I got to talk to, other kids, but I am that kid that sat in the outfield and picked flowers and made daisy chains. My mom has pictures of it. Like, but it was still fun. I still have really fond, like, memories of doing that kind of stuff because it was just getting out and doing something, you know? But why not? If you've got the time and you've got the resources, if anything, you'll get to learn your child doesn't like soccer and you can move on. Like, so I was kind of in the same position, but I didn't want to do sports and was pushed into sports. I severely did not want to play sports. Like, never was that team jockey mindset of like, yeah, go sports ball. But both my parents, major jocks. My dad was a coach for all my brother's teams of everything. And I'm 6 feet tall. So it wasn't even a question. It was just like, oh, Katie will play sports. And my biggest regret of my life is playing sports. Like, if I could go back and just delete all the sports, I could have done so many more things with my childhood that would have led me to actually bettering my life as an adult. But instead, I was just having an existential anxiety attack about basketball. I fucking hated sports, but I was like, again, it was the weight thing. My mom was terrified if we didn't play sports, we'd get fat. It's crazy. My whole life was just like, your grades are shitty, but at least you're skinny.
What the fuck? I'm better now. It's fine. I went to school. We're okay.
But you know what I mean? If I could go back, I'd take it back, but I wasn't given the choice. It was just, this is what you do. This is what you do. I mean, every year it wasn't even a question. How are you, goddess? I hope you're doing well. That's what I was thinking. He wants to play baseball, but I want him to try something less serious first. 100%. Yeah. I mean, he's so young, he can try them all. And whatever he likes, like for me, I played softball all the time. I played it my whole life, but it wasn't my favorite because it was so much sitting still. Like, I was a catcher, so I was basically squat, stand, hence the gigantic thighs these days. They're just permanent now. I liked the movement. I liked basketball and soccer where you're just constantly moving and you didn't have time to sit and think. That moment of anxiety when the ball's being pitched or whatever is just that, it's hell. It's like an hour, but it's only a second. You're just sitting there like, oh, I got the ball. It's fine. Like just it's like a fucking EKG of emotions all the time versus when you're constantly moving. I felt like my brain couldn't stop to think. So I just worked off of, instinct. Cheers. They'll not be the first kid with issues the coach league has had. They'll have experience and understanding. That too. I mean, that's a really good point. I mean, if you look at it that way, like most of these parents and coaches and whatnot, they've been doing this for years and years and years and years and years. And like, your child's the most special, perfect thing in the world, and I would die for them personally. That being said, all kids have something. And if anything, that actually another really cool thing, your kid might be exposed to other kids who have issues similar and feel a camaraderie there. Like some sort of delay, speech delay, whatever, motor ability delay, something like that. But that camaraderie of that blossoming that early in life. Like I just want to say, I'm going to cheers to you specifically. Just the fact that you're like thinking about this kind of shit when your child's only 4. Thank you. Because I feel like I was 16 when my parents were like, what do you like? And I was like, video games. They're like, those make school shootings. No. And I was like, okay. Thank you for that. Right. Soccer doesn't require a shit ton of equipment. It's got all these different positions where the coach can kind of feel out like where's your kid's strengths, whatever. Like you can kind of be all over the board, like whereas when you get into I remember getting into like T-ball and stuff and I was pinned as a first base catcher, period. Like I was never given an option. Like baseball, is one of those things where if you're short and fast, you're shortstop. If you're X, you're this position. If you're tall, you're first base, pitcher, or catcher. For some reason, I don't know why catcher, but all my siblings were catchers. My sister was a first baser. But it was just like, you kind of get pigeonholed. That's the word. You get pigeonholed. Versus soccer, I feel like was way more flexible. You can be all over the place. Soccer was my favorite sport. Football, for those not in America. That was my favorite as a kid. I fucking loved soccer. And then my parents moved us to Kettle Falls, middle of fuck nowhere, where they didn't have soccer because it's so small, such a small town. They didn't have enough kids to make a team. So I had to do baseball and fucking volleyball. Those shorts. I swear to God, I still have like a fucking permanent wedgie from those shorts. Whoa, an 18-hour? Oh my God, chill the fuck out, get some water, and stretch your dick, bitch. What? Goddess, you're insane. Remember to hydrate. Volleyball was torture for me in high school. So they made you just headbutt the ground all day, huh? The short girls on my team, I swear to God, all they were was dive for the ball. That was it. And they would have sternum bruises. The bruises up and down their body. I mean, it was basically like kind of like being a shortstop. They just expect you to dive bomb everything ever because you're close to the ground. Versus me, I just got to stand at the net and go. I barely even had to jump. Short people, honestly, you guys always have to work harder. I'm pretty convinced of that in almost every sport ever. Like, I complain I hated sports. I would really go back and take all of it back if I could because it was just like the people I was around. I hated all of them. Jocks, not my people. It was just a terrible experience. But like being a point guard in basketball, for instance, I just lope between the two keys. That's all I did. Catch the ball, throw it, lope. That was but point guards, it was like 24/7. They never stopped. And I was like, "Man, your job sucks." I feel like short people, it's like maybe they assume you have more endurance or something, but they fuck you guys. Like the tall jobs are so easy. You're moving to Japan? The fuck? Good for you. Lucky? I tried a bunch of sports, but stuck with softball, which is why he wants to do baseball because he wants to be like, Mom, cute. Even though I want him to play sports, I don't want to accidentally force him because of my own interests. He loves to be like me. Like, he wants his fake tattoos in the same place. That is so cute. I mean, just the way you are, I don't think your son's going to get the impression you're forcing them to literally do anything. That's just my just perception of that situation. You don't seem like the type. Send serotonin. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Goddess Reigns. You generous hooer.
Goddess, you know what's up. Use a ball wizard, baby. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. I fucking appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I really like volleyball, but again, it was easy for me. Like, I didn't have to dive bomb the ball or anything. I either served or just stood at the net. But yeah, I don't like. If you get the sense, this is just like me thinking back as a kid, like what would have felt good to me. If you get the sense that your kid isn't enjoying soccer or whichever sport you're trying, instead of just saying, do you like it? Do you want to keep doing it? Present a bunch of other options to do and be like, do any of these sound better? Because I feel like I was always faced with do nothing and get fat or play basketball. What do you want? And I was like, I'm 10. What? It was just, those aren't the options. You know? Like that's not it. But if my parents had been like, you could do like ice skating or hockey or whatever, like just presented some fucking options, I wouldn't have not wanted to be active. It was just like not my jam like that. I loved golf. I ended up literally by senior year, I was on a golf team. That was the last sport I played other than like softball in college and shit for funsies, not an official team or anything. But yeah, golf was great. I loved golf. Golf courses should be obliterated though. I do agree. I mean, I'd give up golf we don't need a golf course to golf. Like, honestly, we all just love to hit a ball hard. Golf courses are the biggest waste of water. Like, Genova, how many golf courses are in Arizona? Arizona? Like, the idea that there's grass there baffles me, but Genova has informed me that I can't even remember. Florida's the same. Like, the amount of golf courses out there are fucking nauseating. It's crazy. But I do enjoy it. But literally a driving range is good for me. I don't need a golf course. Fuck that shit. Save the water. It's just water loss. Just water loss. Yep. Destroying natural habitats, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's just crap. Fucking terrified. I'm doing 6 months there as an exchange student, but I'm not going to Tokyo. I'm going to fucking Akita. Dude, fuck yes. No, you're going to have the best time. Stop. Second biggest prefecture in Japan with less than 1 million people in total population. On the third day after I move in, I have to attend a mandatory bear safety workshop. You're going to have an amazing time. It's going to be amazing. You're going to have the time of your fucking life. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. You better post pictures in the Discord for us to live vicariously. You are serious. I'm kind of glad you're going to a smaller town. If you think about it, you're probably getting a better cultural experience than going to Tokyo, where it's like way more international. It's like living in New York versus Buffalo. You're getting like, New York, super fucking international. Like, you're getting a world experience. But you go to Buffalo, it's New York people, like the culture of the state. I feel like you're getting at really the culture. I'm jealous, dude. That's gonna be so much fun. Well, right, dramatic, and that's I don't think there's a right way to parent. I don't think that's real. I don't think there's, like, a correct way to parent or an incorrect way. I don't think there's a good parent and a bad parent. I think as long as you're trying your best for your child, that's all you can do, right? Having your child's best interest at heart and doing your best for them, that's the best parent right there. That's the best parent, period. That's all you can't do anything else. Physically, like, very, very seriously. You can't do anything else other than love your child and do the best in their interests, you know? And the fact that you give a fuck. I mean, it's kinda like I've said to my therapist before, because my mom's a massive narcissist. I've said, like, "I'm really scared I'm gonna be a narcissist or I am a narcissist like my mom." And my therapist says this to me all the time. "Katie, if you're worried about being a narcissist, you're not a narcissist." The definition of a narcissist is they will never think they're a narcissist. Similar concept. The fact that you think about it now, you're considering your child's emotions and feelings about things when they're 4. That's all I need to think you're gonna be fine. Your child's got a bright future, you know what I'm saying? If I get mauled by a bear, you're cordially invited to my funeral? Oh, I'd go. I'd dress as a bear too. I'd go as pedo bear. No, no, Katie, no. I need a little bowl. In all seriousness, I'm fucking hyped. Dude, it's gonna be fucking amazing. I'll fucking take yes, all the pictures. Best part is I'm getting paid 700 euros a month. Are you doing like is it teaching English? Is it like one of those programs? I almost did that. I'm really sad I didn't. Yeah, what kind of bears are in Japan? Is it sun bears? I wanna say we've watched something recently where we learned about bears, and we learned about it, but I don't remember. Does Japan have pandas? Wow. And that's but why would you have okay, correct me if I'm wrong, are pandas actually bears? Yes or no? Also, why would you have to go to a bear safety class for a creature that can't even fuck itself? Like, literally, human beings have to put them together and mate them because they're so stupid they can't figure it out. I don't know. I think there's gotta be another bear, right? Pandas are bears, so koalas are not. That's the one. Okay, I mixed those 2 up. Yeah, koalas are not bears. Koalas are a marsupial. But, like, don't pandas No, pandas don't have a pouch, but they do give birth to a weird little fetus that crawls up their fur and then sits on their chest and sucks on a nipple for a few months, right? So it's, like, kinda similar, but they're missing the pouch, and that's the marsupial part, right? They have a black bear, cute. Black bears aren't that I mean, I don't know if you've ever lived anywhere with bears before. I grew up around black bears, and as long as you don't corner a mother bear with her babies, you're fine. They're gonna run away from you every time. Black bears tend to be pretty small, and they're kinda pussies, unless it's a mom with her babies, in which case, I don't know what to do, except your death. I don't They say crumple into a ball, but I don't know. I thought pandas were from China. I don't know if that was ignorant of me, but I totally thought they were from China and not Japan. Japan's such a small, landmass to cater such a huge animal. I spilled some weed, give me one moment. Know what I mean? But maybe they're not. Maybe they're in both countries. I'm seriously just opening up about being very American ignorant right now. I'm not being facetious, I don't know. They're from China, not Japan, okay. Apparently brown bears only live in Hokkaido? Yeah, red pandas aren't pandas or bears. I think they're more like a raccoon or something, right? The, Muscelidae or whatever family. Help me. Yeah, it's not even a question. I don't think there's any crumpling into a ball that you're gonna fucking win with a bear and her children. They are from China. Okay, so I'm gonna look up Japanese bears because you guys told me it was pandas and now I don't trust you. Oh my god, the Japanese black bear is super cute. It looks like a sun bear. Tell me that doesn't look like a sun bear or a sloth bear. I mean, that's what I had pictured in my head, but they look really similar. Oh, they're cute as fuck. Like, I wouldn't cuddle one, but hold on, look at this face. They kind of look like a dog or something. No thoughts, just bear in head. Japanese black bear, brown bear, American black bear, Asian black bear, and Usuri brown bear. Ooh. Wait, Tibetan blue bear. What the fuck is that? What? I think I just spelled Tibetan wrong. I did. A-N. Oh, pretty. What? Ooh. Ooh, she got volume. Ooh, I'm learning. Oh my god, they're really cool. Look at that. What a weird bear. I've never seen anything like that before. I know. Why are they so cute and potentially maybe gonna murder stream? No, Pulsar. What? A documentary on a man who used to live with grizzlies in Alaska every year? No, I wouldn't do that. That sounds like a bad idea. Nope, Viad, I've seen it and it's so scary. Hairless bears scare me. Nope, I hate that. That's not cute. Oh no shit, it was raccoons! I knew it! Yes! Okay, so red pandas are part of the family Ailuridae. Ailuridae? Is it A? Ailuridae. The closest living relatives of red pandas are raccoons, skunks, and weasels. Boosh. Fucking knew it. But they don't look like any of that. They look like a lemur panda or something. I don't even know. These are pretty cool. So alleged. Oh my god, though. That's not a Tibetan blue bear. That's the other one we saw. That's the black bear, isn't it? You're mislabeling. Oh my god. I love them. I love them. Oh my god, Stream. So this is seriously, I've run into this a few times. So Stream said this is where Stream is from, Greece. Biggest animal that could hurt you is a snake. No shit. I've gotten this from a lot of my friends internationally, like in England and shit. They're like, or Australia. People in Australia love to be like, you guys are all afraid of Australia, but you have wolves. No shit. As someone who grew up in the den of all of these animals that people are scared of, they are perpetually more afraid of you. Period. Like, just make noise. That's it. I used to sing to myself when I walked on the beach. You will never see anything if you just make noise. They are so scared. Anything big is fucking horrified of you, for the most part, unless it has babies. If it's got babies, it's gonna kill. It doesn't care. I don't know. There's something about bears with babies, but no shit. I mean, I didn't, like, it's so weird. I remember moving away from Eastern Washington where it's the middle of bumfuck nowhere. And then I learned, like, maybe don't walk around at nighttime at midnight in the woods because there's cougars. I was like, I grew up in Eastern Washington, used to walk around at 1 a.m. smoking pot on the beach all the time. I never saw a cougar, and they were like, Katie, you were probably that pre-photo of a cougar behind you. I used to do that. I mean, because it's so, they're terrified. They're so scared of people, like, and they have such good hearing that if they hear you from any distance, they're gonna go the other way. For the most part, like, seriously, just don't fucking get in with the babies. Leave them alone. I told my SGT what happened when I got back to the barracks. Wait, I missed it. I missed the story. Okay, story. When I lived up in the army, I was doing land nav, walking around looking at a compass, trying to stay on bearing. Oh no, no pun intended. Was walking along about 10 foot in front of me. I was eye level with a moose's brown eye. You looked into the eye of God and ran. Honestly, I'm going to be very frank with you. Of all of the larger predatory animals or whatever dangerous things in the world, the one thing I would least fuck with is a moose. I'd rather swim with an orca. At least they'd eat me. Moose, I've seen it. We have them here. You don't stop your car. I see tourists pull their car over to take pictures of baby moose, and I'm like, you're about to die. You're going to be death. What are you doing? I would never. They are so tall. They're dinosaurs. I mean, you can see their antlers in your second story window if they stand near your house. They're just monstrous, and they will fuck you up. So hard. That is the one thing I'd be most afraid of in the world. Probably moose. Nothing else, though. Everything else, I mean, you just make sounds and they're gonna go away. Oh, your sister got engaged? Congrats to your sister. Has she been with her partner for a long time? Yeah, moose don't give a fuck. Moose are more dangerous than black and brown bears. That's what my instinct tells me. I'm not gonna, I would never. Yeah, really, I mean, Viata, I think that's what it comes down to. Unless you've been in the presence of a moose, which I recently moving to Colorado have now, you quite do not conceptualize that. I'm not kidding when I say you could be in your second story window and those antlers will be eye level with you out a second story window of a house. You know? Like, what? It's just, they're dinosaurs. I don't know how else to say it. They're dinosaur deer. They're caribou are small. Everything is smaller than them, right? I think moose are the biggest of the two hoofed creepies. Wait, no, giraffe I think have two hoovies. There's a name for it. There's a name. There's like hippos have 3 toes, I think. And then there's the two-toed, and then there's the hoof. Right? Cloven, and then it's like palidad. Does it start with a P? It's a family of animals. Oh my god, I'm just blanking on it. You guys know the ones though. Moose. Okay, this is a GIF. I can actually show you this. There's no audio. Hold on. Nope, wrong. Absolutely not. How fast do they run? I don't even know. I just have inherent fear of them and stay away from them. That is no. Are you no. Artiodactyls. Artiodactyls? Is that how you say it? Artiodactyls. What a fun word. This is why Jesus came to Palestine, not Canada, dude, for real, though. Although, can you imagine Jesus riding a moose? Like, I'd follow that guy. Hi, Vex. How are you, love? There's a video of some dumbass walking up and reaching out to touch a moose. He lived? He must run, because that's... Don't touch moose. Don't even stop your car. Just stay the fuck in your car. I'm not kidding. I'm not just saying that to be cool. They will actually literally chase you down and impale you to death. Stomp you to death. They don't care. Moose are you. Chances are your head does not reach the bottom of a moose's belly. That's how big the meese are. The fuck? They're so big. My parents have a moose rack in their basement, and it's wider than my arm span. They use it to dry clothes. That's how big it is. It's just insane. Thread, I hope you're well, honeybee. Good morning, Eliza. 30 miles an hour approximately. I run like fucking hell. I weave through the trees, make it harder. Yep, you serpentine. Serpentine! I think I'd just shit and die. I don't know what I'd do, man. Like, do you want to live through that? I just think of the Revenant with the bear, but like, what would a moose do? Someone would casually find a moose with like my head and a bunch of entrails on its horns. Stuck. Yeah, touch wildlife if you want to die. I'm all about, even if it's harmless, just leave nature alone. Oh, I've seen that. Rage, I think I've seen this exact thing. Hold on. No shit, I think I told this story yesterday. Uh-huh. So, I think I've, like, seen the video of this. So, when I was in college, literally, Biology 101, first week of classes, first lab. So, we're all sitting there, and a TA teaches the labs. And he comes in, he turns on the projector, and he puts a movie on from YouTube, like the birth of YouTube or something. I don't even know. This was so long ago. Puts a video on, and no shit, it was orcas throwing a live seal in the air, catching it, and then throwing it again. And then they'd let the seal try to swim away, and then they'd go get it. And allegedly, it's them teaching their children how to hunt. But we watched this just in silence. My TA had said nothing. We all watched this like, oh my God, I'm 18 and I'm losing my innocence. And he stops the video when it's over, you know, turns it off, turns the lights on, and goes, humans aren't the only cruel creatures in the world, like, and asked us to redefine our definition of what cruel is. And then we went into that. That was my intro to Bio 101. Like, what the fuck? It was like, we're aware this shit happens. I've said this before. I'm the type of person that, like, I have a really hard time watching animal documentaries anymore. Because, like, I'm an adult. I know there's a circle of life and that everything eats each other. Do I need to see it? Like, do I need David Attenborough narrating the glorious birth of the blue-footed booby as the falcon sweeps in to behead it? Why? It's this emotional roller coaster. Like, I'm here to relax and probably just be high. Can we just... You can just say it. I don't need the danger music. You know? Like, for fuck's sake. Why do you hate me like this? That sound was a terrible sound. Sorry. That repetitive fucking was bad. Most athletic humans struggle to sprint 20 miles an hour. We only go like 35 miles an hour on a bike, and that's in a Peloton. We're slow as fuck. We really are. I read a really, really good book. Oh god, what was it called? I read a shit ton of books by, like, runners. I know. Every time I get into something, like, when I first got into running, I just go fucking... I research it until I know everything. It's kind of psychotic, and I'm well aware of it. But when I got into running, I was like, guess I'm just gonna read every fucking book by a runner. Literally, like, the only type of people that write books about running are ultra marathoners. Like, these people that go out and run 100 miles barefoot in the desert. I read all of them, all these books. I don't even remember where I was going with this. Hold on, I blanked. Oh, that was it. So, I really wish Born to Run? I don't remember the title of it, but it's by one of these, it's a really famous ultra marathoning running guy. And what he does is he goes around the world and studies cultures of humans who still to this day kind of like run as a way of living. And what they found, he'd bring scientists with him and stuff. And what they kind of conjectured was that, you know, humans were built for long distance, slow jogging. Like, there's actually tribes in Africa. I can't remember where. Please excuse me for saying Africa as a whole. I don't remember where he was. I read this ages ago. But there are still tribes to this day that can run 20 miles at a pop, but it's them chasing an antelope because prey animals tend to only have burst speed or sprint, like, for a few seconds speed. They tend to not have that stamina kind of speed. Whereas, so literally, like, these people tell him our culture for the history of our tribe, we just run them down. They carry a spear and they just run until the fucking gazelle is exhausted. Because the gazelle can only, like, uses all of its energy in the first whatever. But these guys can literally just... And they're not going fast. I mean, it's literally, like, barely a jog, but they can do it forever. And it was fucking fascinating. But essentially, things on two legs are built for that. Like, we are never going to be better than a four-legged animal when it comes to sprint, burst, energy, burst speed. Like, I know I've told you guys about this, but rabbits are not the only animal that have a fun advent similar. But rabbits have this really cool thing where they actually have a unique tendon that connects to their diaphragm and then to their femur, I believe, of their leg. We do not have this, if that's not apparent. But essentially, when they fully extend their body, that ligament rips their diaphragm down as fast as their legs can go, allowing them to respirate at an exceptionally higher rate than anyone else could. Literally, it's like double timing it with their running. There's a few, I don't want to say many, there's a few other animals that have advents like this, but humans have not, like, we are not built, like, we're never going to be better than that. These creatures have it. Like, they were built for it, you know? What up, Bezabelli? I hope you're doing well, honeybean. Sorry, my chat just jumped. Dude, it was Bio 101, man, and it ruined me. Dinosaur documentaries were all like that, but they've got better lately. 100% agree. Yes, they've gotten so much better because I don't want them to, like, make it all butterflies and rainbows. Like, I think it's necessary for us all to know where our food comes from. It comes from a murdered animal, blah blah blah. Like, things hunt each other. But does it need to be that? Like, watch this beautiful birth of these baby animals, and then suddenly you're going to tell me how the mom decided to eat one? You don't need to do that to me. We know. I'm aware. I had rabbits as a kid. You want to know what rabbits do when they feel unsafe? They fucking eat their babies. Rabbits. I'm aware. We're all aware. I don't want to watch it. And the people that want to watch it, you got a question. Distance, yeah, it's that stamina thing. Casual Geographic did a great video, how to survive. Oh, it jumped again. Sorry. How to survive animal attacks, covering things like moose, chimps, bears. Ooh. Literally, I was not. I was just gonna say that as a joke, but it's real. So this is what he's. Hold on. Covering things like moose, chimps, bears, etc. Most of his advice is, "quote You won't survive. Stay away from them." Yeah, that's what I would assume. Like, why would what are you winning? There's the other end of the spectrum where sperm whales, if they see a human nearby, won't blast out eardrums and permanently. Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, I didn't know that they could blast out our eardrums. And the fact that there's some level of cognizance in whales that they see us as this fragile, soft, squishy beast that they might hurt, and so they just choose not to. Wild. Whales are amazing. Whales are so cool. Oh, a 4-day-old bunny? Oh my god. That's like a little golf ball. Cute. Me shouting at my teacher in PE, "I'm a featherless biped, manage your expectations!" Dude, for real though. I feel like PE ended up similar to reading for me, like I loved to read until teachers forced me to read shitty shit I didn't want to read, and then suddenly I started getting really resentful of reading. It was similar to movement and just like having fun as a kid. I remember loving moving, running, jumping, being on the trampoline, and then suddenly PE became this structured, like weird militant thing, and I started um what's the word? Like rebelling against it. And I've always been someone that likes to be active. But suddenly I would be like, I hate running. I hate because it wasn't about it wasn't about like moving for fun anymore. It was just like, let's see how many sit-ups you can do in a minute. I fucking hated that. It like ruined what it turned play into exercise. I think schools make play exercise, and that's how we all start hating it. When originally it was just playing. Like, you were active because you were just doing something. It wasn't like, I'm gonna go run for an hour because I fucking hate my butt. You know? The fuck? I didn't feel pushed to work out. I just felt, and again, small school, whatever. It always just felt like judgment. It was like once a month or whatever, we'd go to PE, physical education for those in different countries or whatever, if you have a different name for the class. And once it would just be a surprise, all of a sudden your teacher would be like, all right, we're doing whatever it's called. And literally it would be like, how many sit-ups can you do in a minute? How many push-ups can you do in a minute? But the rest of the month or whatever, it's not like we were practicing any of those things. And so then you would do them the next month and he'd be like, you didn't do any more. Why? And I'm like, I don't know. You had us play indoor kickball for a month. What do you want from me? Like, it just made me feel icky. I don't know. It was stupid. It just was, but it was like a part of a government thing. It was part of the like get kids unfat, whatever. No child left behind. Bullshit. It's just bullshit. You guys know. It's all FUBAR. Me too. I loved being active and stuff, but PE made me want to. It was like if I even somehow, I hated it. They made it not fun. Suddenly being fun and moving was like a test. My boys found the rabbit fact when they were young. So from then on, every time they were bratty or dorks, I'd comment, I should have ate you when you were babies. Oh my god, I love that so much. We also found that fact out way too young. My rabbit did it, and it was alarming. It's the stopping yourself and turning around. That shit is actually proven to be horrific for your legs. That hard, like, that's why they tell people you shouldn't run on asphalt or cement. Like my, good lordy, my foot doctor, podiatrist in Baltimore. That's what he used to tell me all the time because he would say to me very facetiously, I know you won't stop running. Like, even if you have phone, I had some what are they called? Uh oh fuck, I just forgot the term. It's like for little fractures, micro fractures in your toe bones from running on asphalt and cement. But that's what he said. He says this to me like every time I talk to him. I know you're never going to stop running. Please, for the love of God, run on dirt. Dirt, grass, anything natural. Because even though it feels firm, it's got the give that your knees like, need to not grind on each other and destroy that cartilage in the middle. Running on hard surfaces is always terrible. And unfortunately, when we're in gym and shit, we're running on a hard surface. And on top of that, that hard halt on one leg, horrific. It's so bad for you. The fuck? Like, people that run lines don't even do that hard stop on one leg. They slow down to a jog and then go down. Like, they know it's just bad. Cheers. Was it just physical fitness? Okay, that's what it was. Then they've just been doing them forever. Okay, I couldn't remember, Viata. Thank you. Yeah, it was just like these weird periodic physical fitness tests, but I didn't feel like they were helping me be physical fit in between said tests because we never did any of that stuff at any other time. Ever. Which was odd. Other teenagers are mean and PE teachers don't give a shit. My PE teacher was was also my softball coach, my history teacher. I think that's all he did. Current world events teacher. Small school. Oh, no shit. The Presidential Fitness Test IRC was started by JFK. I didn't know that. No shit. Thanks, asshole. Pro tip, never argue with someone that has your genitals in their mouth. Do you have experience? I don't want to know. Putting a bunch of kids in a changing room 3 times a week and having them compare bodies, fitness levels while going through puberty and developing conditions, illnesses that aren't acknowledged as real, man, hell, 100%. And with no adult there to guide behavior. You know? And it's like on top of that, and I know I could bitch about it all day, but like, just because a 6-foot girl, assigned female at birth, I should say, can't do 50 push-ups and some 5-foot fucker can, does not make me less fit than the dude whose arms are in total as long as my shin. And they just, it's again, I feel like it's just constant. They're always trying to get us to very much uniform. What's the word? Like, be the same. Be the same. And it's like, you know, if you had a squat rack, I would out squat everyone in the school, including you, motherfucker. Let's go. But because all this fitness is based on push-ups and I've got long, gangly arms and I'm 6 feet tall and, you know, I've never done this before, I can do 3 push-ups and then I feel like I'm going to die. Like, how is that my fitness level in any way, shape, or form? And this was my softball coach who knew I played softball and was fit. It's just all fucking bullshit. Like, you can't, it's like, you know, teaching a history class and giving a math test once a month. That's what it felt like. It was like, I don't understand what any of this has to do with our fitness, because no shit. Like, PE was oftentimes walk the track, indoor kickball, pick rocks off the baseball field. And then suddenly I had to do 50 push-ups in a minute or something. Like, what the fuck? I don't like you as a human, sir. He's actually my coach / PE teacher / current world studies teacher / history teachers in the Hall of Fame for coaches. And I'm pretty positive he was never sober, nor did he ever not have a dip in his lip. My entire childhood. Bless his heart. Bless him. Bless him. No, I'm not that dumb. I mean, seriously, I would assume you're not that dumb, but you just got your CPAP, so I don't fucking know. You could have been a lot dumber back in the day. 100%. Yeah. I mean, seriously, now that I run, like, if I'm stuck with cement, I just run on the dirt next to the cement if I can. I always try to find trails or somewhere where I can just run next to the cement or something. The moment I cross into the cement, it's immediate pain. My knee immediately starts to hurt. It's crazy. It's so bad, but it's bad for everybody. It's not good for anybody's knees. There's no give. There's no shocks. C-Town, motherfucker. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings for 53
fucking months, my god. Time baffles me and I hate it so much. Thank you, love.
I challenge fate, dude. Hasn't someone actually bit a dick off? I want to say someone's bit a dick off. Like, it's totally biteable. I don't know. Be careful. Seriously. I can walk 5 miles on trails, no problem. Yeah, it's real. Just because someone has a good idea doesn't mean the mass mob of people will follow through properly. I mean, we've learned that how many times? The amount of times some bitches would switch off the lights in the changing rooms and then steal your clothes. Oh God, we didn't get that. Thank fuck. Maybe small school though. Pro tip: fastest way to win an argument is to have your opponent's genitals in your mouth. Man, this conversation makes me think. The only thing worse than, all right, now everybody pick a partner is, all right, you and you, team captains, pick your teams. Name a time in your life where you sweated more. Like, I think I practically would black out in those moments. The amount of times I would, like, suddenly get violently ill and just be like, I think I'm going to shit myself. I'm going to go to and just leave. Like, nah, bitch, just pair us up. This is shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. The fucking, oh, I love you, Lizzie. Be safe. Yeah, that we need to talk. That's a hard third on par. Hey, can we talk later? No. We're gonna talk now. What's up? Oh, I actually don't have time. You just fucking made time, bitch. Let's go. Suddenly you've got handcuffs on them and you. Chink chink. Talk, motherfucker. Because I can't function until you do. How dare you? Fuck those people. Cheers. Katie, we always knew our place. We were fucking defense or goalie. Yup. And it's not even, I mean, no one even pretended like you had options, right? That's the I have such clear memories of being really young, which is quite a long time ago now, where like it was just a coach would just up down you and be like, all right, that's where you go. Like it was, I mean, I remember crazy that this was even a thing, but when I was in 7th grade still in Seattle before we moved to the bumfucks, the school was so fucking big. We actually had to have tryouts for school sports. Like my 7th grade middle school had like a C team, a JV, and a varsity, which is, in my opinion, kind of fucked up for kids that age. That's really young. But my friend Chantel and I, crazy that I remember these things, went to go try out at lunch for volleyball. And the tryouts were all lunch period, a half hour, whatever it was. And there was like all these stations you were supposed to go around to and all these different, we had multiple coaches. The school was huge. This is why my parents moved, part of it. They didn't want us to be in a big school like that. They had like clipboards and they would just sit there and grade you on whatever that activity was. The first stop was serving. And my friend Chantel went, overhanded served, got dismissed and put on the team immediately. I did the same thing. I had never done it in my life. I just watched her and I was like, you mean I don't have to do the rest of these stations if I can just do that? Whap! Okay, yeah, you're good. You can go to lunch. And we just got, I mean, it was just like, and then you get on the team and that's what you are. Like they pigeonhole. We were talking about this very first thing this morning. Literally, Lizzie, we were talking about this. The pigeonholing. Like I wasn't given options. I didn't even think I had the option. Like I've told you guys that when I moved to Kettle Falls in 8th grade, that like, it was like second day of school. I went to school and all the sports jerseys were just in my locker in my size because every teacher was like, wow, a 6-footer. I was like, oh, I guess everybody just gets jerseys in their locker. Sick. We're all on the team. Okay. No, it wasn't even an option. It was weird. But I mean, I couldn't be offended about it because I didn't know there was an alternative. I didn't know I could be like, nah, I'm good. I had no idea. It was just, I tried CBT therapy. I don't feel any better. And now my balls. Sir. The time the PA said I either had pneumonia or cancer. A physician's assistant said this to you out loud? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Physician's assistants aren't allowed to go throwing around diagnoses like that, right? Like at all. I think they're only allowed to give information a doc has said they can give. But like, what? It's either pneumonia or cancer? That's quite a fucking spectrum, brah. Wow, what a shitty doctor. That's insane. That's You don't throw that shit around, my god. That's terrifying. How long did you have to wait before you knew what the fuck was up? It was pneumonia, but how long did you have to wait? Yeah, always being chosen last was a special sort of humiliation, 100%. And it wasn't being chosen last, it was the fact that there was always two of you, and the fact that the captains just kind of looked at each other like, we don't want either of them. You knew it. I would watch it. I was not that person because I've been 6 foot since I was in 5th grade, so just body size. I was just middle. I was middle picked, don't worry, not first pick because I hated sports and I was a little goth kid, but middle picked. But that last pick was all my friends. And it was horrible. It's fucking horrific. I don't think it should be allowed. Teachers should not be putting that on kids. I think that's weird. Because, like, kids don't think outside of popularity and who I like. Excuse me, I always let the other person know the subjects if I want to talk later so they don't panic about the content. It's usually something I don't want to interrupt with. Yep. 100%. Yes, agreed. Intramural sports, yes. In 7th grade, I mean, literally school. This was like school sports. It wasn't like, I don't know if this is the same way. Like when I lived in the Seattle area, we lived in Snohomish. If anybody knows the Snohomish Monroe area, my whole family is there. Like all my extended family and shit on my mom's side. But that's the area we lived in. The school was enormous. And I remember like the school did not have a soccer team, but you could go and play soccer outside of school and it was like huge, but you had to pay. And there wasn't tryouts or anything. It was just like get on the soccer team. But the school was so fucking huge. But I remember 7th grade tryouts. It seemed weird at the time too. I was like, I kind of feel young for this. Like all this judgment. Like I don't know what's happening here. But thankfully I would just happen to be tall. So I just kind of got away with a lot. Just to be a body. I wasn't necessarily good at sports. Just tall. Is that someone I literally no shit, Genova, I'm not kidding you. One of my I want to say it was a coach. So many of my coaches were teachers too. So when I say coach teacher, just realize my high school was less than 200 kids. So fucking small, very few teachers. The crossover was a lot. But one of them, I can't remember which one, literally said to me, "It's hard to not play sports if you're 6 foot and a girl. You will just get ushered into it." Something along those lines. Whereas if you're under 6 foot, you have to prove yourself as a girl. Like this was everything they said this to me. Like, if you're under 6 foot, you have to actually work hard. If you're 6 foot or over, you're kind of just default. And I was like, am I offended? Hmm, I don't want to do this at all. I had a good PE teacher, but I also found out another teacher in my school wasn't super nice to girls after I graduated. Like in an icky way. Gross. That's always the way it is. And it's like, can you just not stereotype for fuck's sake? You'd gone into the ER for chest pain. They did an X-ray, found a large mass in my lung. Oh my god. I'd been in the ER for 5 hours and I had to wait 3 to 4 weeks. I'm angry. That's not okay. That is inappropriate. Wow. See, I was the same. That was kind of my situation, Knives. I was towards the last pick. It was great. I was great at sports, but popularity wasn't popular. I was like tall and inherently default good at sports, I guess, because a 6 foot and over is. But I was the goth kid. So like I was definitely not socializing with the jocks or the preppy kids that loved sports and lived by it, whatever. But they knew I'd probably be a decent solid block to stick on a field, so I was usually middle in the last, whatever. Ugh, it's just gross. It's gross feelings. My PE teacher's also was also weight training teacher. I wish we had weight training. which was a fun class. We had workout partners. This guy would always say I look like Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain was pretty. That's a compliment. I don't know, Mish, if that's still a practice. I have no idea. Soccer is ironically the reason I ended up with 3 surgeries on my right shoulder.
Please, sir, can I have some more? You must elaborate on that. What?
Oh, you were a keeper. Okay, I'm like, I mean, I tumbled quite a bit, but what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Okay. Keeper. You're a full body. That's a full body contact sport at that point. I couldn't do that position. I always wanted to because tall, I mean, usually they'll put someone tall in keeper, right? I wanted to. I freeze. Like there's something about just like dive bombing a ball and just letting it fly at my face. Whereas, like, I remember these girls on my team, one of them very specifically, her name was Ashley, and she had the most beautiful curls I've ever seen in my life. Like, those perfect gold, dark brown spirals. Just like we were young and this was happening, just a jelly fuck. She was tiny, though, and she could reach the top of the net, and she would dive for anything. Like, and she was like a girly girl. It was so weird, because I knew her from school, and her parents kind of treated her like a princess a little bit, like one of those kids. Like, going to her house was a weird situation. I was like, oh, you're a little spoiled. Like, I didn't know the word yet, but you could feel it. And watching her face, like, ugh, and she would just go, and dirt everywhere, bust her arm, whatever, didn't give a fuck. I was like, oh shit, I don't have that. Whatever the fuck that is, I don't got it. That, like, thing, I'm like, no. I think I'm always afraid to get my legs swept. It was a fun month of Do I Have Cancer? I mean, Glenn, have I told you the story of that, how something similar happened to an ex of mine? It still infuriates me even to think about. A dude I was dating in college, his dad had died of a liver, like hepatitis or something like that, when he was in high school. And so he had this perpetual fear of also having hepatitis or something happened to him. Like he was very much scared of medical stuff. And he goes to the doctor, just get like a yearly checkup or whatever, get blood work done and whatever. And they have the front desk person call him at work and say, we have your test results. If you could come get them at your earliest convenience, that'd be great. ASAP. Thanks. Bye. And so he's like, he literally leaves work in a fucking sweat panic thinking, oh my fucking God, it's happened. He gets there. No, nothing was wrong. Nothing at all. Nothing. I left work. I think I left work and like drove to this little clinic to meet him because I thought he was going to be having a liver failure or something like that. Nothing. It was just fucking horribly worded message. I listened to it. I mean, it literally sounded like an ASAP, like something's wrong. It was this, I mean, and they should have, this was not, I mean, this was like, I mean, I was in my early 20s, but email and all that shit was absolutely an advent. There was no, I mean, I don't think he even needed to come get them in person. I think it was just your results are ready. And this chick was just a fucking idiot, but my God. You got to think about stuff like that. Like that's a huge part of working in medicine is thinking before you fucking say shit out loud because you can be very scary. Like on accident, you know? We're not intentionally ever trying to scare someone. It can just happen. Fuck. It just is cruel. Goalie seems terrifying. I couldn't do it. I played defense most of my childhood, and then later I played offense, like in college and shit like that, because I was tall and intimidating. And so, like, a little forward that's really fast, zoom in with that ball, suddenly comes face to face with a brick wall, and and I get the ball, and then I go forward. It was great. I, again, didn't really have to work for it. Unfortunately. Not good at a sport, but big is scary, I guess. No one wants to run into a solid thing. Yep, ghetto, exactly. You just clothesline people with your body. I'm not exaggerating. The sheer amount of times in all sports that my mom, I think, has a video of it happening a couple times where you just see me in the distance and then one person doing this and it'd just be like, and I'd be like, oh no, you know, like go check. So the amount of times that I have actually been a rubber human because I'm not paying attention and I am solid. People just bounce, like, which, you know, just fucking knock, like, off me like I'm a brick wall, literally. And I would always feel bad. Like, it wasn't like I was sitting there, like, holding stance or anything. Did I phrase it gross? Did it happen? No shit. And that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to speak for all medical facilities or whatever, but when it comes to pneumonia, we can usually tell you same day what's going on there. Like, yes, they're gonna culture it to make sure, but by looking at it under a microscope and testing a few other things, we can usually tell you what's going on same day. I could probably tell you by a blood gas, to be honest, but also with cancer? I mean, if you talk to anyone that's experienced having cancer or a loved one with cancer, they so hard not fuck around that usually if there's an if, the same day that you've had that if happen, they will have you have 7 more appointments to start getting going on, "Oh my god, is it the if?" I mean, it's so crazy. You go for a casual, like, your yearly, and suddenly you're in the hospital for 8 hours just getting every test known to man because there's an if. It's just wildly, unprofessional to use language like that so nonchalantly. That is so fucking scary. I'm a medical professional and I would have shit my pants and thought I had cancer for a month. I would have been saying my goodbyes. Your doctor scared you? How? I can't with that. And then when grandma's dying, the message just exactly sounds totally relaxed. Perhaps you might like to visit. If you get that call, run. Uh-huh. Yeah. Just make sure you get the ball first. I mean, yeah. Or just stand in the way of it and then wrecking ball. I mean, if I was moving, I'd literally just stand still. It was crazy. A few guys on my team were always trying to do bicycle or scissor kicks in practice. I did a bicycle kick one time. Wait, bicycle. Yeah. It was the craziest, like, I saw it in a movie, I think. Super shouldn't have done that. And went to practice, was like, guys, I think I can do this. Did it once and immediately realized I'm going to snap my neck if I ever try this again, and never did it again. It was so scary. I bounced off my shoulder blades. Don't do that. I was such a dumb kid. I remember doing it. I don't remember what I saw it in. Was it like Bend It Like Beckham or something? I want to say it was some fucking soccer movie where girls were tough, and I was like, I'm a tough girl. I can do that. I also did gymnastics, so I was like, I can go backwards. I did it one time and just told myself never again. I'm gonna snap my neck. That was the worst idea of my life. There's no advantage. What happened here? The only movie a bicycle kick was in was Mortal Kombat. Was that a bicycle kick or a scissor kick? I don't remember. They call it getting bodied. Yeah. I'm the body. But not, I don't know if other people do it on purpose. Like, I've never done it on purpose. It's always on accident. I played a goalie on the indoor soccer. I loved indoor soccer. That was my favorite ever. That was the most heartbreaking part about moving to Eastern Washington was middle of nowhere, no soccer whatsoever, but no indoor soccer. I remember right as a season ended, like indoor soccer is one of those things that just a season ends and a new season will begin and they'll just keep going forever. And my coach was talking to my mom and me and like, hey, the next season's going to start up in a week. Do you guys want to come? And I literally sat on my mom's foot and clung to her calf and wailed, let me play in public, like in the fucking arena, like on the sidelines. I loved indoor soccer. That shit, the power you could get just by utilizing walls. Oh my god. Ooh, that was fun shit. You activated memories. I forgot about that. That's so long ago. I see you, Bubba. I know it's probably time to take a break, and I desperately need to get my water. I'm so thirsty. How are you? How's your day today, bud? Do you miss your buddy? Yeah. He misses his buddy, Freddy. Poor Bubba. All you have is your bitch. Luke King does it to Reptile. I have to look it up. I'll have to look it up on my phone. He pushes his head into me like a cat does, and it's just the cutest thing ever in the world. You're such a good boy. Back in 2001, my uncle found out he had leukemia. Oh, the doc sent him home for having a cold. That's fucking nauseatingly sick. Oh my god, my chat miss. Dude, it just reloaded, like it disconnected and connected. I missed so much chat, and I'm so sorry. Hold on. When my sister and I were kids, mom drilled into us that we couldn't afford the ER visit if we got hurt, and we just have to be crippled for life, so we didn't do things that would hurt us. You know what? I almost wonder if subconsciously my siblings and I had the absolute opposite because my mom worked at the hospital. Like, getting hurt was almost like a special trip to visit mom. Because she'd inevitably hear we were in the hospital and come down to the ER and be like, "The fuck did you do?" Ran Josh over with a dirt bike. I wonder if we just took things a lot, I mean, maybe still to this day, a lot more exactly, lackadaisically, because the ER was never scary because I knew everybody. I mean, the hospital my mom worked at is the same hospital we were born at. And, like, I've told you, the respiratory therapy unit held me before my dad did. Like, I've known all of them for my whole life. So going to the ER was just running into a bunch of my mom's friends, and it was fun. It'd be like 4 people standing in there just bored, like, "So what's going on? How's school going?" And I was like, I like candy. Do you have candy?" With a broken arm or something. But definitely, I think we may have taken it's not like we were directly told that ever, but we may have taken things a lot more, nonchalantly and been a lot more reckless because it was just like, "Whatever. Go visit mom." And then she'd probably take us to the cafeteria and we'd get to have lunch with her or something. Like, it was like dentist day when you come back, to school with McDonald's. How are you, like, not in the local roller derby scene? I think you'd have a goddamn blast. You know, honestly, I was seriously that close to roller derby and then COVID hit. I love roller skating. I've roller skated my whole life. Rollerblading's fun too, but skating's just more conducive to, terrain, the bumps and the hills of old roads and shit. But I even had I have my roller derby name. Zach helped me come up with it. Lucy Flawless. Would I dress up like a roller derby Xena? You fucking bet your ass I would. But COVID killed the roller derby scene in Denver. Like, it killed so many things, it still hasn't really even started up yet. Don't lick my pits. I don't want you to eat deodorant. I think there's actually aluminum in that. You might get harmed. I love you. We'll be fine. Mom can fix us. Yeah. Yep. And that, I mean, we literally had the medicine cabinet from hell because my mom's pockets always came home with, like, antiseptic pads and syringes and shit. So we always had buckets of medical shit in a cupboard. I don't know. And we really, like, for, all the horrible things, like being stepped on by horses and run over by dirt bikes and blah, 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 blah. None of us ever really did any. I think me, the horse thing, and then my brother Corey, I can't, it was some holiday. It was either Thanksgiving or Christmas. I've told you guys this before. My uncle had a dirt bike track that was, like, far away from the house. So, like, you could see the people on dirt bikes, like, ew, on their jumps. You could see it all happening. It wasn't that far away, but it was far enough away that people were, like, this big. And, one side of his house was all windows. It was one of those houses where it's, like, kind of a triangle. It's just windows for some reason, and that's where the table was. And we're all sitting there, and we see my brother Corey go off a double jump, which is basically a jump with the middle taken out, and he just nosedives into the middle of it. And you see, like, the bike nosedive, and my brother's head get caught on the other side of the double, but his chest kept going. I was so young. It's such a visceral memory, remember, because it was like slow motion. And I just remember every adult at that table got up and I swear to God, like, jumped out of the house and just started sprinting. He was fine. But, like, whoa. I don't know if it was more stressful for us or my parents getting hurt all the time, but those were probably the two most serious things we ever did. Most of the time it was like little broken bones and shit. Yeah. And dirt bikes were their way of getting around horses. No shit. The reason we all had dirt bikes was because Miss Katie got stomped on. So my parents were like, no more big farm animals. Let's give them something with gas. So we had 3-wheelers and dirt bikes. Crazy we survived. Honestly, I don't know how it happened. We shouldn't have. Oh, yeah, we had 3-wheel. I think my uncle still has a couple. Yeah, and honestly, no one ever hurt themselves on the 3-wheelers. It was always the dirt bikes. I want to say by the 90s, people were well aware that 3-wheelers were, like, dangerous, right? They weren't off the market yet, but we were aware they were like a roll death cage. And so we were pretty, like, you know, reckless, but we wore helmets. I remember always having helmets. We always had, like, just literally like a bin of dirt bike helmets by the back door, and you just grab one and throw it on. We always had helmets and shit like that. And we were pretty darn safe. I mean, if I remember correctly, and again, very young, it's crazy that I remember this shit. But just having experience riding on dirt bikes and 4-wheelers before I ever touched a 3-wheeler, just driving one for the first time, I remember thinking, like, this doesn't feel good. It felt so tipsy-turvy, you know? And that was, like, on gravel back roads, not even on dirt roads or anything like that, but I remember God, I was, like, 10, but I remember thinking that, feeling like, "This doesn't feel stable," and so we would, like, do rounds on the track, and then we'd all go park them at home, go inside, get a soda, and then immediately go outside, and I would always try to get outside first to steal a four-wheeler from somebody and be like, "I don't know, I didn't have a three-wheeler, whatever, you get it." It's just it always felt like you rolled one down a dune, dude, were you okay? They really are very I think they make them better nowadays. I think they actually have three-wheelers available, but they've stabilized them, i.e., by putting the two wheels in the front or something like that, but they didn't feel stable at all. It felt like if you took a turn, you were gonna roll every time. There was no leaning against it. It just felt like that. I never rolled one, but it felt like that. We heard a lot about what we couldn't afford and what would happen if we costed them extra money. Again, I feel like our parents would have been friends in the most dangerous way. We got the opposite. We got, like, the you've costed us all this money kind of thing in various forms or another, which you probably got too, but that was a lot of it, like, that's why I have such a hard time with my birthday or gifts or kindness in general, is I instinctually think I owe this person. If I'm unable to give them a gift or send them a card, then they are gonna hate me. They're gonna fucking hate me. They're gonna try to kill everything I love. That's my instinct. It's terrible. Anytime anyone is nice to me, my immediate thought is, "What do you want?" And I have to fight it constantly, and it's so gross. And it's like that mentality of, in June, my mom would be like, "You're being a little brat. We got you a coloring book for Christmas. Do you wanna talk about it?" And I'd be like, "What? Does that coloring book mean I can't have emotions the rest of the fucking year? What's happening here?" It was just collateral, like, I mean, seriously, just, like, normal things, like tampons. Things that I was young, did not have a job, could not purchase myself, were used as, like, collateral against me for stuff like that. So, to this day, like, if I'm not violently independent, I have this just dread of debt on my shoulders of whatever the fuck. And it's crazy, because I would never I've never assumed that I put that on someone else in my life. It's all on me. I only do it to myself. So weird. So weird. Oh, yeah. My biggest issue, I mean, I have this weird, like, I don't ask for help either, but I don't even have the instinct to ask for help. Like, I oftentimes have to be told by someone around me, watching me struggle doing something by myself, "Hey, can I help you?" And then I have to stop and be like, "Actually, yeah, you're that other pair of hands that I've been cursing God not giving me for 45 minutes." But it's not even an instinct. I've talked to my therapist about this, and she says the most, like, she says, like, meme-worthy shit. She's like, "Man, if you got no one to ask, you kinda learn to stop asking." Whoa. She slaps me in the face with these things, and then I kill her. Two strokes and, one four-stroke. We had one four-stroke, a lot of two strokes, like Yamahas and shit, 120s, and what was the next one up? 120 and then 280? I don't even know. And then we had one four-stroke. It was like an XL four-stroke. Oh, man, I think that was a Yamaha too. Fuck, I don't remember. But then we had, do you remember those itty bitty, like, I wanna say they were Honda little bikes, like little dirt bikes. I mean, they were, like, hilarious. We had one of those for the kid, for the little ones. They were so tiny, but, like, adults could ride them, and your knees would be above your face, like, I don't even know what, I think it was white. I remember it being really white. I wanna say it was, like, a Honda or something, I don't remember. Yep, all kindness. It was literally just, like, a bank to use against me, so I just never trusted it. It's so weird. I love Christmas, but I have a really hard time with it. I love to celebrate other people, but for some reason, I have a really hard time if anybody wants to celebrate me in any capacity. I think I'll struggle with that the rest of my life because it was too ingrained as a kid. It was, I mean, as at a really young age, like, there was that's just what it was, you know? Like, you have to deserve things or you're in debt. Of all the things, like, hugs, for fuck's sake. "We're feeding you? Why are you acting so that way?" No shit. Oh god. I know, let's not twitch our eyes today, right? Knives, no shit. Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, I mean, you probably identify with that. This is the reason why I appreciate someone saying happy birthday to me or finding a free e-card to throw at me on Discord more than getting a gift for my birthday. No obligation except remembering their birthday and finding them something free and funny to send back. Yeah. Yeah. Those are sometimes the best. I mean, just someone acknowledging you can be the best. It's become a joke here that we, instead of my friends saying happy birthday, it's just happy totally fucking normal day, Katie. Which makes it easier to handle. Because I still, if I probably did something that pissed my mom off, she might bring up, she'd do it today. You know, like it's so weird like, how can you trust anything just being nice? Anyone being nice or kindness at you with that, you know? It sucks. Be nice selflessly. Glad said it. Glad has a good way of saying it because he dealt with the same shit, but like the unconditionality of gifting, you know? I feel like as a culture, we've kind of ruined it and we've made it a tit for tat thing. And I think that's really sad because, like, some people quite literally can't afford to do anything for you monetarily in any way, shape, or form back. Like, but they're super fucking appreciative, love you forever. Like, you know, all they can give is their themselves. And like, that shouldn't. You know? It sucks growing up in a transactional universe. How do we shift over into the debt-free timeline? I think we have to work on it on an individual basis. Super work on it on an individual basis. Because I know people that unfortunately are on the opposite spectrum, and I mean, we all have issues, right? But I know people personally who have talked to me about that. They're like, I give gifts because I really want a gift in return. And when someone doesn't give it to me, I think they hated the gift. They hate me. We're not friends anymore. We're breaking up, and they're gonna kill everyone I love. And I'm like, oh my God, same but the other side. And when we actually can come together and talk about it instead of just sitting in our heads and fabricating fake realities like we've all been doing for years and years and years, I think it can solve a lot. It can solve a whole lot. Yeah. And no shade on anybody. Like, everybody has a love language. For some people, it's gifts. For some people, it's intimacy. For some people, it's acts of service. Like, it's not shameful. It doesn't mean you're expecting to be spoiled rotten with pearls. These people would like a piece of notebook paper spit on, put in a card, and sent. Like, that is enough. But some people just don't think to do that because that's not their language. And if you just talk about it instead of like sitting and stewing in our own bullshit, I think we can do a lot. I try. I'm guilty of it too. Guilty as fucking charged. Let's take a break. I'm desperately thirsty. I don't see my water. I think I left it in the kitchen. But I gotta get some water. My mouth is like, she dry. Kids fuck with those minis nowadays. I see neighbors riding them up and down the street all the time. Really? It's a fad? Oh. I'm massively independent because of the I did this for you, you owe me thing. Yeah, same. And it's like I don't feel guilty or feel bad asking for help. I don't feel weak asking for help. It's literally doesn't even come to mind to ask for help. That's my biggest hurdle is like I will just struggle. I'll just sit and fucking struggle. And it doesn't even occur to me to ask for help. And then when someone walks by and they're like, hey, you look like you're struggling. Would you like some help? I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. What a great idea. You're a genius. Do people just do this? Do they? Wow. You know, it's weird. It almost feels like you're broken in society a little bit. Like is it Fight Club or whatever? Is that a problem if I stay with you? Is it a problem for you to ask? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe my instinct is better find a warm cardboard box. Not because I'm scared to ask. I just didn't even think about it. It didn't even happen. Weird. I have watched nothing. I have seen nothing. My computer is still fucked. But thanks for reminding me!
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Long story short, the thermal paste came busted, so I tore my whole computer apart and had no thermal paste, so I had to put it back together with no hope in sight. So we're here on a fucking dream and a wish. Thank you for participating in my hell. Fun fact I learned, like, in the last couple years is that Lady Gaga got her name from this. Like, I knew her name was Stephanie whatever, but this is where she got her name was Radio Gaga. So that was kind of cool. Oh, fuck. Good song. Come on, motherfucker. Got a piece of thread stuck in my wheel. Fucking another one taken from us way too soon. What the hell? Was it like good voices attracted disease? God. So heartbreaking. Both of them just taken way too goddamn early. Fucking his voice and shit, man. There's a stand-up. I can't remember. Someone has a stand-up routine where they talk about singing about wanting to see his panties at a concert or something. It's fucking hilarious. I know, fucking AIDS, dude. And like, I can't help but think, similar to the COVID pandemic, it's like all the misinformation and all the bias and political nonsense about it made it so a lot more people died than should have. You know? Like labeling it a gay disease and shit. Instead of maybe just trying to help people. Shut the fuck up. If she was an Italian from New Jersey, she'd be Lady Gabagool. Which is not right, Viata. It's so gross to think about, but like, I can't see how that's wrong. It's so gross. Sad. His voice, though. Did this list just end up beautiful dead people? What happened? No, it's George Michael Radio. Sad. It only affects the gays. It's so hard. I mean, fuck. Who would... How? I guess. It was a different time. I wasn't alive. I mean, I was a fetus. I was a baby. In the 80s. I was of unconscious ages, toddler and shit, but I can't even put myself in a mindset of believing anything can be a gay something. Like, believing that in any way, shape, or form, that whomst of you prefer to have sex with, if anybody, dictates disease likelihood. Like, how does anyone buy into that? It really sounds, I mean, it sounds as dumb as it is, but it was I guess it was a different era. I don't know. I can't put myself there. It's so fucking weird. The politics put the timing back a good decade, but to be fair, the tech and knowledge that fix it has developed as well. I mean, 100%. It's pretty crazy. Like, I think statistically, you can live a very full life with HIV these days, right? Like, they have drugs for it. I don't think it's ECT anymore. There's different kinds of maintenance drugs that keep it at bay forever. I mean, people live full fucking lives. Like, there's no... I mean, I think if you catch it on time, and like... with safety and condoms and shit and the advent of safe sex, I think we've done a really good job at controlling it and helping people. Like, yeah, I think you can live a really fucking good life. It's an HIV suppressor. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Which is amazing. I mean, thank fuck. Well, and I think part of the reason I have the mindset I have and I'm thankful for it is my parents experienced that era and therefore instilled in us that there is no such thing as that. Also, my mom is a medical, like most of my family is nurses or respiratory therapists or a pulmonologist or something. And so I was surrounded with actual medical minds that didn't buy into that stuff. I guess I'm guessing because I just can't. And I know there's people who are probably raised to believe like if you're gay, you're genetically different or something. I mean, fuck. There's still people that are worried about children's genitals. God damn it. Yeah. No shit. You can even be undetectable on meds. That's beautiful. That's so good. I'm so happy. No one deserves a disease like that, especially from something as fun as sex, for fuck's sake. I know, exactly, Kona. It should be surprising, considering, like, we've lived through another case of people believing what they want to, despite the death and dismemberment around them. Cheers. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any curing it, but I mean, being able to, it's kind of like, I think, herpes herpes simplex or herpes complex, whatever. There's 2 types of herpes. The type that infects your mouth and then the type on your no-nos. I think same situation. Like, they have drugs nowadays that keep you so you never get a flare-up, and if you don't have a flare-up, you're not contagious. I mean, I'm pretty sure people are being safe anyways, but, like, they've come up with so many beautiful medical advents to that kind of stuff where if a tragedy like a genital thing like that happens to you, you can live a full, practically normal life if you go to a doctor and take care of it. Yeah, that's my parents too. My mom has, like, a memorial to, it was crazy. I think I don't know what it was, but my mom had, I would say 50%, if not more, of the staff I worked with at the hospital and my mom worked with was gay. And I don't know if it's because being gay, being other, makes you grow up with just that empathy for people that are in pain and need, and maybe it's also like it, like like a psychological thing in our head, like, well, if we're this martyr nurse, then people will forgive us for the gay or something like that. But I mean, she talks about it like almost a quarter of the staff of the hospital died from this. It was just terrible of the hospital because it was almost all of her friends, like female and male across the board. But it was horrible. It was so sad. Oh my God, Glad did it. Should it be listening or watching? Because most people, I think, when they lurk, they still listen. I don't know. What do you guys do when you lurk? I love that. People they always try to use a lurk alert. We've never made one, but that's perfect. Oh, no shit? Hell yes. Thank you for making that, dude. I mean, people just type lurk and I love it because it's nice to know that people aren't there if I'm like talking to someone or something. But seriously, Ecook has seen enough and decided to hide. I love these. Eliza, you did these? Thank you. Those are adorable. I love them. I do the same, Music Man. Like, I would say overall I listen. But like if it's like joke ones, like multiples, I don't give a fuck. Make as many as you want. Make them offensive. Those are fucking funny. I coded 4 options sales made. You guys are way too kind. Thank you. Yeah, I usually, because I have 3 monitors, but I usually have a stream up on one monitor and I'm like playing a game and I'll like look over once in a while, but I'm listening the whole time. Usually, I mean, I don't think I ever have a stream up that I'm not listening to. I mean, unless I'm doing, I don't know. I might mute it for a game or something like that, but other than that, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Lurk however the fuck you want to lurk. I'm a pro lurker. I'm queen of hi and never saying anything ever again. It's terrible, but I walk away. I go do something while I'm listening. I'm very much a consumer and not a participator. It's terrible, but I give you the right, please.
And you found him.
Frisky, I love you. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class, and giving it its swings.
That's a long time.
I fucking appreciate you. Thank you guys for doing that. Seriously, collaboratively, I fucking appreciate you. That's awesome. Wait, Viata saw a squirrel and decided to chase it? Stop it. Those are so good. Ooh, I'm getting driven to my brother's house with the promise of good food. Fuck yes. Wait, is it like a false promise or just are there good cooks involved? I have some really dope cooks in my family. Like, family functions usually had some of the fucking best food. Only reason to go, man. Only reason to go. It's interesting, Queer as Folk, which isn't even that old, has a POS neg relationship where it was a huge deal, and I don't know if new generations really get how big of a deal that was. I mean, I'm sure they don't. It's kind of, you know, I'm sure I have stuff like that. That, like, to people 10, 15 years older than me, we probably, like, to them, it's a change they've witnessed, whereas to me, it's just always been that way. I can't think of an example. But I'm sure that's absolutely something. I mean, the AIDS thing, for one. I mean, the alienation of the queer community in the 80s. Like I said, I was a toddler. I wasn't conscious for that. But I'm sure, like, watching that and then go into a more accepting space and then legalizing gay marriage and then alienating the trans community and trying to make trans people illegal. Like, fuck off. People hate people. I don't know what's going on. We're so obsessed with each other's sex lives. If it's consensual between legal adults and you're thinking about it that much, arguably you're more gay than I am. No shit. Seriously, one of the coolest things about Twitch and the kind of community that I think my mods and I have always tried to foster is the kind of community where you don't have to do anything. There's no like reward for being more conversational or like giving money, even though I'm super appreciative. Thank you for helping me pay my bills. Like there's nothing like that. It's like I want to make a place where you can come in, you don't have to say hi or bye, but you can feel part of the group. Cuz that's what I want. I hate announcing my presence and I don't like saying goodbye. It feels awkward. I love a good Irish goodbye, but I want to hang out and maybe just like interject once in a while. And I think that's like it's perfect. It's the best. You know what I'm saying? Like, and no one's offended. It's just those like things are weird. Dennis Quaid is here. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Like I'm here now. Everybody pay attention. Like I just want to like drift in and it be like I was always there, and then once I'm gone, it be like I was never there. That's my like perfect situation. Like not being conceived of, perceived of, conceived of, perceived of, conceived of. Katie. Consensual lurking. I'm all about it. Seriously. I mean, literally, if you think about it at the end of the day, like streamers are entertainment. Never should you feel emboldened to an entertain. You know? Oh, that popped my back. Yes. That was a good one. When I lurk, I'm stepping away from the PC and leaving it up. I don't mention when I'm swapping to the phone and going audio only in the kitchen. Me neither. Most of the time, like when I'm doing something, like I'm standing at my desk sewing or something, and I don't have my hands free to be like BRB lurking, but I have my audio on. I can hear it all over my house. My house is so small, so I never really feel like I'm BRBing or like like I feel like I'm there. I just walked 12 feet that way to my sewing machine or something, you know, to an ironing board, to whatever. Me too. C-Town, a couple of my cousins were chefs for a while. Fuck, dude. Their cooking at home was amazing. We have so many DIYers in chat. I got a pair of Dr. Martens. It's my first pair. Doctor said I needed to wear lace-up shoes for my poopy ankles. Anyone got tips to break them in quicker, comfortably? Okay. I've had to do this many times with shoes and stuff as a tall, big-footed person shoved into tiny shoes. The best results that I ever got in terms of like breaking in shoes and making them a little bit softer, and this is crazy, but you get like either a couple pairs of those really, really thick wool socks or like 3 or 4 pairs of socks, put them on your foot, and then dip your foot in the warmest water you comfortably can. I know this is crazy. Comfortably can. Soak those socks through, and then jam your foot into the boot, lace it up real tight, and just start walking around on it. Obviously, it has to be like a boot that can dry, but like the warm water and everything helps the leather expand and kind of break in and get nice and soft. And then moving around helps give it the joints. But I've had to do that to soccer shoes, cleats, my whole life. That's been like my journey. Because as a kid, I was shoving myself into like secondhand shoes for my brothers and sisters who all had smaller feet. So it is. There's other ways, like some people will shove a tennis ball into the end, like shove a bunch of whatever into their shoe to expand it and then hit it with a blow dryer. Some people bake their shoes with warm, like wet socks inside so it doesn't hurt the shoe. I wouldn't do any of that with leather though. That's kind of freaky. It's disgusting. It's disgusting, but it's better than, you know, going on vacation or going on a long walk with your new shoes and ending up with a blister the size of your asshole on the back of your heel. Me. It's better than that. But other than that, it's just walking around in them, which sucks. Like actually wearing in the leather. Cheers. I need a repack. Then cheers. Thought I saw something move. Queer people have pioneered for generations. I'm happy to be part of that community and rant. Hard same. A lot of them don't think I'm part of that community, but honestly, fuck them. That's what I'm trying to tell myself. The bias. We have a problem. We're just selfish or straight or we're in what is it? A phase? Or something? Ooh, so Reasonable says Doc Martens sell a Wonder Balm. Balsam? Is it balsam? That's like a polish too that softens the boot leather up. Boom. That might be worth it, honestly, especially because it's Doc Martens. My little sister loves Doc Martens. I could actually ask her. If she pops into chat, someone remind me. I've never been able to wear them. I don't know if it's the arch or something. Doc Martens are not comfortable on my feet, but I've heard, people fucking love them. Shoving soda cans in them to rate. Yep, people's soda cans, soup cans. I know people do soup cans as well, like literally shoving a giant soup can, like a big old chunky Campbell's soup can into your shoe and lacing it up as tight as possible. There's ways to do it that are I find that like the wet sock walking around in them makes it kind of like the moisture softens the leather and then it kind of forms to my foot, but you do have to be able to dry them off. You don't want to leave leather wet. Dude, Mike, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think the first time I thought to myself, I can't figure out if I want to be on that girl or be that girl. I was like 6. 30-year phase? Like, when is it not a phase? Do we have a number? Like, I've had boys come at me and try to claim this shit, whomst have eaten less pussy than myself. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Whomst are you, ma'am? This is a Wendy's. Like, I don't know what to do with this conversation right now. Well, you're with a man, so... Okay, so, like, you know how sometimes you just, like, really like McDonald's, and then one day you're like, you know what? I feel like Dairy Queen. Sometimes you want some sausage. Sometimes you want some fucking roast beef. I like variety. Fuck me. Cheers. Which video was about? I can't pull up videos because my fucking my thermal paste showed up busted, so I had to order more. Which one is it? Which one? I'm jelly. I hope you're doing well, by the way. They were on sale. I grew up just wearing Western boots, and those fit different. But I've heard good things about Dr. Martens. Me too. People, I mean, they're good shoes. They've been around for quite some time for a reason. My sister swears by them. Do you have like more of an arch of your foot, or are you more flat-footed? Stuff. Dude, people are very convinced it's either not okay to change your mind or you never do. Like, if you had an opinion at one time of your life, especially if Twitter existed and you tweeted it, you can never be different. Like, you can't change your mind. You can't learn and change as a human and grow to be better. It's crazy. I just don't understand. Like, fuck. I like variety. Fuck me. CK 2024. It is the spice. Oh my god, the fucking Zendaya memes that I have seen on the internet. Like, Dune was incredible. But I'm trying to look for, like, it'll be a meme where it's like, absolutely nobody. Zendaya. Like, with some fucking shit clipped to their face. And I laugh every time. They're all funny. Like, it gets ridiculous what people have stuck in their nose, but it is kind of hilarious. And they always put like blue contacts in or something, so it's stunning. Real talk, are more women bi than men are bi? I know this, maybe an ignorant question. I would believe, I have no idea the statistics of it. I would believe that more women are more out of the bisexual closet, if you will, simply because I think universally it's more it's less socially like offensive to be a lesbian than it is to be a gay man. For some reason. I mean, fuck, half of them won't clean their assholes because that's gay. But you know what I mean? It's I don't know if it's cuz people love lesbian porn or something. I don't know. But it's a lot. I think it's maybe socially easier for a girl to be with a girl than it is. I don't know though. Maybe I can only speak to the girl and like it wasn't hard for me, but like I was living in I lived in Bellingham, Washington. It's like liberal as fuck college town, so if you weren't gay, you kind of stuck out more, you know. I sell shoes now. My soul is leaving my body. Get the fuck out. There are also many that don't think asexual people belong. It's so bizarre to me that anyone a part of the queer community would even want it to be exclusive. Isn't the point inclusivity and trying to erase the otherness that has been stained upon us? And yet, there's a population of us fucking othering? How dare you? This is so sad. Wait, sorry. The most common reasoning I've seen boils down to playing Oppression Olympics. I hate it. The one beer and I'm going home video where the guy says, "Uh-oh," after saying he's pooping. Yeah. That one was pretty fucking good. I've got an arch. Biggest issue with shoes. Oh, then you should be fine. Biggest issue with shoes is the top of the foot. Love when I feel like my toe circulation's getting cut off by the shoe. Fits everywhere else. Oh my god. I totally understand what you mean. Hundo. So it sounds like what you need is a large toe box, and I believe Doc Martens absolutely cater to that. So it's just a matter of expanding the point where it bends so it's not like crinkling into your foot. And no shit, just like multiple pairs of thick fucking socks and wearing those around with the boots for a couple days should do that. You wouldn't even have to get them wet. Like just breaking that, like literally like walking around your house and when you're standing, like standing waiting for your tea to be done, stand on your tiptoes. Like do everything possible to bend the fuck out of the bottom of the shoe. You know what I'm saying? My take on Doc Martens, they look cool, last forever, but they're heavy and sweaty if you wear them too long. I mean, that's like anything leather, right? I don't know. I don't have leather shoes. My shoes are falling apart. I saw one the other day where, yep, I've seen one with USB in the nose. I think it was a girl that did it, but yeah, the USB in the nose, they're so fucking funny. They're hilarious. If you think that's gay, maybe you shouldn't eat right. Same skin in both areas. Seriously. It's so bizarre. Please don't say half. Please bathe. Genova. How is stroking your penis repeatedly until your male self, I'm assuming, makes your male penis feel good not gay? But like being hygienic about your weird dingleberries is gay. I don't get it. I do not. I mean, cavemen were cleaner. I don't get it. There's no logic with it. It's so bizarre. Hi, John. How are you, love? You think it's because it's cooler? Do you think it's because maybe they're tentative about being outright labeling themselves as a lesbian? Because maybe it's more acceptable to be bi. I don't know. I really don't know. That's because to most of the old men who are homophobic thinks two dudes is gross, but two chicks is hot. That was kind of my assumption. There's a comedian who has a really good stand-up act about how like there's nothing. I don't know the comedian. I don't want to say really good because it could be Louis C.K. or something. I definitely have listened to some problematic comedians before they came out as absolute sexual harassers, but they talk about like how the gayest, I mean, arguably the most manly thing you could possibly do is fuck another man in the ass. And yet, it's a pretty good stand-up. It's pretty fucking poignant. It's great. I mean, it's meant to be a joke, but it's hilarious. My boyfriend says we're all gay. We're friends with people because there's some sort of attraction connection there. Honestly, right? Like sexuality is kind of a thing that I think inherently species-wise, we love to label and categorize, and the less the columns, of categories, the more safe we feel. And we can't help it, but I mean, honestly, I think it could probably go all over the place your whole life. We change so much our whole life in so many other ways in our like beliefs, political beliefs, religious or otherwise. How come not that? I don't know. Like I said, sometimes you feel like something, sometimes you feel like another. Does that mean anything's bad about the other one or you don't like it? No, I might want to go back to it. One day, like sometimes I go through a phase where I put mustard on everything and then one day I'm like, I'm kind of tired of mustard. Oh my god, Robo, you're almost there. How are you, love? Exactly. It's just like it's like a spectrum, but it's not a line. It's like a sphere spectrum. I don't know. That's limitless. It's like the universe, right? It's forever expanding. Because really, if you think about it, we can only define it by the words we have today. But in 10 years, I mean, did non-binary exist 20 years ago? I don't know. I'm truly asking, like, when was the verbiage in modern day? I know the concept is probably ancient, like we know these things. But like the modern day like verbiage when people actually started identifying as it, because like I grew up very, middle of fuck nowhere, so very secluded. Like I wasn't exposed to anything, but um I need people to stop having sex with those folks. Dude, hard same. Like stop blowing these people. I'm a guy, I never want to be with a guy. I have no phobia or fear of it. Like, I'm okay with it. I just don't want it. I don't think everyone's bi and just not acting on it because of society. Do you want to know what Zach says? I love it. He says, I'm straight. I consider myself straight so far because I just haven't met a dick I'm in love with or something like that. It's great. He's like, I'm open to it, but I haven't met one that I need to suck or something. It's foul, but fucking hilarious. Because, I mean, seriously, like, that's maybe, I don't know. I think it's kind of I think it's very individual. I think we really can't. I think we need to stop trying to clump people and be like, well, you're not in this clump anymore if you vary in any way, shape, or form. It's like, well, why does there have to be a clump? You know? What about sex work that's legal? What about it? I think we should legalize sex, legalize, regulate, and fucking eliminate pimps. Can you imagine how, like, relaxed the world would be if, like, I'm having horrible cramps that are causing me to vomit every 15 minutes and my partner super wants a blowjob and he can just run to Starbucks and get one real quick and then come home and we're both happy because I didn't have to vomit on a dick? But that's just me. I don't equate sex with love. Sex is just an activity you get to do, and it's really cool if you love that person, but, like, it's fun. It's whatever. But, like, you know, I don't know. It's kind of like drugs. Like, I think the reason it gets ugly is because we leave it on the streets, and we ignore it, and we criminalize it instead. You know, like, we love to criminalize people addicted to drugs, but, like, what about drug dealers that are just purveying making the problem pervasive, you know, like, people love to arrest a prostitute, but, like, where's the fucking pimp who's beating her to death and got her hooked on cocaine, so she's doing this? They're doing this, I should say. You know what I'm saying? Not always the case, but a lot of the times the case. Whereas, I mean, we've all seen the Bunny Ranch. I know you did. If you had HBO as a child or you knew someone with HBO and you saw Real Sex, you saw the Bunny Ranch, where they're all, like, STD tested every single fucking day and it's totally above board and absolutely fine. Like, no one's out there burning in hell or dying because they can buy a blowjob. You know? Obviously, there's more, like, nuance to it, but in general. Rowboat, do you want to know what's funny? So I ordered the thermal paste, broke my whole PC down, broke it out. The thermal paste had exploded in the package. So, like, my PC is spotless, but I still am not. I know. I laughed. It's fine. At that point, I laughed. I just was like, I'm just glad I didn't take shit apart to where I was like, well, guess I have to wait for thermal paste to function. At least I'm still just, like, riding the ghost trails, you know? That would have been like, I didn't get that fucking far. Thank God. I'm not that dumb. But seriously, because I was saying this earlier, like, this is my logic when I know if something's this big, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to set it down. My ADHD is going to drift off for 3 hours and I'm going to forget where the fuck I set it down. So my logic was when it came, leave it in the Amazon box until I do it. So I didn't open it until I broke. Because the Amazon box is big and brown and sticks out and I'll never lose that. It exploded. I don't know. It looks like it was squished, but people in chat were saying, like, the hot, cold, and shipping can make it burst. Because it's just a little, like, metal tube. I don't, you know, like a toothpaste tube, the little guy. But the packaging and everything was dented. It kind of looked like someone fucking stepped on it. But I don't. It was in a box with, like, you know how they throw it in a box this big with all that big bubble. What do you call the big bubble wrap? You know the ones. Right? And, like, it sucks that the person didn't look at it before they shipped it. Mats? Are they really called mats? I've never known. I really had no idea. But you know the ones where it's, like, big bubbles. Cushions. Whatever, that. The box was, like, it's stupid. It's like a foot long. We Shop is classier than most shops and often has some fancier cars in their lot. I mean, I follow several SW that are out at the Bunny Ranch, and their insights are amazing and fun. One doesn't ask me anything on YouTube every Sunday. I love that. I think we need more of that because people alienate sex work so hard. Like, oh, people must be desperate. They must be on the edge of everything and need heroin if they're doing sex work. And it's like, well, they had me taking showers after gym by the time I was in, 6th or 5th grade. I've been hanging out naked with strangers for a bit. Like, bodies should be bodies should be bodies, in my opinion. I don't know. Dude, send me your shit. Yeah, Discord. Oh, I didn't get Canary because I didn't fucking fix my computer. So I have it on my phone though. I have Discord on my phone. Legal weeds for winners. I mean, the weed industry is crazy. The amount of money they probably rake in is probably asinine. Constellation, no. I don't have Apple TV. Apple TV is one of the few I don't have. I have too many fucking subscriptions. Like, I have 3 subscriptions and it's too many. I hate it. They're called Pauls. Stop it. Are you guys just fucking with me now? I'm gonna leave. I know. It's crazy to me that Denmark only outlawed bestiality in 2015. Dude, state-wise, I mean, we have a lot of states in America that haven't outlawed it at all. And the only reason I'm aware of this is I'm sure, like, if you're my age or older, you are old internet and you absolutely have heard of Mr. Hands. We don't have to go there. We don't have to talk about it. That happened in my home state. Like, my insurance card had that town's name on it my whole life. Every time I had to pull out my insurance card, I was like, well, like, so a lot of shit went down in Washington State when I lived there. And yeah, it wasn't illegal to fuck animals yet, I guess, or something. I think it is now. But like there's a lot of states where it's not. And it's like their excuse is, well, we haven't had to make a law. And I'm like, you know what? Is it that hard to just slide one in that maybe don't fuck animals? Yeah. Enumclaw, Washington, man. Enumclaw. What a weird name. But yeah, they got, yeah. Ugh. What horse? What horse? Horses are pervasive in my life in the weirdest way. Oh, God. I don't know. One of my friends has a guy's name on his license plate. Why? I know, Vex, but it could be named that. Like, I mean, growing up in sports makes you so used to just being naked in front of people. Like, I don't even think about it half the time. Hard same. That and the combination of everyone in my family is medical. All of them. All of my aunts were nurses. My mom's respiratory therapist. So, like, they just being babysit by my aunt, we'd all be sitting on her bed getting ready to go somewhere, and she'd just strip down naked and get changed and shit. Like, it's a non-factor with medicine people. So I've never had a weird thing about, I'm more self-conscious of my body in skimpy clothing than naked. Like, in a bikini, I'm like, is this too skimpy? But naked, I'm like, whatever. What the fuck? Weird. I'm here grooving out to the songs of my teens and 20s, but most of you were tiny babies when these songs came out. I might have not even been a human when this came out. What year did this one come out? Will it say it? Hold on. I might have not even been a sperm yet. What year was this? I mean, I grew up on this stuff, so it feels nostalgic to me. Like, this was on the radio and stuff, but I might have not been born when it was released. Yeah, I was definitely a 90s kid. Like, for me, it was the grunge era. The Alanis and the Nirvana and the, Cake. That was definitely, oh man, I heard a song the other day and it brought me back. I hadn't heard this song in ages. Hold on, I'll wait until this one's done. But yeah, this music feels like home to me. It's like era, I guess, like 80s, 90s. I found the 70s way later in life. My parents did not listen to any good 70s music for some reason. So like Led Zeppelin, I wasn't introduced to till like my 20s. Love them. But seriously, I knew them from movies. Honestly, I heard Boston in Guitar Hero before I'd heard Boston before. That was I knew how to sing Boston in whatever it was. Garage, was it Guitar Hero or was it the other one? Garage, what was the other one? Guitar Hero and, I want to say Garage Band. That is not it. What was that one? Oh, help. Rock Band. Wow. I was totally frozen on that. Rock Band. I played all of them extensively. Like, I would beat them the night they came out. It was crazy. But I knew that song before I'd ever actually heard Boston before. But this one, Collective Soul. Dude, this came on a random list the other day, and I immediately saved it because I hadn't heard it in so long. Like, it's a fucking banger. Oh my god, Vile. Someone in chat built their tall neck recently and said it's fucking amazing. I mean, as is expected, let's be real. 81, yeah, I don't even think I was a sperm. I was not even a swimmer yet. '81, yeah. Wow. Nope. I think my parents had been together for 1 year at that point, I think. Yeah. Cheers. Huda did it. What up, Master? How are you, love? Dude, I at the time when those games were at their like peak, I was dating a guy who loved them as well, and we would literally go to the midnight releases, and we had the drum kit and the guitar and the bass, and we'd beat the game by midnight. And then they started releasing DLC, and we really got out of it. But we would sit there on the couch, and I played bass on Expert, and he played guitar. He played guitar on Expert. It was crazy. That's hard. Like, that is not guitar playing. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'd take guitar playing over that any day. That's insane. All y'all that could do that's insane. Bass was way easier most of the time. We'd beat at that. I loved it. It was so much fun, and it was, for the most part, like, dope music. It was like classics that you kind of had forgotten about, but you were like, oh, fuck. I love that song. Or maybe, like, oh my god, who's Boston? Are they new? And everybody in the room's like, what a broken human you are, Yeah. I was born in the late 70s, and I swear I'm reincarnated. As soon as I heard 50s and 60s music, I knew that was my jam. That's kind of how I felt about a lot of 70s music. A lot of it. Led Zeppelin, very, very mainly. But a lot of just like the earlier rock and ballad stuff that was coming out of the 70s, I heard it for the first time in my 20s and was like, why isn't music this now? Like, what happened? Like hearing Plant for the first time, you're just like, oh, what the fuck? What happened? I still don't know. Napster? Maybe. You're an 81. Oh my god, 81 Babies. You're as old as that song. How do you feel? What are you smoking? Do you know what strain? I'm smoking a new one, and I actually really like it. It's like Egyptian Lotus? Was that what you were? Me using quilting clips to keep it together. Yeah, Egyptian Lotus. Allegedly 23.74% THC, and allegedly a 50-50 hybrid, but we all know what that means anymore. The amount of money was insane, and literally my ex would do it all. It was crazy. Like I think he worked, like we met working at Lowe's, so we worked together, but he worked at Lowe's to buy that DLC. It was insane, the amount of DLC that would come out. And then they started doing that shitty thing where it was like a pack of songs, and if you owned some of the songs, they didn't give you any money back. You had to like rebuy them. Like you were just paying for nothing. It was fucking bullshit. That was back in the day when there was not a check process. There was no checks. It was just like, why? Like, they were just like, fuck it. But it was fun. The Beatles pack was amazing. I definitely had the Beatles pack. I can't remember if I liked Rock Band or... I know I liked one of them over the other one. Rock Band or Guitar Hero, and I can't remember which one it was. I really cannot fucking see, like... I can't remember the differences in them. I know they looked different. I know the little, like, ducks looked different, but... One of them I preferred, and I cannot, for the fucking life of me, remember which one. Right? See, I could do expert bass too. It was like just that like sniff level down below expert guitar that made sense. I mean, I don't know how to play guitar. I don't think it has anything to do with knowing how to play guitar, but there's a lot of guitar riffs and a lot of songs that don't really match the beat you're hearing or anything, and I don't know what the fuck's going on. So it's like there's part of me that's trying to look ahead of time and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, and it never did, and so I'd be like, my fingers would just hit the wrong notes. It was, I don't know, there's something about it, man. Like the guy I was dating at the time, he actually played real guitar really well, and was still, I don't know, I don't think those have anything to do with each other though, other than maybe just general finger dexterity, just from playing guitar for so many years, like those skinny long fingers. No shit, your parents met in 1980. I think my parents met in 1982 because my mom's 1980 as well, I should say, because my mom said they were 8 years together by the time they got married, and she was preggers with me when they got married because she's a whore. I gotta grind up weed. Speaking of, there it is. talk about instantly feeling old. Just because of the year. Was it Rock Band? I want to say it was Rock Band. Like, Guitar Hero was the original OG one, right? So people were like, there was loyalists that were like, Rock Band's just a copy, but I think Rock Band had way more. And it had a full, I think it started coming out with more instruments to use as well before Guitar Hero, because Guitar Hero is guitar. I don't remember. You know what, Master John? I think everybody kind of somehow halts at an age that we just kind of feel forever. Man, I don't know what it is, but I've been getting like, TikToks that are 3 weeks old, but on Instagram because I'm old. And they're there's a trend going around where people will just make a TikTok of their like talking to the camera and they're like, so a lot of people say I look, and I'm not shitting you, for some reason I'm getting hit with this and I don't talk about my age like at any time, really, once in a while. Say it, but all these people say I look 36. Do I actually look 36? What's making me look so old? And I'm so sorry. These people look so fucking old. I'm like, oh, okay, something's happening. Because, like, wow, they look like they're ready to retire. They're like kindergarten teachers ready to retire. I don't know what's happening. 36 is being generous. And they're like worried about 36. And I'm like, man, you look like a Nana. What's happening? And then they'll say they're like 24. And I think it's the fashion. I look at it because, like, if people judged age truly the way I think age gets, like, when you're not really thinking about it, the way we kind of subconsciously judge it is by skin. I think we usually look at the way people's skin, the quality of your skin, the little lines, these little guys that start to show up. That's usually like late 30s, early 40s, depending on skin damage, whatever. But people look at fashion. And I don't know what it is, but generations don't make sense to me. So whatever. People in their early 20s, there must have been a movement of fashion that they stuck with where they started wearing those glasses from the 80s. You know the ones. They look like military giveouts. They're like the square, huge, 5 gold rims. Grandpa wore them. My grandpa literally wore them. I have a picture of him on my walls wearing them. And like high neck crew sweaters with Winnie the Pooh on them. Like embroidered Winnie the Pooh on them. I don't know what happened or where it came from, but that might be doing it. I don't know. I don't really think about like my age in terms of looks. I'll be very happy to grow old and be healthy and not have cancer, to be honest. That's all I'm aiming for. I don't care about that shit. But damn, these people, legit, I would have never guessed 36. I would have said, like, literally, you're about to retire from being a kindergarten teacher because you're wearing a necklace made of wooden apples. What happened? What is this? Sun damage. I think sun damage is what ages people out. I think when people look older than normal, it's always sun damage. Or, I mean, to me, or like dressing. I mean, that fashion is literally the 80s. Like the crew neck sweater that is pink with an embroidered Tasmanian devil. You know the one. Just a Taz right here. Or a Pink Panther. And then fucking just these giant wire-rimmed glasses. And so when I see someone wearing that, I assume you were of age to choose fashion in the 80s, which means you're fucking a lot older than me. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't care how old I look. For real. Truly. I hope I don't smell. That's goal A. It's like Golden Girls, like but like I don't want to say worse, like older, because the Golden Girls had like vitality, sass, fuckedness, fuckery. I don't know. I don't know. We shouldn't worry about how old we look. Like, what does that have to do with anything? You could be dying on the inside and look young as fuck. What does that have to do with fucking anything? At the end of the day, really. I don't know. I feel like the conversations you have with people and the connections you make via that is going to be a lot more valuable in any time than how old you look. I don't get it. In all fairness, Gen Z is also incredibly stressed out. We have the highest unemployment rates in a generation. It just keeps growing each year. Dude, Fox, I was reading, was I reading an article or I might have been listening to a podcast? I don't remember. I obtained some information recently. I don't want to misquote. I don't remember. One of the podcasts I was listening to, but they were talking about the generational. It was a psychology podcast. I was listening to a couple psychologists talk about this, and it was a generational difference in I don't know. I don't know like the Gen Alpha Z. There's too many generations at this point. I don't really know, but I think it's around Gen Z, like around 10 years younger than me ish. In that like the 10 years younger than me, I think. After millennial. I'm an elder millennial. I don't fucking know. Generations are stupid. But anyways, they're like the most informed and most like intelligent. How do I say it? They're the best generation at like being fed some facts, going and doing some actual real research because they're learning how to in school and shit like that, and actually learning like they're the best at learning true facts and like they're the most educated and most like independently intellectual, I should say. But they're the generation with the least hope ever in history, including the fucking depression. And I don't know how they calculate these numbers. I don't know how any of this is done. But it was fucking sad because then they go on and you're like, wow. Because of this independent intellectual nature and on top of having just access to so much information on the internet and stuff like that and the economical status of the world, there's nothing proving them wrong. And, you know, like, I think, like, millennials, we're just trying to make it to tomorrow at this point. I don't know what we're defined at. But I know as a generation, I think, we're very open. We get made fun of by the boomers. Boomers are like, you guys all want to talk about your feelings. And I'm like, do you want to pay my psychologist bills? I'll shut up if you do that, bitch. You break it, you buy it. Money, please. But I think maybe because I know I'm friends with a ton of people in Gen Z, yeah, that's like Eliza's generation, I think. No, she's like the very end of millennial, beginning of Gen Z. I don't fucking know. Again, generations confuse me. But I have a lot of friends in that era who kind of like, they're just so fucking knowledgeable. And they have cited resources. And it's amazing. But they're not like, I'm going to be X when I grow up, or I'm working towards this thing. They're just kind of like, I think I'm just going to try to figure out something that'll pay the bills. Even though they could do like so much more because they're just lacking this hopeful future. And, you know, my generation being really open about what it's like, I think it dissolves that gossamer of, oh, if you just go to college and get a degree, you can get a high-paying job and afford the world. That's all you got to do. And, you know, for maybe my parents, that was true. Maybe. I mean, according to my mom, when she came out of school, she was making $3 an hour as a respiratory therapist. So I don't know how fucking real that was. But it wasn't real for us. And it's not real. And most of us are hashing out more in student loan payments than we are on our rent, if we can afford rent, with our 7 roommates that are not our sexual partners most of the time. And we're out here like, nah, bitch, don't buy into it. Don't fucking do it. Don't believe him. It's not real. It wasn't real when I was there, and I doubt it's real for you because it's worse now. Don't do it. Run. Just fucking run. Run. Technical school. Because it's no benefit for me to lie to you. I don't want to see anybody suffer. I don't want to see people, just because you're 10 years younger than me, I did it, so you have to. Fuck that. Fuck that sideways. That mentality is broken. You're broken if you think that way. Go talk to somebody. Gen X are here, and I think we were the last great crossover gen when we saw the end of so much tech and the beginning of so much more tech. I think I was, because I'm like, I don't know, the generations are stupid, but like considered, I think like elder-ish, millennial, whatever. I was not born into technology by any means, but I didn't see the end of tech. Like, you know, I was born into like the end of 8-track, the beginning of tapes, but tapes were, I feel like tapes were like a blink, and then it was CDs, and then MP3s, and now we're here. Like, it was so rapid. Like, my parents had a record player. That's how we listened to music for quite some time. And then we had a couple 8 tracks that died. Then with DVDs, wasn't it HD and Blu-ray and porn made Blu-ray win? Like that, I saw that, but I wasn't born into like we didn't. I definitely grew up in the sticks a little bit different, but most people my age didn't grow up with dish or internet. I don't think anybody with my age had internet. That was a rich people's game, if you even had a computer, and not just in small town world. Like most people, I think, like born around the mid to late '80s, it was a rich people's game to have that kind of shit. Like if you knew someone who had a car phone in the '90s, like oh shit, they must be a doctor or something. No shit, the people I knew with a car phone, dermatologists. That was not something you saw. I mean, it's definitely like a trope now, but I didn't know more than one person ever with a car phone ever, and it was that dermatologist parent. Me neither. We didn't have a computer till I was like late middle school, and that was, the shitty McShit stock ass HP thing that could barely breathe. And then high school, we got a mildly better one, but the internet didn't come till late high school. The concept of that was very baffling to me. I think I literally learned what the internet was because I don't know how I got it. I attained EverQuest. Or no, Dark Age of Camelot, not realizing I needed this thing called the internet to play. So I brought up this thing called the internet to my parents. I was like, I got this game. It was like, expensive. I don't know how much the game, in the box. It had the lady elf on it. I can still see it. It was expensive. Like, we need this thing called the internet. I don't know what that is. We literally physically couldn't get it to our house. Like, a neighbor had to petition to have it dug underground. It's crazy. But that's how I learned what the fuck it was. Weird to even... It's so weird. Because life doesn't feel much different, but it is so fucking different. So fucking different. Oh, no! No! Disappointing news. The decal sheet of my tall neck was stuck to the manual. How did that happen? No. That's sad. People have told me this before many times, but Lego is notorious for sending you replacement parts. Like, absolutely free of charge, right? Aren't they pretty great about that? Right, Knives, if you have 7 roommates, you aren't having any sexual partners, or you're having all of them. Not that I've been there. My 2 brothers are boomers, but I'm Gen X, and I get along with the millennials, with more with millennials than Gen X. My theory is that Gen Xers had video games, computers, the internet, so we have more in common. Gen X is older than me, right? That's like the generation of the 80s. 80s and late 70s, right? I have fucked more Gen Xers than I have any other generation. Fun facts. I think I get along with them for some reason, or at least their genitals. Fun facts about Katie. Same, Jackie. I think about that sometimes. Like, I miss being unreachable and that being okay, not offensive, and normal. And there was a time when we all just accepted that it was normal to check in 50 times while someone's on the road. Or like, say you make plans for a couple weeks from now to go to dinner. At some point it became normal for almost every 3 days for someone to be like, we still on for the next Thursday, we still on for next Thursday, we still on for next Thursday, we on for today, we on for tonight, we on still, I'm here, are you here, I'm here, are you at the door, I see you, oh my god, hi. What happened? We used to just be like, yeah, next Thursday at 8, and if you didn't show up, you were a douche. Or probably dead. I miss that kind of. I miss going on a drive and not being expected to check a phone. Like, it just being accepted, Katie's out. And that's okay. I miss that. And now it's like, no one doesn't have their phone. Why didn't you check it? Because I was at the zoo, and I'm so sorry that a sloth is more interesting than you will ever fucking be. My bad! Cheers. Did it just play the same song twice? Oh, this is it just literally went from shout to a shout mix. Do we want this again? I love the original. I don't mind the mix, but that's a weird way to shuffle a list. I felt like I was in the Matrix for a minute. I'm such a pup in the chat. Dude, our chat is diverse as fuck. You'd be surprised. I think the younger people in our community are more apt to be lurkers and to be multitasking, whereas a lot of the people who are like my age and older are at work. Like, and using Twitch as like a thing where they're hanging out on the side thing, like they're working at home and shit like that. That's just what I've noticed. But seriously, there's all over the board. And it's always been that way. I think that's kind of cool. That's the one of the coolest things about, I think, like a social, what would you call 'em? Like kind of a faceless social area where you can come in and you just be yourself and no one's judging you on by like how you look or how you stand, or maybe if you look really young. Like, people can connect across many years if we just like fucking stop being so judgmental. But I mean, I'm sure we've all seen a fuckboy who turned out to be a fuckboy and we were like, wow, that stereotype fit. We've been confirmed too many times at this point. It's hard. I get it. I'm guilty as charged. But there's something about it, you know? There's absolutely facts that there's a global depression happening. Looks in mother's direction who calls me 40 times a day. I couldn't. I don't. Why did that become a thing? Because people became neurotic. Because, I don't know, people became neurotic because they could. I think there's a lot of people, probably myself. I'm not going to exclude myself. I'm an anxious person. I don't know if I would have. I didn't. But I'm sure there's people where they make plans and that whole time they are actively anxious. The other person has forgotten or isn't going to show up. And now that they're given a tool to act on that anxiety and no one's telling them not to, they just do. You know? No one's there being like, pretty soon people are going to stop making plans with you, bitch. You got to stop. You know? It's like giving an addict the tool. It feeds into it. And I'm sure I've done it too. I'm a very anxious person, especially when I'm not on drugs and therapy and all that. We're all guilty of it, I'm sure, in one way or another. I've never been neurotic about that kind of thing. Like, I definitely am okay with just making plans, not talking about it, and being there. But to each their own. But no shit, I've noticed that, like, whenever age comes up, if it comes up, it's all over the board. And I love that. Like, I think that's really cool that it doesn't matter. And we make it matter a lot more in person than it should. But it's been that way since day one. Seriously, I remember when I very, very first started streaming, when I was streaming fucking Skyrim every day, I would stream like 8 to 5. And the vast majority of people that were hanging out, if any, were all lurkers. And they would be like, yeah, I'm at work. And I just put you on in the background like a podcast because you talk so fucking much. And I was like, sick. And that was like, what, 9 years ago? Still doing it today. I'm cool with it. I love it. I love that anybody wants to hang out for any reason. Hello, Metal. How are you, love? Oh my god, capybaras are amazing. The more I learn about capybaras, the more fascinating they are. Like, what a fucking strange one. Like, there are so many fascinating animals in the world, but that's one of the weirdest. They're amazing. Remember calling a friend? Oh my god. Or remember someone picking up the phone to make a call while you're trying to connect to the internet? Just about to go into Dark Age Camelot fucking raid. Someone picks up the goddamn phone. Don't do that. The fury in my soul. I remember disconnecting phones from walls at a certain point just to like do something in a game. I call my mom religiously twice a week, just making sure she's still alive. Purely selfishness on my part, but still gonna do it twice a week. In my opinion, that's not needy. That's average. A normal check-in for someone you care about and want to talk to. I mean, for fuck's sake, most of the people I talk to in my life, I talk to like via text or memes or something almost every day. Let's be real. I think that's pretty fucking reasonable. If it's like years off or something like that, like I've definitely made travel plans with people that are years in advance, 100%. Oh my god, Luna, should we bake? I have a lol bolded bolt. Yep, that one. Been talking for a while now, believe it or not. It's just broken. I gravitate to streamers closer to my own age. Katie Co, folks, late Gen X, early millennials. I honestly have a lot of trouble watching younger Gen folks. Maybe that's just the disconnect between life experiences or something. That and there's like I have the same. I have the same. Every once in a while, I find a creator who's like 5 or 6 years younger than me, and I find out about that after watching them for a while, and I get kind of astounded. I'm like, oh wow, I'm astounded I'm still here. It doesn't make me go away. I'm like, oh cool. But there's something about, and this is no shade. Please don't. I just think I can't help it. I think about psychology stuff all the time. It's fascinating to me. Human psychology is fascinating. But the generations that grew up with social media, like were born into it, you know, like MySpace and Facebook and all that. There's something about the like. Do you remember like old PewDiePie shit? That just like obnoxious, loud, in your face, constant cutscenes, just like someone shouting bullshit over Minecraft or something. There was something about that that just like that generation was raised to think that's what content is. No fault of theirs. Like we didn't have it to have an imprint. We just made our own. And I think like all the people you name, like most of us are just like the most casual variety. Hang out, chat, play random games, do whatever the fuck, hang out with the community, like mostly there for the people kind of thing. Whereas I've noticed a lot of younger streamers who are vastly more successful than me, billionaires, like no shade. I can't. How could I? But they almost never interact with chat. Granted, their chats are wild at this point, but they're putting on a 6-hour show, which holy fuck. I'm so sorry. I'm here to tell you, you just got me, motherfuckers. You got stoned me, I guess. Wow. But it's basically what was those condensed YouTube videos in a stream. And that feeds what a lot of people just grew up, like that's entertainment to them. Like that's, and it's no shade. It's just what was that, I guess. I don't know what made us. Maybe because we didn't know what to do. Like half the people of the early media era, we just like put a camera on and we're like, hi. Oh, I don't know. That's all I did. I didn't know what the fuck to do. Dance, monkey. I mean, for me, I'm entertained by talking to other people and learning about them. I love talking to you guys and learning about all the different aspects of your life and what you guys do and like the vastness of your intellectual cloud. I don't know how the fuck to describe it. The soup that is us. That's entertainment to me, which is why I think this is fun. And I like to watch streamers like this that just talk and hang out and like go on tangents and shit. But I've always found conversations with people fun and interesting. People are interesting. Most. Don't get me wrong. There's duds out there. But most. Even some duds, once you get them warmed up, they've usually got some interesting shit in them. It's just someone taught them that they're not interesting, so they don't want to share. Which is sad. Because like the most uninteresting thing can be fascinating if you're passionate about it. I never watched PewDiePie. All I know about him is watching videos talking about him using the N-word in an angry way. Again, not my era of content, but obviously popular. I'm really proud to say there hasn't been a problematic streamer, or YouTuber, I should say, or streamer that I have actively participated in their audience, which gives me hope that I have a good judge of character. It hasn't happened yet. Brad was his editor and quit. Yeah. Brad got the fuck out. Good for him.
Hail Satan, motherfucker.
Cheers, Luna. I know nothing about Mr. Beast at all. I've heard the burgers taste like crap. But I think he might be one of those tubers who's built for that younger generation that's that fast, loud, obnoxious, kind of like come at you constant stimulation. No shade. It's just what you were raised with, so you can't help it. I mean, I was raised with no TV, so I like to read books and sit in silence and sew like I'm 80. It's fine. We're all fucked in one way or another. I'm interested to see what chat's opinion on this is. There's a friend of mine who streams with an avatar, a cute little orange cat, but for whatever reason has started doing burlesque type strip shows that people pay bits to see. Like a rebrand of their content kind of thing? Eh? A lot of people rebrand. I don't know. I guess it depends on, like, what did they do when they were the cat? Did they talk and play games and shit? I mean, if it's a total switch up to the content, I wouldn't say it's weird, but, like, I wouldn't fault anyone for not watching me anymore if I took my content from being an avatar of a cat to suddenly just doing something so different that is completely off base with, like, the people that wanted to hang out before. I wouldn't put it on them. I'd be like, "Yeah, no, this is different now." Oh, he has candy too, no shit. Momo, me too. Same. Yeah. I grew up, I think a lot of it was growing up the second youngest of, like, a lot of kids. A lot of it was just sitting around listening to other people talk. Because if I spoke, I was interrupting somebody, which I'm fine with, but I kinda like that. I like listening. People are interesting when you just let them talk. It's actually I think it's, like, something psychologists use in therapy is letting silence sit. Because more often than not, people will fill it and fill it with interesting shit when their brain's, like, desperate. Hello, Miniman. How are you, love? Ooh, I'm smoking Egyptian Lotus. It's a new strain I picked up, but I like it. It's mellow. It doesn't make me feel, like, sleepy, which is nice. Or is she still a cat? Is she like I was thinking like a VTuber cat. Is she actually like a furry? I mean, there's an audience for it. As long as it's a consensual thing and she wants to do it. Yeah, exactly. If it's not hurting anyone and everything's consensual, fucking rock on. But I could see how it's, like, I guess, weird to people who, like, really enjoyed the previous content and now feel like they don't have that anymore. That sucks. But a lot of people rebrand. I've known so many streamers that to this day I'll still accidentally call them by their old screen name or something because they rebranded or whatever. To each their own. I mean, I think Twitter is a great example of where that's not always the best plan. Twitter. 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 Oh, there's what's his Freddy hair on my mic. Oh, sweet. I could see the big blonde curls. Oh, I miss that ball fuzz. He was such a sweet dog. Yeah, a dead name that bitch any day. I'm stealing that from the blessed. That was so funny. Twitter. It's like a VTuber cat. And does the VTuber cat do the burlesque dances? Dude, that's fucking hilarious. But, like, that's awesome. I think that's kind of dope. If it ain't hurting nobody, it's kind of cool. I mean, I know I'm really, like, sexually liberal, I guess one might say. Like, the other day when that Twitch shit came down and Twitch was like, "We're now going to ban content that focuses on a sexualized part of the body for an extended period of time." And I had no idea what they were talking about. And chat was like, "Oh, check this. Don't put it on stream, obviously, but check this." And there was like one person who had, I mean, an incredible ass. They quite obviously work on tight green screen booty shorts. And then they had Fortnite playing on their ass. I mean, they were booty shorts. They were below cheek. You did not see cheek. It was genius. I commend. I think that's fucking great. That's hilarious. But then, of course, another streamer has to take it to, I'm just going to wear a G-string and show everyone my brown skins as close as I can to a camera, and now it's ruined. You know? I don't know. People love to be shitty with each other. Live and let live, as long as it's legal and consensual, in my opinion. It's those I mean, is that even the same thing? Come on. I mean, that was their argument, that person. They were like, "Oh, it's the same thing. I just put my butt on camera." And it's like, that's not the same thing. This person went the extra mile of getting green screen booty shorts and green screening their ass. And it was fucking hilarious. Genius. Innovative. It's great. I mean, I can go so many other places other than Twitch to see someone's brown eye. Like all the other places. And it's better. And there's more. I don't know. To each their own. I have no problem with that shit being on Twitch. Like, it attracts the people I don't want in my chat, so go. But, whatever. Oh my god, Luna, no, that's fucking fantastic. Was it an outfit, or was it actually, like, did they do, like, the pixelization with their camera? I don't have a hot tub. The closest we're gonna get to a hot tub stream is when I can eventually replace my PC. I've vowed to smash this one in my yard with a sledgehammer in a bikini. But I don't have a hot tub. Those are people soup. I don't know if I could use it without cleaning it thoroughly every single time anybody else got in it. I know too much. Or I don't know. I know too much that leads me to be too much. I don't know. People soup. And like Ko's tub is full of hair, man. I don't know. I'd have to see some bill of sale proof that shit was cleaned. There's so much curly hair, dark curlies in that fucking soup. People get real weird around Laura. She's fine. She's a YouTuber, Twitch, and if people can't understand that she does it of her own volition, it's a societal belief that women cannot be successful on their own. There's always got to be a backer of a male in some way, shape, or form. It's very much it's a thing. I'm sure you're aware of it. I don't have to fucking preach to you guys. You're woke as fuck. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I hate that people try to make woke a bad word. Why would it be bad to have your eyes open and be fucking knowledgeable and learn? When did it become cool to be stupid? Jackie, I used to have one. And for some reason, Trick has this wonderful habit. He likes to dig in water. I think he's splashing it on his wiener. I don't know. But no matter what, my dogs love water, which is great. Like if I take them to a lake or something, they jump right in. They love to swim. But we got like a dog kiddie pool specifically meant for dogs so that the claws wouldn't bust through. But obviously they're not dig proof. And because Trick likes to put his front body in it and then dig in the water, he just keeps clawing the bottom of them out. I would have to get something with like a steel bottom. It's just insane. But I wish, because they love water, but they bust all my pools. Shave Zach all over? The ingrown hairs would be cruel. It's like a teabag that bursts. That visual's sick. That's the criticism about titty streamers that I hate. Y'all sexualize our bodies for thousands of years, but for the moment we capitalize off it, we're a disgrace to society. No shit, when Twitch did this tweet out, Kills came by and he's like, oh good, I just wanted to make sure your cleavage wasn't out, Katie, just in case, because I know, just chatting, God forbid someone sees your torso. And I was like, yeah, but in some cultures, it's your collarbones. Like, how far do I have to go at this point? Hair, I mean, for real. It's everywhere. Help me. It's just like, I don't know how to beat it. I know that they know that we know exactly what they mean, but like anybody could come to my stream and be like, Katie streamed for 6 hours with boob crack out, which is inarguably a sexualized part of a body. Like, what? Where's the Miniman? Sleep well, drink water, and don't forget to brush your teeth. I love you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, absolutely. C-Town, dude. The kid in my class that was like the school bully, captained the football team, and did all the stupid shit for attention, like Jackass. Year after he graduated, dove drunk into a lake, snapped his neck, and leaves in a wheelchair. It is the most tragic shit ever, but holy shit, if karma isn't real. Whoa. Don't wish that shit on your worst enemy. Shit's disgusting, but damn. Don't drink and dive into bodies of water you're unfamiliar with either. My God. Ooh, a photo. Yeah, I can probably pull a photo. It's like my computer. This one is my gaming computer. It's just this one, I can't do the black magic with the music. So, like, this one's fine, but all the audio would be on my VOD, and then we'd get our channel shut down. We'd be fucked. And the other one's the one we'd be delicate with. But I can. This is fantastic. It's actually the blur. That's hilarious. Did they get in trouble for this? That's fucking hilarious to me. Wait, you have cleavage? I mean, only with a sports bra on, no shit. But, I mean, I have to wear that because God forbid you see the outline of nipples everybody else has. In a wimple? Dude, I might have one. That's something I should have pulled out today since we can't do music. Maybe we'll do that some other day this week. It's disgusting. I recently, like, just put all of my costume stuff in one area, and I'm not shitting you when I say it's probably a 5-foot tall pile. It's like bins with a pile on it because the bins got so full and I'd stepped on them too much. They're solid at this point, so I just started throwing stuff on top of like 3 bins. Like, bins. It's insane. And every time I walk in this room and look at it, I'm like, not today. That is going to be out. I just want to do it on stream because I feel like having music and conversation will separate my brain. I will do it. I will do it. It's just, I've got a lot. There's a lot. It's fucking excessive. C-Town, I mean, but like, how far does sexualized part of body go? Well, reasonable, that's my opinion. That's exactly how I live my life. Dress how you want. I would say humans will jerk off to anything. At any time. It doesn't matter what you do. I mean, honestly, to me, the unseen is often more like yum, yum, yum than the seen. You know? Like, that can be yummier. It's just like people need to learn how to control themselves. Like shit in your head and walk away. It's cool to be in your head and be like, wow, that looks tasty, and walk the fuck away. Dude, my Nana ate 7 femme nipples back in the Depression out of starvation. Died immediately of tuberculosis. Niplosis, for short. It's crazy. Beware the knops. A wimple on your winky? I feel like boobs are like my tattoos. I forget they're a factor until someone else points them out. And then I'm just like, oh, fuck, you're right. Like, they just become part, I don't really think about it. It's not something I have to maintain or do anything about until someone else mentions it. And then I'm like, oh, shit, you're right. There's a dog fuzz on me, or it's on my mic. It keeps touching me. Nameless, that's kind of how there's so much free porn in the world. Like, I think was it Claricia tweeted this a while ago? Like, Twitch just needs to make a sister website called Twatch. And just like, if people fuck up their category, be like, hey, we're throwing you over on Twatch, and everybody will know where to go. Like, I got nothing against porn. Everybody consumes it. We all love a naked. But, I mean, if you're going to throw down some rules, they can't be this vague. They can't be this weird. Like, just split it and be like, do you want to be naked? That one. Are you cool with not being naked? That one. And there's nothing wrong. It's just like, people are going to go where they like no matter what. If people want porn, they're going to go to Pornhub. They're not going to come to Twitch for the most part. I'm not competing with Pornhub. Who the fuck isn't aware of that? Come on now. Oh, dude, let's take a break real quick. I haven't told anyone about your day, Rod. So if you want to tell them, but Rod's in my backyard. I'll bring the dogs out and we'll come say hi real quick and get the barking over. He got a tattoo, but Rod's had a rough day. We need a hug. Oh my God, Tumblr's like, I was just thinking about Tumblr yesterday. It's so weird you bring that up. Bernadette Banner started a channel on the website which shall not be named that consisted only of pictures of her ankles. I love that. Oh, I love that. That's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. Anything. I mean, I'm not. It's like not to overshare, but for me, I love like people's upper back area, forearms, your hands. Oh my god, I've been more sexually attracted to hands than I can think of in my life. The way someone smells, I don't know. Like it's just like tends to be a perk if there's big old boobies I can go into, but that's not, you know? No, I can't be horny on stream. It's weird. No, I don't think we have to stab anybody, but we're gonna give Rod some love. Unless, I mean, Rod could. I mean, we'll leave that up to Rod. If Rod wants kneecaps punched in, that's fine. Dude, right time and place. And like, we all have the ability to enjoy some titties and not be weird about it, right? I can just walking around, you see someone. Yes, beautiful titties. Move on with your day. I don't need to get titty to get it, you know? I just can admire and move on like a piece of art. Like, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Next, right? Oh, I totally get it. Like the back of a neck area. Oh my god. Sarah Silverman has a bit on how many people she's fallen in love with on an airplane just by looking at the back of their neck for 12 hours and fantasizing about their life with the back of a neck. Same. That's me, like hands and forearms and shit, which was problematic working in a surgical center. But no shit, it's sexual. Like it doesn't take a culture to make your sexual preference on something super strong. Like it can be individual across the board. Like must we hide the hands? All right, let me go get Rod. Entertain yourselves. Get some water. Stretch your dicks. We're gonna give Rod metaphorical hugs, but you know my dogs, of course, they're gonna freak out and lick him all over because they love him. So I'm gonna go get that over with. We'll be right the fuck back. Welcome, Rod Burt. Can I just say, it's crazy the dichotomy, like the amount that my dogs fucking love Rod, and there's no reason they didn't like Nate. Nate is wonderful, but man, they hated him for some reason. And like look, Bill is so excited. Hi. She's out there wagging her tail, going to get snuggles. Help me, there's someone in my house. So how are you today, stranger?
So I haven't said it.
Thank you for doing a shout out. This is my friend Rod, by the way. He streams. Give him a follow.
I had to put down my newbie today, my 17-year-old dog that I've had since before I moved to Colorado. So it was
sad.
Yeah, that and he's on stream but not playing a Yakuza game. It is very confusing, but and then I figured out that I had found a Amazon scammer who was trying to publish my book. So in fact, they were just stealing money from me. So it's been a day. So I got out of my tattoo session, and now I'm getting puppy love.
And then you paid someone to stab you a bunch, but it's fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
Can you pull it up on your phone? Can you show them on my... I didn't do Discord yet because I didn't fix the fucking thermal page.
So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, I'll put it in your Discord too.
Yeah, we have a tattoo channel in Discord. For everybody, by the way. Post your tattoos. We love them. But my fucking glare. The camera, the light, all the light, but it's super clean.
It is Ripley.
Like really, really clean Ripley. It's gorgeous.
With the
lines. Yeah.
He killed it. So yeah, it's been a day. I am when you have something in your life for that long, like I said, he turned 17 in January, and we've had him since he was 8 weeks old. So
yeah, Ripley. And how old was Ripley? 17.
Newbie was 17.
Newbie,
yeah,
excuse me,
yeah, it was
sorry.
17. Yeah,
17. That is, and Newbie was a pit bull, right?
No, he was a Boston Terrier Beagle mix.
Boston Beagle. He was the brindley color, but like that is a fuck. I was just telling Rod, like I know you guys know we lost Millie a few years back, and it's been the most horrible, our queen. But there's nothing you can say. Like losing your love, your baby, your furry love is the worst thing in the world. But like Rod gave this dog inarguably the most, fucking fabulous last year of his life. I can't even begin to express to you. Just, I mean, not even grazing the surface. Home cooked hamburger, fresh from mom and dad every day for all the meals. Like, because he couldn't eat food. He wasn't eating food. So they were like, whatever we can get. I mean, literally, this dog got like unintentionally the best send out.
Went out doing what he loved.
Yeah, it was a case of like whatever the dog will eat that won't kill him, and it was hamburger. Which, I mean, fuck, dude, if that's what you have to do, and not like they were like, this is his last year, like we better give him whatever. It was just unintentionally,
Yeah, whatever he needed to.
whatever he
survive.
needed to go.
Yeah.
Fissy love, how are you?
JSA.
Are you gonna send in for the new sticker decal file? What up, Dead Minds? I hope you're well, Honey Bean. Oh, I mean, Music Man, you guys know I do it for these dogs when they get a tummy ache. Like, do the pumpkin rice, chicken mush. You do what you got to do to make your dog feel okay. Like, no one would sit there and let their dog feel not okay and not eat. But I think we were just talking about it outside. It basically got to the point where it was like, you know, are we extending life for us or for the dog? And
Yeah, he stopped eating a couple days ago, and he was going in.
he's so happy. I was just trying to move it so they could see him. He fucking loves Rod.
It's funny with all the home, like, because the Frenchies now with their sensitive little stomachs only really Gizmo eats kibble with it, but they both live on chicken and rice now.
Yep. I mean, Millie was like, I did that like organic origin, which is what they eat, but like
Yeah.
really high end Canadian dog food her whole life, which was great. And towards the end, I mean, she had tummy issues. We had to do a lot of rice and chicken and stuff.
Yeah.
And like, thank fuck we had it, because I don't know what else I would do. I remember going to the vet. I remember telling you guys this. This was like a year or two before Millie like got really bad. But I went to the vet and I was like, yeah, she's not really eating her food and stuff. And he's like, well, I can totally understand putting her down if you don't want to make food. And I was like he said that to me out my car window. This was during COVID. And I had to wait in my car and they brought her back out to me and they're like, yeah, we'll put her down if you don't want to feed her. I was like,
I'm going to burn this place down.
yeah, like, I don't think I'm coming back here ever. Please give me back my potato with sticks. Thank you so much. Like, it just makes me think how many people just put their animals down for, like, I mean,
Dumbest reasons.
out of laziness,
Yeah.
I guess?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, what is that? Yeah, that's Red Dragon. That's me. I like, pull my fucking safety knife out of my center console that is supposed to be there to cut my seatbelt if I get trapped somewhere.
What do you mean the vet burnt down? What
I know.
Huh.
The emergency vet office burned to the ground. Wow. During COVID, weird. I wonder if they were like maybe, I don't know, suggesting extreme things out of nowhere. Like, I too, like, once, you guys know, once Millie lost her legs and shit, we took her in. Like, I did not torture my fucking dog just so I could have a corpse around my house. No one would do that if you love their animal. But like, cooking my dog the pumpkin rice and white chicken.
Dude, I will say that I think I've top 10 times I've cried. That video you guys posted of the first time you gave her
The wheels.
and she is just like, it was like a
So
puppy.
happy.
Yeah.
That video gives me happy joy all the time. It makes me cry, but like happy cry because her soul. I know, but my potato with sticks. This is just so, it's so like, I cannot for the life of me come up with why Nate made her so nervous, because he is so lovely and wonderful and loud, just like Zach. He's like tall and skinny like Rod, but for some reason, Lilith fucking hated him. And then Rod shows up and she's all tail wags and snuggles, which is what I expect. But I just like, I want to make her comfortable with all the people. And I'm like, who hurt you? Was it Scott?
I mean, it's Scott.
It's always Scott. Fuck that guy.
I hope he ends up in a city that has 7 people in it if his wife gets a new job.
Exactly, Viata. And that's what most people would do, right? Like, Viata said, my cat has FIV, renal disease, and they think pancreatic cancer. She gets whatever the fuck she wants for as long as she wants, right? It's the least we can do for the companionship and unconditional love they give us for X amount of years, my God.
Yep.
Like, fuck. We quite literally get them for therapy, basically. Like, they make me happy to pet. There's my serotonin. Least I can do is make them a meal or something and make them comfortable. My God. It makes me think like some people think their dogs are like disposable.
It's
Like
people,
Tupperware. Fucking, I saw snot. Just.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. There are people that have they're just the same like with kids that have dogs because they're an accessory. They're like
Yes.
they
Ugh.
like it's the status quo. Like, oh, I have this dog, so other people can think, oh, they have this. It's like I'm meeting
So
requirements
dumb.
for like the perfect American home. Not that.
Yep.
And
It's I got my lifted truck with that decal on the back that says no fat chicks. And I've got my pit bull, which I'm going to train to be afraid of everything, so it growls at the world and is intimidating. And I've got my innie. I don't know. It's so weird to me. Like, how dare you? I mean, people have done it with spiders and snakes. Get it to look cool in a picture and then don't put a heating light on it and starve it. People do it with all sorts of shit. They're just so fucking. It's life.
they
Like, I don't know how you do that.
They don't love animals. They love the idea of animals.
The image of
Yeah,
it. It's the same with people putting little dogs into purses. It's the there's a word. Image is the word for it, but it's like the projected whatever. It's
Yeah.
oh, there's another word I was trying to think of.
I mean, it's like when you get a dog and they like keep the dog outside, even though it's not good for the dog.
Did I tell you about that episode of Caesar Milan I watched?
No, I don't think so.
So when I got these guys, I went on a Caesar Milan kick. He's not perfect, nobody's perfect, but he had some really good advice. Like he's got some great shit in there. And I just want to go closer, Bill. Hold on, you're pushing me away. And there was one episode, and normally what he does is every episode he visits a family, and they are a family that really want to get a dog, but they're looking for help on how to integrate a dog into the family, or it's something like that. So they work with this family the whole episode, like, what kind of lifestyle you have to lead to have a dog, the chore schedule for the kids and the parents to walk the dog, how it has to be a family thing, blah, 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 blah. At the very end of the episode, he usually picks a dog, oftentimes from his own, like, cluster. He has, like, a herd of dogs that he's rehabilitating, picks a dog for them, brings it to their house, and it's like a medium-sized, lab or something like that. I don't even remember. And the mom's like, we were actually looking for something we could just tie in the yard. And it's like at the end of the episode, and I don't even remember what went down. Like, I don't remember how it concluded because I think I just blacked out. It was just wild.
And then their house burned
Yeah.
down.
And then he fucking killed them.
Oh,
It's just baffling. I just don't. I mean, I can understand being ignorant to it. Maybe before you had a dog, he loved you. Trick is laying on the ground, but struggling so hard to also lay his head on Rod's thigh. It is the most precious love right now. It's just he acts the same when Vissy's here. Like it's just weird that he's okay with everybody, but severely is addicted to those two. Lilith, for some reason, I don't know. She's picky.
When I dropped Zeke's controller
You guys like my
off,
look at my bush.
Katie's got pubes out of control.
Don't look at my sexualized parts on camera for too long.
As long as your butt isn't a green screen.
I know. Fuck, I have to throw my green pants away.
So I don't know why she was doing it. Yesterday, Kin was wearing a green shirt on her stream, and she looked like it reminded me of the Bob's Burgers when Tina tries out for the school news, and Kin looked like a floating head like Tina.
We were joking about that on stream. I was like, I could just hang up a piece of green felt and cut a head hole out of it.
Yeah.
Just like poke my head in. Hey guys, welcome.
I know. You could fuck the nose holes, Knives. You could fuck the nose holes with your micro peen.
Rod, can you cover your nose? It's too erotic. Thank you. Better? No, there's dog hair on my hand. I can't. It's gonna touch my face.
Okay, I'm blocked by a poodle.
I know, Red Dragon. I mean, it's just, you wonder why I just don't understand. Like, I feel like the vast majority of people who are willing to pay a vet bill are probably willing to go the extra mile to take care of their animal. Like, most of us are the type that, like, if our animal's not elderly, like, where's the credit card sign up? Let's fucking go. I know if it wasn't like a what's the word? Like a fatal cancer or something, obviously, within means. But like if I had a puppy that got ran over, like I'd shell out credit. I would do it.
It was, I mean, Newbie was on until like January. He was on health, like the pets, like the Banfield healthcare plan, and then I was like, you just need to take because he couldn't. They wouldn't do anything to him, right?
Yep, yep.
And I'm like, so just take him off, and then like when it was time, you know. But,
Yep. It's the worst time you can have. And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know how I would act. And I like started just shaking and like hysterically breathing and just kind of crumpled down against a wall. I really didn't know. It's just the worst ever. But it's like I guess I mean, if you think about it, it's one of the biggest like mercies. Because if you think about it, an animal in the wild, like they're gonna get eaten or some horrible, like probably die some horrible way. Like the least you can do is let him just go to sleep eternally in your arms, I guess.
I mean, it was like the last couple of days he kept
Me and my pupils.
just like losing. I mean, partially because he wasn't eating, right? But he would like
Yeah.
he would get stuck, and he would like like his back legs got so weak that he was like we just let out these yowls that were just like heartbreaking.
Yep. Yep.
I'm doing okay,
I-
Luna.
I knew a family when I was in college. They were very wealthy. That had nothing to do with it, but I remember them having a really big, nice house. But they had this golden retriever named Paige, and it was like 19, but it was on all the drugs. Like this dog, all it did was lay on its side on a bed and shit itself, and they would just clean it up. It had a diaper and was on so many fucking drugs.
That's not a life.
Nope. And I remember like it was my friend's wife's family. We were
Yeah.
there. We like when you're young, you're going to everything, whatever, free food. And I remember asking her like, why are your parents still doing this to this dog? Like it seems like the dog doesn't. I mean, it's deaf, blind. It just like liquids out of its butt all day. I don't even know if it knows it's aware of things. And she straight up was like, we just can't bring ourselves. We can't live without Paige. And I'm like, oh,
You're already living without Paige. You're living with a shell of a dog.
Yeah.
That,
And like at this point, is it torture? Like, fuck, God
Yeah.
forbid that dog's like in there. You know?
and I don't know about you because I know you're the do not resuscitate kind of
Yeah.
individual. The whole like I'm on the thing where if I'm ever on life support to keep me going, fucking pull the plug.
Yeah.
Because one of the scariest thoughts in existence to me is being in a body like that
Locked.
and being aware and not like and just going,
Yeah. Nope.
yeah.
It's same. I mean, absolutely. I've told you that before, but that's why I made it like a personal rule. I mean, you're taught this in school, but I think a lot of people feel awkward in the moment. But like we're taught, it doesn't matter the mental status of your patient. You communicate with your patient every single thing you're doing the
Yeah.
whole time. Talk to your patient. You're not looking for replies. You're just having general conversation, informing them of you moving around the bed, cleaning their mouth, whatever, regardless. And like, I don't know if miracles exist and people come out of comas, but worst fear
Yep.
is being locked in that body and people just like shoving tubes in my butthole and squeezing my wiener or whatever. And, with no words to me like I'm dead. Like, it's bad enough you can't respond.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And you just think like it's the whole it's like
yeah, literally screaming inside.
it's the thing of like waking up during a surgery with like an experience but like
Dude,
but
and being paralyzed.
yeah, you hear those nightmare stories where people are like, yeah, I woke up and
I tell you, the first hospital I ever worked at, I worked with a doc she was a NP who this is not a generalization of NPs, but she definitely became a doctor after being an NP to like prove something. So she oftentimes was very gruff, very aggressive. And we had a patient who, had an arm, no legs, and that arm had a paratrooper tattoo, very clearly a Vietnam vet. Very, very clearly. Like you could see it in the patient. And this woman, because he had no way of hurting himself, chose why not just paralyze to intubate and not use anesthesia. To a Vietnam vet with one limb, I walked out. First time in my entire
Yeah,
career
I remember
that I
yours.
straight up put my hands up and said, my license.
Yeah.
And I went and got an administrator. She was fired shortly after, and I don't know if it was for that instance, but I know she was fired,
It-
and I guarantee it was something likely.
You
'Cause
had to have been that because even when
it's
they're gonna fire,
unethical.
yeah,
It's
man,
fucking unethical. Like,
Yeah.
that's literally actually, like, against, like, do no harm. It is considered harm to paralyze people without anesthesia. It's a mind fuck. What a she was just a horrible human.
mean-
I'm really glad she didn't work there anymore.
well, it's that thing where you go, doctors. I mean, you know this better than most. Doctors and nurses are such like there's that difference where doctors are like that god complex kind of thing, and usually nurses are people that give a fuck and want because
Yeah.
it's not like the lifestyle is as I've learned being on dating apps in my at 40 there are a lot of nurses. I mean, I would say at least a quarter of the fucking women I see on these apps are nurses, and I kid you not, it's
I believe it.
because it's
The
this,
lifestyle.
yeah, so that lifestyle, so you go, you had to have been fucked in the first place and went into nursing for the wrong reasons, and then
I mean, it's that I don't. I mean, I've mentioned that in part of like, and there's no shame in it. But I didn't know a respiratory therapist who hadn't been married a couple times and divorced a couple times and had alternative like terrible life consequences because of that. Like they were
Yeah.
constantly missing work because they were juggling kids around or something like that. And they were open about the stuff. We're together 12 hours a day and sometimes very bored. We get very talky in there. And they tell me like it was because we would oftentimes go like 3 or 4 days with never seeing each other because they work night shift, their partner worked day shift. And for some people, that's totally fine. Like, especially the person working in medicine, because you're so, you work 12 hours, you don't pee, you don't eat, you're just like moving, and you're so exhausted, you sleep. You don't even realize days are going by and that you haven't seen a partner, let alone have emotional energy to give to that partner. But to that other person who's working a normal 8 to 5, it's like they're not in a relationship.
That's
And
why-
I've seen so many go down that way, and it sucks.
that's why nurses end up with cops, right? Because it's the same thing for cops. They
Honestly, I
yeah,
know a lot of
yeah,
nurses with nurses.
Yeah.
A lot of RT couples.
Yeah.
I worked with so many married couple RTs that
I mean,
worked in the
that's
same
how
department and
your parents
everything.
met, right? Like, is your
Yeah, both my parents were respiratory
Yeah.
therapists. No shit, that's how they met. Yeah, my dad was actually my mom's boss. Dirty, but yeah, and it's because maybe your lifestyle's not even aligned, but you're way more sympathetic to it because like you don't have a choice. It's so few hospitals in the United States of America I can only speak to, if any, left still that work on anything but 12-hour shifts, which means you're either going to work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and you're going to get home around 9 p.m. probably because of traffic, or you're going to work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. No matter what.
I mean, we have Pat, like, who works in the middle of nowhere, Canada, as a ER nurse, and you hear how run down he gets from his shifts and all that stuff, and that's in the middle of nowhere, Canada. So it's like it's an exhausting job, no matter where you are.
Yes. And lonely as fuck, dude. Me neither, Luna. I would too. There's no money. To me, having to work in an environment where unethical shit's going down is absolutely not job security. I don't feel secure in that at all. Because, like, not only is it not, I feel insecure and unsafe working with that person, but, like, I may still be working there, but if I am associated with them and doing one of these unethical things, my national board certified license is pulled.
And
not only do I lose a job, I lose a career
and
forever.
if they're unethical enough to do that shit, you think they're not going to throw you under the bus?
Exactly. Exactly. And unfortunately, when OSHA comes in, are they going to listen to an RT or are they going to listen to a doctor?
And especially
Nah, bitch.
and what
It's
like,
all fucked up.
and if like what percentage of doctors would you say are men? Would it be
Currently, I mean,
75%? Is it that high or is it a little bit below that? I just asked
I'd
because
say higher.
oh, is it higher than that?
I'd probably say around 90, but I think it's changing and about to take a deep, because there's just a generation where it was, like medical schools were oftentimes men-only colleges and shit like that, or being a
Yeah.
woman was weird. And like what I noticed is working in Hopkins, the younger generation is way better. It's more of a 60-40.
Yeah.
Like the young baby
Yeah.
docs and residents coming in, so many women, and they're not being forced into gynecology. Like they actually do
Yeah.
other things, whereas it was a terrible stigma that if you saw a doctor in a white coat that was presenting female, probably gyno. But unfortunately, they get pushed into that in school because you're a girl and like that's what you do, I guess. Like that's all you can do.
I know I've heard women say that they aren't even comfortable with women gynecologists, that they are more comfortable with men gynecologists.
I found that women are the women gynos I've been to are mean.
Yeah.
They are just like grumpy old bitches
Yeah.
who have no like empathy because they've lived a life of being told like cramps, deal with it.
Yeah.
And they've got that I dealt with it, so you should deal with
Yeah.
it. Whereas I think like having a gyno that's a man born, I should say, assigned male at birth who hasn't experienced like menstruation or anything, they're a lot more sympathetic because they have no idea how to judge it. The younger
Yeah.
generation, at least. The younger ones,
Yeah.
they see, and they're just more gentle. Whereas, like, it's almost, and I'm sure this is no, again, I never want to throw shade. I think it's just a thing that was instilled culturally during a time. But, like, a lot of the older women doctors, they had to prove themselves by being, like, hard
Assholes,
and
yeah,
masculine
yeah.
and bitches, and they won't give it up. It's like now it's who they've become. Like, if they're not, borderline ripping me open with a speculum, they're not doing their job right. Whereas, like,
Yeah. It kind of you hear stories about like black cops who are like racist to black people.
yes.
It's like that. It's that you like do shit to survive in a field that
Do you even see it happening?
I'd probably not. Probably not.
Because I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's you gotta wonder, like, what the fuck broke?
Yeah.
Like, where was the breakdown in this? I seriously can't.
I mean, there's a unawareness of like a lot of people, right? It's like anytime I see some black politician running around with Trump, I'm like,
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's just a case of like he knows that the Trump party is desperate to show they're not racist, so
Yeah.
they'll bolster you, and so I
Yeah.
think they're hoping to ride that wave, not realizing that they're printed as a terrible creature of depravity now.
Yep.
Like, how dare you? In my personal experience, trouble, yes. I don't know. Like, and I think it's just that I've noticed that across the board. I wouldn't even say that's just OBGYNs. I've noticed that with like just an older generation of doctors and nurses. They're gruffer and rough. They're not as gentle with their hands. They just tend to be a little rougher. And I think that might have been,
I mean, we've had
you had
this,
to prove yourself or whatever.
we've had this discussion between you and me more than once where we've talked about our parents were raised by World War II vets.
Yeah.
And when you were raised by World War II vets who were shell shocked and PTSD and all this shit, never knew how to show emotion and do all this shit, and you go and equate that to
No hugs.
yeah,
yeah.
and so these people don't know how to do it. It's why, like our parents, both of our moms, fucking disconnected from
Yeah.
reality and stuff like that. And you go, it's the same kind of thing. It's a generational thing and it's a cultural thing, and a lot of that stuff is changing. Also, why the fucking Republicans want it to be 1955 again, because it equates them to power and
Yep.
all that shit. So it's like you have that thing and you go,
Racism.
yeah, racism, all that shit. You just go, I mean, you had people that were coming back from World War II, had no therapy.
Yep.
They just drank themselves into early graves or smoked themselves into early graves
Yep.
or ate themselves into early graves because
And while I think our parents probably realized it was going on, they didn't have that open culture of talking about
Yeah.
it and like being like, "Oh, that happened to you too? Like maybe this
Yeah.
is bad." Whereas like we're not going to be perfect. Parents our generation won't be perfect. Nobody's going to be perfect, but at least our generation we're a little bit more we talk about it a lot more.
Yeah.
And we don't let that stigma land on us. Like we
Yeah.
don't let it stick. We're not like, "Well, this is what we were taught and this is what we thought, so this is what we'll think forever." We're like, "Huh."
Yeah, and I think that's such a huge thing of we've had the internet our adult lives where
Yeah.
finding and seeing people that like have gone through similar experiences, have lived similar lives, have
Yeah.
done all these things. And you're like, oh, it's not just me. You don't feel as alone. You don't feel, and we've grown to like,
It makes you realize that it's not just you didn't just have asshole parents and you did nothing wrong
Yeah.
to not deserve hugs. It's like, oh, a bunch of people from a certain era like literally can't hug.
Yeah.
Like to them, that's not intimacy. To them, showing love is putting a roof over your head, 3 meals on the day, and keeping you clothed. And like that's great. I am so fucking grateful for that shit. But when you grow up and realize that some kids were hugged, you're like, oh man,
I mean,
you got that too? Was that dessert?
I realized like last year talking, I went home to take care of my sister after she got her bottom surgery, and we were talking like after she came back from the hospital, and we're like talking about my mother because my dad is the obvious go-to blame because he's got a temper, but he was like the
He's a douche.
yeah. But I realized I go, oh shit, all my anxiety, my lack of self esteem, all these things are not from him and his stuff. It's from my mother not showing love and
Yeah.
not knowing how to show love. Like you're talking about not getting hugs
Yeah.
and all that shit. And it's just like, damn, man,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's like, I mean, you and I have talked about that. We were just talking about this earlier on stream while you were getting your tattoo, but like in terms of one of my things, I can't ask for help.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
and it's not a shame. I don't feel weak asking for help. It's like if I'm doing something, I don't even think to ask for help. My brain's instinct is how can I do this efficiently
Yeah.
alone? It takes a stranger to walk by and be like, "Hey, looks like you need a hand," for me to be like, "Oh, you fucking genius.
I mean,
You're so goddamn smart. Yes, please come help me. This is oh my god, you angel." Like I didn't even think of it because I just didn't have anyone to ask for help as a kid. I know we were all like lock key? What do they call us?
we were latchkey kids.
Latch keys. We
Yeah.
were all the latch keys. So like if you had a problem at school, like someone was bullying you, there was no one there when you got home other than a whole box of Pop-Tarts, 7 Diet Cokes, and Xena. Like that was who got me through school. And by the time my parents came home, it was like 9 p.m. and they were struggling to get dinner on the table. Like I'd already like overdosed on sugar. I'm good. Sugar and fake sugar. Like I had sealed my heart. And I think that happened to a lot of us.
Yeah. It was.
But our generation, there's something about like I try not. I'm not mad. I don't harbor anger towards my parents for that stuff. It doesn't forgive it, but I don't blame them personally because you think back like my grandpa, for instance, absolutely World War II vet. My nana, Irish Catholic orphanage raised by nuns. Like, how did she raise my mom? Like, for all I know, my mom was like exponentially warmer than anything she ever got. But like, I can't even conceptualize that because that's not the Nana I knew.
Yeah.
I knew warm, fat Nana with the Snickers.
Because you weren't her responsibility.
I'm not her
yeah.
responsibility. She can just,
Yeah.
I was her perfect angel regardless of what I did.
Yeah.
It was like a joke. She loved to say that.
Yes. So I don't even know if I've ever asked you, but then your real father's parents, do you have any interactions with them? Because you talk about your mom's.
I met my dad's mom twice. Like, no, well, I think she came around sometime around where I was born because she's from New York. That's the New York side of the family.
Okay.
And she came at his funeral and made us go to church every Sunday. She was there. It's terrible, like Catholic church. She's so get this. She had she was a terrible mom as well, like generational shit, right? My dad drank himself to death. God knows this is probably why, but she was hardcore Catholic, like hardcore Catholic. Almost became a nun. Like went 3 steps to becoming a nun. Not even 1 step. Like final vows.
Got pregnant, right?
Final vows to being a nun, dropped out, whatever. One day, my mom's mom, the nosy little Irish bitch, finally pushes her, like, Kathleen, why didn't you become a nun? Why didn't you do it? And she goes, Ethel, I had syphilis. No, she shipped off to have a baby somewhere. Who contacted me on Ancestry.com a couple years back. Crazy. Anyways. But she was a nut. Like, I really don't know much about her. But for instance, my dad, my bio dad, was allegedly very, very smart. I mean, he was. He got into college, like, at 17, went to college early, fucking genius. And he goes to college his freshman year, comes home for Thanksgiving break. She had just moved.
Yeah, I remember that story. Yep.
She just picked up and moved herself and his sister to Wisconsin.
And this is what, in the 60s, right? Or 70s, whatever?
Yeah.
And you go,
yeah. What the fuck? Like, he's an 18-year-old kid. So he, like, gets out of a taxi, knocks on a stranger's door, is, confronted with a strange family, turns around and is standing on a curb with a suitcase. Like, what the fuck do I do? And just went back to school. Like, that's just one of many. She was a fucking nut. Like, I haven't seen a good proof of Catholicism. It's on both sides of my family. It's just wild.
I mean, I'm also a Reformed Catholic. We're
dick.
I mean, everything. You have to feel guilty about everything.
Yeah.
Everything. It's just like,
I mean, you're a sin to be born. Of your own, of not your volition. Like, yeah, I chose to be that cream pie asshole.
I was laughing about it because we did
No, Glut, no.
Uh, we watched the Pope's Exorcist for the podcast
Oh,
this
yeah.
week, and my favorite part of that whole movie was they tried to blame the Spanish Inquisition on a priest getting possessed and getting into the Vatican. So it was like it's not our fault. We had a demon possession. That's why. And I was just like, this is the most. And the movie was fun, but that thing made me laugh so hard. And I told Liz about this.
Oh my god, maybe that's where Ruby Frankie got it. I'm not kidding you. That is the thing she's trying to pull right now for like beating her kids to death in a basement and starving them. They were snakes. They slithered.
I stopped home after my tattoo.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's the. I mean, how we know? We all know that. Like, go back to the Son of Sam, right? The demon, talking demon dog told him to do it, and I think later like before he died, he admitted it was all a bunch of bullshit. But like,
Did he?
I think so. I think he did. I'm not 100% sure, but
Man, he should have just fucking went to the grave with it. My god.
nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Vex. Rod went and got a tattoo, so he stopped by to hang out.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well,
They'll never find me in Wisconsin. No shit. And because of this random move, my dad is buried in Bailey's Harbor, Wisconsin. So like,
I mean, Wisconsin's like one of those states that you can think of two cities, which are Green Bay and Milwaukee. Milwaukee
Bailey's Harbor. I got 3.
and I mean, I spent summers. My mom is from Wisconsin, so I spent summers going to Wisconsin, and I still only know Green Bay and
Did you ever get attacked by a cloud of mosquitoes?
yes.
I've heard they're horrific there.
I mean-
like run away.
So I grew up in Ohio, obviously, and my backyard, my parents, like the house we moved into when I was 5, was this shitty, slow-moving river that was like a quarter of a mile from the back of my house. So
Danger.
mosquitoes were everywhere.
Yep. That was Maryland. We had a pond.
Yeah.
And it was a man-made pond. Like, it wasn't even a man-made pond. It was literally like a divot in the land that sunk in and filled in with water because Maryland is swampland. But a motherfucking snapping turtle made its home there. Like, a big one. We'd see it walking the sidewalks once in a while. Like, the kids would take pictures of it. So, therefore, we couldn't do anything about this stupid giant puddle that just caused mosquito mayhem. It's fucking gnarly.
I posted pictures in the Discord, or I'm loading them into the Discord, Blake, into Katie's Discord. I got to put them in mine. I haven't done it yet, but they're loading.
It's really nice. It's like a, what's that style called?
It's like American traditional.
American traditional, but it's Ripley from Alien, and then the little kitty is at her feet. It's really nice. This tattoo artist does such a fine ass job.
Yeah.
The lines are so clean, but she still makes it look really good to that style.
Yeah.
Like it's clean without being messy or
Yeah.
blown out, which the blown out is kind of part of the style.
And she did it in like
yeah, like old school navy.
Yeah.
Yep, like a pinup.
Yeah.
Yeah, in her jumpsuit.
It's a pinup girl style tattoo. Yeah. So,
Dude, right? Snapping turtles are fucking metal. Like, don't go near, don't touch, leave nature alone. But holy shit, they are so. Have you ever seen a baby?
dude, have you seen Clint talk about them on his channel? He
Yes.
loves them, and
I
those things are
know.
horrifying.
They could take your dick off. I think
Yeah.
they have. They're so. I mean, and their necks get so long, like there's no staying away from. 'Em, but they're metal as fuck. Like, they're
Yeah.
dinosaurs, which I respect. And the fact that they get like,
They
I
get
mean-
huge, yeah, and they just
like this, and they start out like this, and they're
Yeah.
just so cute. They're like little angry Bulbasaur,
yeah, they are.
and then they grow up to be
Squirtle.
fucking monsters. They're Squirtle. Thank you, Bulbasaur.
You're thinking the other starting
Yeah.
Pokemon.
I know better. I know at least the starters.
Do they say I've never eaten turtle.
I haven't eaten turtle. I've eaten gator though, and it was delicious.
I heard it tastes like chicken.
I mean, chicken doesn't really have a taste, but it's
Yeah.
the exact like
Yeah.
a white meat chunk of chicken. But it was like the most tender, moist chicken you can fucking imagine. I mean, I couldn't even tell you that shit. I'd eat it in a day. That alligator is fucking off the charts. So good.
Yeah.
It's just like I had gator nuggets or something down in Florida.
Yeah.
But they were, seriously, it was like so moist and tender. Like I take that over chicken any day. And I think they're like, they hunt them on purpose because they're overpopulated or whatever, or farm them.
They have
like
alligator
ethical.
farms. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
alligator farms. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like poaching or anything. Yeah, it's kind of like fishy chicken, but seriously, because it was deep fried, kind of like catfish, like in a.
It's the salt water. Them being in salt water.
Yeah.
Makes it a little. Yeah.
I actually think they live in like brackish water, which is even grosser. But when it's deep fried and you dip it in some fucking like remoulade or whatever, it's a chicken nugget. It's just like the most moist, delicious chicken nugget of your life. These dogs, this is just so great. It's reaffirming. She really hated those other. I don't know why.
I kissed Lilith's nose, and someone is very
jealous. Come on. I have never had frog legs, but I've heard good things. I've never lived anywhere with like frogs big enough to justify frog legs. Everywhere I've lived, it's been like little tree frogs.
You have to be in the South, basically, like places like Louisiana, right? Or Florida.
Like Baltimore, we get like this kind of frog. But I think when you guys get like more like Virginia, Georgia, you get the bullfrogs with legs that are actually worth it. I've heard they're phenomenal. I mean, it's so flavorless, right? It's basically whatever you put on it. Cheers, motherfuckers. I'll cheers as soon as I don't have a dog on me. I'm cheersing in spirit. Gator boudin, yeah, I'd eat that. It's phenomenal. Oh, frog tastes like gator, yeah, I'd eat it. I'm all about, like, I mean, why factory farm beef? I mean, beef's delicious, but there's so many delicious animals out there that we could sustainably, like, you know, eat and vary our diets. I'm all about it. I'm not afraid of food.
We have so many deer and elk and shit.
Deer is so good. Oh my god, venison.
I've only had it a couple times, and it was gamey when I had it. So I don't know if I think my dad got some, and I don't think they cooked it very well.
It's kind of like, I mean, a lot of people look at it and they think steak, you know.
I can't cheers. I got a job with that.
Rod does not partake in illicit substances.
Yep.
Much the same as there are no drugs at Burning Man. But in spirit, he cheers.
I'm with you in spirit. If I could, I would. Believe me. I'm gonna go.
Someday we'll get it. No, go for it. Dude, it is more gamey, and that's what I was gonna say. Like, there are some meats, like, I wouldn't cook chicken like I cook a steak. I wouldn't cook pork the way I cook a steak, and I wouldn't cook venison the way I cook a steak. Like, all meat is cooked differently, and it just takes a minute to get it because it's so fucking lean. You gotta add fat and stuff, and spices. The leaner a meat, I mean, I'm sure you've had it. Like, when a steak isn't great, it's probably because it's really lean. We like fat. It's the flavor. But yeah, I remember when I was in college, I think it was my 21st birthday, because rednecks, my uncle for my 21st birthday gave me an elk roast. It was huge. It was like this. He called it a roast. I honestly couldn't tell you what part of the body it was, but it was like this big, and it was a cylinder, and I just cut steaks off of it for months and just would put it back in the freezer. Like, it being frozen, it was like frozen cookie dough, you know? You just slice the steak off of it, but I had to add like almost a shocking amount, like a Paula Deen amount of butter, because it's just so lean. I mean, you'd almost burn it before it would cook through, kind of thing. Fat's necessary. People got real weird about fat for a while. Fat is everything. I mean, seriously, I'm in the best shape of my life, and I eat butter every day and bread. And for the vast majority of my life, like over half of my alive life, I really thought that fat and bread would make me fat, and that was the worst thing a person could be. It's wild. Like, the less I care about what I eat, it's just insane. Bread and butter are everything. Look at this. He literally panicked for a minute and had to pace the house when he went in the bathroom.
I came out of the bathroom, and there was a trick waiting for me.
Yep. He loves people, and it makes me so happy. It depends on how it's prepared and butchered. I had a friend in high school whose dad would butcher the deer they hunted. The venison wasn't very gamey to me. Yeah, it depends. And it also depends on the deer. Like, and the type of year you get it. My family, honestly, we don't do like deer steaks or venison steaks. We made a shit ton of burger out of it and sausage. And then jerky and
Which is easier
jerky
to
sticks.
season it and
Like venison chili. Oh, fuck yourself.
That sounds
I'd
really
take
good.
that over beef any day. Venison chili is off the charts. Or like all the different. My brother would make I mean, there's jerky, and then there's like the jerky sticks. What do you call a jerky stick? He would make like jerky sticks of all different kinds, all different spices of venison.
You just call it, because you call beef jerky, so it'd be whatever jerky, right? I would assume.
But like, is there a difference between the flat sheets of jerky and then like a tube?
I don't think so. Because
Oh,
like
you made
Slim
both.
Jims are jerky, right?
Yeah.
It's just I think
Meat sticks.
it's how it's prepared. Yeah.
Venison enchiladas, fuck yes. Seriously, I mean, it was like the vast majority of what we had, and then we had that labeled pork in the freezer with the names of the poor pigs.
I just got a nose under my hand to make sure I pet.
She will insist you pet her. You don't have a choice.
Oh, I know.
Do you realize there was a demon in our house for a week, Rod? Do you realize not only was there a demon, he brought a dog?
I know, Lilith. It's a tragedy.
This demonic man who looked and smelled like dad brought a dog and wouldn't leave. Do you realize how much we growled? Do you realize how much we barked at this man? And you didn't come to save us.
I'm sorry, babies. I wish I could have. I wish I could have.
They're so betrayed. When I was young, my dad's fam lived so far out in the country. Every Christmas we'd visit, and they make everything from venison to rabbit to bear. Yep. We never did bear, but according to my whole family, bear for the most part really isn't worth it for eating.
Yeah, I would assume that was because they wanted to get the garbage and shit out of their system, so the meat didn't taste like garbage. Because wild hogs eat anything, and it's almost like eating a raccoon, right?
Yes. And with deer, there's absolutely something to that. My dad always said, like, the deer will be different if you insta-kill it versus if you maim it and then you have to track it. And that deer is just, like, full of stress hormone when it goes down and shit.
It's the hormones, right?
Yeah, it can absolutely do
Yeah.
something.
It could ruin the meat, yeah.
But then there's also, I can't tell you what it is, but there's some, tell me hunters out there, it's been years since I had any part in this, since I lived at home. But there's like an organ or something in the deer that while you're butchering it and getting all the guts out, if you hit it, it ruins all the meat instantaneously.
I think it's
And there's something about like if you kill a deer during rut, like mating season, the hormones are coming out of this organ or something, make everything taste like shit.
Yeah.
There's like a science to deer hunting. Like poaching is pointless because you're gonna get a stinky deer. I fucking love Slim Jims too, to be honest. Is that what it is, Bina? Honestly, I don't remember. I don't even think I was told what it was. I was just taught how to get the whole belly out without bursting it. Because I was told chances are if you burst the sack that has all the guts, you guys know if you've butchered a deer, it's fucking gnarly. It looks like a testicle, like the size of your body. But if you burst it, chances are you'll ruin all the meat. It was like a big thing. That's all I remember.
Bears are like raccoons and pigs. They will eat anything, so they will eat garbage.
Omnivores.
Yeah, they eat anything, and so they're scavengers. I mean,
and get this, I don't think it was Survivor Man, but I love watching homesteaders.
Yeah.
Like those guys that'll go out in the woods and just build a house out of nothing. I love watching that shit. And there's a couple guys I watch who are hunters, and they go out and they talk about like using all the animal, and they teach you recipes like in the woods and how to butcher an animal to get it all home. I'm very into that ethical stuff. Like if you're gonna kill an animal, fucking do it right. Like use it all. But I learned during that they went and they hunted a bear, and I learned there's something about the fat that it can be, I mean, really harmful if not deadly if it's not prepared right or something. If you guys know anything about that, I don't know if it's just the fat or whatever, but they ended up making bear bacon, which he said was allegedly great, but there was something about the fat where there was something dangerous, and I don't remember what it was. It had to be prepared correct. It's not like a poison gland or anything, but and I don't know if it's like different fat. Does gator have something like that too? Because I know there's like blowfish, where they have a special poison gland, obviously, that's scary, but it's nothing like that.
What does the fat do, though? What is the reason why? I don't know.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have white fat. There's brown fat, which is different. And I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you, but there's something about it. Maybe it's in the cooking process. You know how when fat renders, it creates like a weird, like carcinogen kind of?
Yeah.
Maybe it's something like that. Depends on where the bear ate too. Yeah, exactly.
That's why I was pointing out they will eat anything.
Yep. And so the season you shoot them, same with deer, like whether they're eating sweet grass or twigs.
So my campus that I work at it's a valley that has literally every animal in Colorado is in this valley, except for like mountain goats and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
So like,
so you see the gazelle, like or the antelope.
We have elk, and we don't have them.
You have elk though.
We have elk and bear and deer.
I love elk
and turkeys and rattlesnakes.
Turkeys,
but
turkeys.
This guy
doesn't like turkeys right now. We can't talk about turkeys.
The guy, her neighbor's turkey's fucking with her.
Yeah.
I guess something is frustrating.
Zach finished. Oh nope, still going.
The first building I worked on in this campus, there are like dozens of buildings in this campus, and the guy,
it's pretty He's still coming.
God, I mean, someone hit the fun button, man. See, got that prostate stimulated.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's in his butt.
But this guy I used to work with, like the first guy I worked with at that campus, he was a workaholic, like a complete workaholic. And he told me a story about walking out of my campus, the building one night, and walking into a bear that was getting into the trash. There was a trash thing right in front of the building.
That used to
And
happen in my house growing up.
He went back in and they moved those trash cans after that. But
No shit, exact same stuff growing up.
yeah,
It we ended up putting our actually my dad didn't tell me why because he was like I don't want to scare the kids. But we had where I grew up and I'm sure a lot of you can identify with this. The idea of someone actually coming and picking up your trash is fucking wild to me
That's-
still.
I mean,
Blows my mind.
I'd never heard about that until becoming friends with Kin.
Yep.
Because Kin lives in the middle of the mountains of Tennessee, right?
Yep.
And she's like, yeah, we have to take. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
The
My
fuck?
dad worked at the dump. Like it
Yeah.
was everybody.
Yeah.
You had to take your trash to the dump. I
Yeah.
didn't have a trash service till I was out of college. Didn't even know that was a thing. I thought it was in movies and was fake. But like we had these. I mean, you would basically have industrial trash cans because you would go like once a month, whatever,
Yeah.
with the pickup truck, put all the trash in the back and take it to the dump and shovel all the maggots out of your truck. It was fucking gnarly. And one day, I swear to God, they were like on the other side of the field of our 10 acres. And we were like, I'm not taking the trash out ever again. Fuck that. Fuck both of you parents. That's not, I mean, I'm not kidding. We had 10 acres and our house was dead center of a field on a beach. No way. And my dad was like, oh, whatever. I'll take trash out, you goddamn pansies. Turns out my dad had come out the night previous and there was a family, like a mom and 2 babies tipping over our trash cans. And they were like, I'm a really bad judge of distance, but like the length of my house away from the house. So they were a good distance away from the back door.
And-
Middle of the night, and my dad said all he saw was the bigger head look up and those green that like he couldn't make out what it was, but he could tell by the bigger head it wasn't raccoons and the 2 green eyes shining in the deck light just looked at him and he said he just like slowly backed up, closed the door and said
Because-
fuck work. It
because
wasn't night, it was morning, like like 4 a.m. or whatever construction worker time.
if you want to put a list of things you don't want to run into in North America, a mother bear with her cubs is pretty high on that list, if not the
Name-
highest.
What's one more? Because we literally had this conversation while you're getting your tattoo, and I want to see if you agree. I said what I would be the most afraid of, because Streambonker is moving to Japan to do an exchange student thing, and no shit, the first day they're there, they have to take a bear safety class. And I was like, what kind of fucking bears are in Japan? So we went on a whole
black
tangent.
bears, I assume.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like a special kind of black bear. It's got a white thing on its chest.
So the only other thing that I would be like,
Cheers.
the 2 things I would think of that might be ahead of a mother bear would be a horny boar, a horny wild boar would be up there, and a fucking rattlesnake and her babies.
You fucking got me.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if we have them here, but I've been told by people in Texas and shit that the invasive boars will gut you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have to put that up on my list, but
Yeah.
you haven't
Yeah.
said what I said yet. I said moose.
Yeah, moose are. I mean,
Like a mother moose with her babies.
oh yeah, that's up there too.
Yeah, we basically said anything with its mom, with his
Yeah.
babies, right? Like, general rule, don't go near moms.
Yeah.
I think
Well, I
we
mean-
should just apply that everywhere, really.
We watched on your stream. I think it was last year or a couple years ago. The moose chasing the bear.
Yes, and the bear, like, flying through
And
the window
the
of a
bear is
building.
like,
Uh-huh.
fuck this. And I mean, there's a reason why I named the podcast Murder Moose, because moose are fucking they're like, you ever see that movie, what the fuck is it called? The Ritual? It's like
I did remind me what it's about.
it's like they're going into the woods to, like, their friend had died in a robbery in a store, and they basically wander into this like druid society.
yes,
and
yes. Yep,
and-
yep.
But the giant fucking like monster thing with like
Yeah.
weird hanging. It's a really good
The
if you like.
dangly meats.
Yeah. It's like that, but in real life, it's like a moose that's. It's still.
The velvet.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
Literally, someone in chat was saying that the
Yeah.
velvet, when the velvet comes off,
Oh,
is
it's-
fucking
it's
gnarly.
Horrifying. If you
So,
because they have blood vessels. That it's like basically it's like a fur like that's on their. It's not fur, but yeah.
no, it's velvet. But
velvet,
does
yeah.
that mean that they fall off every year?
Yeah.
So moose lose them? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep. So that's why,
So
like,
are people harvesting those? Those are so cool.
I
We should
bet
go
they-
find them.
I don't know. Like, I assume people do. Yeah, but because I mean,
Mountain lions, I wouldn't fuck with mountain lion ever, but I feel like a mountain lion's one of those animals where it's gonna see you before you ever see it.
and I feel like
Ever. Like that you're gonna be done for.
a mountain lion, you have a better chance of like poking its eyeball out or like doing something like physically getting it off of you.
Yeah.
It's gonna fuck you up. Don't
Yeah,
get me wrong.
You probably won't live.
But the bear or the like getting eat that's why
Dude.
that fucking scene in The Revenant is so horrifying.
Dude.
You're like, ugh!
I
ugh."
saw that in IMAX. I saw that in IMAX. Everyone was like, "You have to see The Revenant in IMAX, the cinematography," and I was like,
Why-
okay."
Glut, why did you just type the words reindeer fleshlight into the chat? Because I am curious onto the thought process. Oh,
Does velvet feel good on a dick?
reindeer velvet is sometimes used as a
Aphrodisiac.
aphrodisiac. Oh.
Wait, do they eat it? What? Yeah, to crayon. So have I. I've seen those same ones of like, or it'll be, a hunter posing in the woods with its kill, and there's the glowing eyes behind it of a fucking cougar stalking it. Oh yeah, those are.
I will
Fuck that.
I don't. The horror movies that get me are movies that don't show shit. Like the scariest movie experiences
Absolutely.
I've ever had in movie theaters were Blair Witch when I was like 16,
Ooh.
and Paranormal Open Activity opening night at like midnight, like with a whole theater of people who never seen it. Fucking
Good question. I just want to reiterate his question. Scariest movie you've seen in a theater. Continue.
okay. So
Because
those
I
two,
immediately thought of mine.
those two, and but like it's what this made me think of Bobcat Gold. What's the comedian guy who started directing Bobcat Gold? What's his fucking last name?
I'm so bad with names.
But he's a kind of like he's got that gold weight. Yeah. So he has a movie. You know him if you.
I'm gonna Google him.
Yeah.
I'd know him if I
But
saw him.
he has a movie about Bigfoot, like fucking this two couple.
Oh, we watched the trailer. I want to see it
Yes,
real bad.
It's horrifying because they do the thing where it's one of the things
That
where
is not what I thought you would say.
Yeah. But it just reminded me of all the stuff of the woods and stuff like that. And it was this couple's in this tent and the middle of nowhere, and you just it's like that thought process of something messing with your tent in the middle of the night, and it was like a Bigfoot fucking with them. Movie is fantastic.
I've listened to more podcasts than I count where that exact occurrence is. Like people think someone's fucking with their tent and it's a murderer. And I'm just like, please stop feeding into the fears we all have. I don't want to think those are real. Please. The trailer looked unsettling, but
Yeah.
kind of fucking hilarious.
It's not hilarious. He makes black comedy kind of things. Like he had that.
Oh.
He had that. He did that.
Swiss Army Man.
No. Swiss Army Man was the guy who did. I forget what. Just did something else. But no, he did that movie with Robin Williams, like America's Best Dad or something like that. And he.
Oh, number one dad or whatever, where they go on a road trip.
But it's
It's
horrible.
horrible.
Like yeah, and he did the movie. What was it called? Where like him and this dad and his daughter go on a shooting, like a killing spree, and it's like like satire of like.
That sounds so familiar.
Yeah. So it's the only place I know that guy from who played the dad in that movie. He was the You remember Dharma and Greg?
Yeah.
He was the other lawyer, not Greg. He was like his
Oh,
part.
yeah.
That
is
guy was the
such an
dad. Yeah.
obscure
Yeah.
fucking reference that I know.
Yeah.
Wild. Yes, I know that one.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So interesting. The Leo got the Oscar for Revenant. I get that it's more of a Lifetime thing, but he earned that shit way more. I agree.
Leo is.
I think at Revenant they were like, we don't know if he's gonna do anything else, and he obviously clearly deserves one. Let's just give it to him
Well,
and say
that's-
it was the act.
The Academy Award, they do this thing where they give apology Academy Awards where people should have won them previously. Basically, I don't know how much they admit it, but it's like he was one of them. There was like,
Really?
we fucked you over more than once before, so we're gonna give it to you this because it's other actors, right, that are voting on it, right? So yeah, it's
Wow.
yeah. So that's why like
That's fucked up.
that's why
We fucked you over. Here's a piece of metal.
that's why what do you call her? What Carter? Helen, what's her?
Helena Bonham.
No, the one from the older British lady. What's her name?
Helena Bonham. Oh, Helen Mirren.
Yeah, like they
Ah,
finally
look
gave,
at me doing names.
They
ADD
finally-
together by our powers combined.
they
Woo!
finally gave her one. Like I think it's that thing where like there are certain actors that are just.
Lila's just nested under my desk around Rod's feet.
It was so yesterday during my stream, Zelda
Lay
was
down, Bill, you're
was
okay.
chasing Ripley around, and she stomped on my power switch,
Of course.
and I yelled. I was just because I was frustrated. I'm streaming all this shit, and I yelled at her so bad that she put herself in her crate. And I'm like, "Oh, you're okay, Zelda. Come on down."
Oh, bless, baby. I always think of her as my niece because it's weird generation. She's actually my cousin.
Yeah.
But she was really little when I was in high school, and she had a little temper. And I mean, she was like, she was conversational, but still very young. I want to say that's like 5 or 6. I think kindergarten, if anything. And she would know shit. She would get pissed off.
Yeah.
And she'd go, "Ugh," and walk to the bathroom, shut the door, put her face in a corner, and just stand there and just wait. And her mom said she'd check to make sure that's actually what she's doing. It's actually what she's doing. And after like 15 or 20 minutes, she comes out and she goes, "I needed a timeout." And she's over it. That little girl graduated high school this year, which is fucking wild. Or last year. She graduated this summer, which is insane.
So
But I remember that clearly, and I was
Oh,
like, that is the most emotionally mature fucking baby I've ever seen
So
in
what
my
I
life.
assume happened at some point, she got put in the corner because she fucked up and did something stupid, or she was a little kid,
Absolutely.
and she didn't want to get in trouble again, so she just started. She was like, "That is
Her
yeah.
mom is a lot younger than my uncle. He's
Yeah.
he's the one I told you about. He has like 9 kids all by different
Yeah.
like half of my siblings are actually his kids that my mom adopted. Anyways.
Yeah.
Her mom is a hippie, like super like like when I got expelled, her mom just happened to call my house that morning and figure out what happened. She goes, "Oh, honey, I used to take spoonfuls of Everclear before school. We all fuck up. You want me to come over with some crystals?" Like she's that kind of person.
Yeah.
So I remember her when she would, put my little cousin / niece in timeout. She's just my cousin. She's just so much younger than me. She would, not just put her in timeout. She would put her in timeout and sit with her and talk to her and be like, "So we're doing this together to learn emotional regulation. Like, adults, we can't have temper tantrums. And so this way you can teach yourself." She actually like talked her daughter through why
That's-
this happened.
Yeah.
It's insane what happens when you communicate with another fucking human.
Yep.
And so by the age of 5, she could put herself in timeout. And she's just like this most beautiful, independent
That's
girl now. It's just so weird.
That is
Everclear. She had a more fucked up childhood than I did. Whoa.
Yeah, but that's impressive, man.
Like she's so intuitive, this little girl. I mean, I'm not kidding you. She was so smart, and she still is. Like she's
Yeah.
really grown up to be a wonderful little. I mean, I say
Yeah.
girl, she's a woman. It's just
Yeah.
weird to say. But like both of her parents are fucky. Like her mom, I think I've talked to her about her mom before. She started her own dog food company, which is how I found out about dog food and started getting Canadian dog food because she was a hippie, so she had like all raw dog food. She only catered to very rich like celebrities
Yeah.
and shit, would hand deliver it, whatever. She's that level, but she's a warm-hearted, wonderful human being. She just like she's into those like her kids went to a really unique preschool / kindergarten like elementary school
Yeah.
where it's a different type of teaching. It's all hands-on,
Uh-huh.
and they learn Spanish from day 1.
Oh.
It was just like an alternative kind of pre-K thing. So like both of her daughters are fucking absolutely fluent in Spanish because they've been learning since kindergarten, and it was just incredible. Like I'm jealous of these hippie moms. Like I'm jelly.
That was the best thing.
No shit, raw dog in it. That would have been such a better title.
So my parents, before my little sister arrived, my youngest sister arrived, had me and my other sister in a Christian school. Yeah. My birthday's in August. I was supposed to be born in October, so I was a real preemie. And
You grew so big.
I know. And
Good
when
God.
when I was 5, the first time I went to kindergarten, I passed everything, but they were like, "He's not emotionally mature," and made me go to kindergarten again. So I graduated in 2002.
What the fuck does that mean for
Yeah.
a 5-year-old?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially for a kid that was undiagnosed with ADHD until his 30s. But
I mean, regardless.
yeah,
Expecting a 5-year-old in their first year of going to school to be emotionally regulated? What?
yeah. So yeah.
Isn't that where we learn it?
So I ended up going to kindergarten twice because of that. So and I don't
Schools are weird.
think my parents fought them either. So
It's like they do that to you, but then like kids like my little sister, they're like, "Nah, you were born after September. Fuck you, be held back."
Yep.
And it's like, those are the same.
Yep.
Though, okay.
Yep.
I think you
I
just
mean-
want us to stay in school and get our money. That's my theory.
Especially if it's a private school like that. Yeah, it's a Christian school. Yep.
Big money. Yeah.
Instead of timeout, they had a cardboard box house they called the Bible box. I spent a lot of time in the
No. Stop. We need more.
I mean,
I'm so sorry. Wait, I just need to reiterate what you just said. Your Christian kindergarten,
yep.
instead of having a corner for timeout, had a box.
It was that looked like a house.
A box that looked like a house that they would.
I showed you my Bible box. Please respond.
I don't know what to do right now. They locked naughty children in a Bible box. Was it like that thing in Adam's Family?
I don't remember.
It's in 2 when they have to go to the camp and they're like in the room with the happy.
So,
And she comes out and cracks a smile and scares everyone.
in my memory, you know those like little plastic houses they have for kids, like
Yes.
it was like that but made out of cardboard, if I recall correctly. I don't remember.
But
It
what happened in the box?
was like timeout.
Did someone else go in the box with you, Rod?
Maybe it
Can
would
you show
explain
me on the box where they touched you? I mean, it reminds me of like the menstruation yurts.
Yeah.
Like, did they have you rub hard stones on your cheeks for your sinful bloody pussy? Like, what's happening?
And I'm like,
Dude, has-beens everything. This song is so good. Addict.
I just go, oh, okay, this explains a lot. No wonder I am the way I am.
Oh, dude. I mean, like you look on like Kinks and shit. And like I've had this goal my whole life. Someday I will fuck in some churches in Europe. I mean, it would be amazing if I got the Vatican. But like honestly, most of these legendary churches and huge cathedrals and shit that are all over Europe are so casual. You can just walk in any time of day, all the
Yeah.
time. Like they're just open. I'm gonna sperm on one somewhere.
Sounds like a plan.
But like looking at that, like that's just me being like, haha, stick it to the man. But when I look back on it, I'm like, oh shit, I might have a cat. I might have a thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, would I
get-
love to fuck a beautiful lady in like a nun habit? Probably.
Did you get spanked by a nun? I wonder why I like to be spanked, huh?
Dude.
Dude, we've gone over this. I think we kind of talked about it in your chat, and my chat loves to just mock me for it. If Ghetto was still around, it was.
Boys always get mocked.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, for whatever weird, fucked up reason, I found out in the last couple of years, you call me daddy, and things go a little.
At least you found out.
Yeah.
Think about, dude. I think about this sometimes. Like every once in a while, I'm like, oh, that's a new thing that's kind of off. Think about the people that figure it out and go, no, that felt good. Never again. And they just never again.
And you know what? It's like that.
I get excited.
Yep.
Like the fuck more options. Variety's the spice, right? Oh my god.
I mean, I'm at the point where I don't even have anyone I'm fucking, and I'm like, oh, I went and recently bought a spreader bar because I was just like, I want one in the future.
Real talk. Did you go somewhere?
Oh no.
Okay.
I
When you
went on
said
Amazon.
when, I was very curious. I'm
No.
like, because I'm always there's literally. I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah, that place.
The
but
sex shop right down the road.
there-
How do
there-
these places stay open?
There's a chain called Fascinations that's actually pretty good. Like
I don't
in
know
the-
what this one's called.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's like pink.
Yeah.
A pink little shack
it's
or
like
something.
right by Taco Bell.
Dude, yeah, literally, it's in the same parking lot as the Taco Bell. And there's like Taco Bell on one side and Waffle House on the other.
Yep.
It's like Sensations or something.
Yeah.
But with the advent of the internet, I wonder. I mean, not only just gets over people's shame of wanting to have fun with their body, which is sad. Have fun with your body, but also the variety.
Oh yeah.
There's the options online are endless.
Oh, yeah,
versus you go to the store and you want your 6 foot, 6 diameter, and they're out.
And that's like, so I was actually,
What are you gonna do?
I was laughing. I was talking to this woman the other day, and we were like talking about fascinations, and I was
Bro,
like,
you gotta paint your nails because keep thinking you crushed your fingers.
I know,
Does this Show them. Does this look like he just like dropped a toolbox on his hand?
I haven't had.
Every time I see them, I'm like, are those? It looks like the dead blood you'd have under your fingers
Yeah.
if you crush your hand.
It was bad.
Fix your shit.
I know. I haven't. I'm going to. My life has been crazy. But it was that I was like, why does anyone do it and go into the stores? You know why they do it and why they survive? Because people are horny right now and ordering shit on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've had broken candlesticks at Butts for that same reason.
Yep, exactly.
Shit. Just buy your sex toys before you get to that point. It's like eating before you're starving, drink before you're dehydrated.
But that's
You
what I
know,
mean, and that's why
jerk off before you put a candle up your butt.
that's why I bought the spreader bar because I was like, I want one, and
Why not?
when I'm gonna use, I'm like, I can afford it.
It's better than wanting it and then
Not having it.
not having it
Yep.
and being that awkward, like, well, we were horny and wanted it in that moment, but it wasn't there. Now you can be like, I bought this just in case. No worries.
Yep.
But like, would you like to put my feet in this and fuck with me? Dangle me from the ceiling? I don't know. Tickle my butthole. Let's fucking go. Like-
Yeah, it's. I'm very much at the point where I'm like, I will not get into a relationship with someone who isn't at least a little open to being kinky. Not like I'm not saying you have to
I
like.
feel like in this day and age, that's a conversation that happens so much more casually.
Oh, yeah.
Though it's a lot easier not to end up.
Yeah.
Like, you almost have to choose to be in a I don't know how to say it, like in a
Repressed.
not matched
Yeah.
thing. Like, you just have to be like, well, what I want and need isn't important or doesn't matter
Yeah.
or is too weird or
Yeah, you're ashamed of your own.
yeah, because I've
desires,
never been with like I mean, I wish I was more interesting. I don't have any like crazy kinks going on with me, but I've never been with a partner that has turned down anything ever of any gender spectrum. Like everybody I've ever been with, it's like, you know, like what are you into? Oh, I'm into this. I'm not. I want to do it. Let's go. Because most people are just into making you feel good.
And
I
also,
feel-
Katie, you don't vibe with people that would be say no to it. You know what I mean? You don't vibe with people. That's like not your shtick.
True.
It's
I tend to be adventurous everywhere
Yep.
in my life, and like I'm an introvert, but I'm personally outgoing. Like I like to go hiking and shit. Like we go do stuff, but I don't want to go to the party.
it's the like you're attracted to. I mean, you find yourself around people that you know, and if you're decent,
And I think it's like in the general, you don't even need to be talking about sex. The way you hold yourself and the way you speak out loud gives people a general tone of who you are.
Yep.
You know, like I have no problem saying balls or penis.
Yep.
Things, I guess.
I
What
mean-
turns you on? I don't know. Whatever turns you on, I guess. Great. This might hurt a little.
It-
Oh my god.
if you had like if your channel is like PG on Twitch or PG-13 on Twitch, I'm probably not hanging out in your channel. To be completely honest,
I'm just scared to talk.
yeah.
I'm
Well, that's-
scared.
My new favorite thing has been so continues. She's part of the Women's Guild.
Yep.
And so they're all rotating on the front page. So I've been fighting her auto mod, and it's become a game on her channel of like, what can you say to like piss auto mod off? And I'm like,
Automod's a piece of shit.
oh, auto mod. It goes back to like
I think it's gotten better.
it has like it was real bad. Like when like I was hanging out in KPP's chat, and like when she was on the front page a couple years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like I just ended up cussing out Automod because it's like censoring shit that it shouldn't censor. You know, it's like for every message I've had an Automod block, I think once or twice a mod or the streamer has said that's too far, and it's not.
Yeah.
I'm not
Literally.
saying shit that doesn't fit in the chats I'm in.
Yeah. Same. Automod, there's no it's getting better, but it's still just
Yeah.
like too iffy for me to depend on or like rely on. Humans are always going to be better.
I feel like Automod stops you from dropping like straight up N bombs and stuff like that, like the stuff that like
Which
real
is
race.
great
Yeah,
for.
exactly. But
You can do
most
that anywhere.
most people know that and aren't going to come in and not like type around it to still get. They're going to get banned anyways. But yeah,
Most people I know, most streamers have it on their banned words list
Yeah,
everywhere.
yep.
Like we have it all the known slurs and all
Mhm.
that shit is just auto
Yeah.
purged, you know, banned or whatever.
yeah.
Which is good. Churches here in the EU are wild. In Portugal, I went to this small coastal town. I loved visiting churches, like all over the
Yep.
place. There's so, like architecturally, you know, called Nazaire, which now has like 4K population, and they have this tiny chapel, hundreds of years old. Ooh, plated with gold. Oh my God! Wait, there's one super similar. Oh fuck! I want to say it was in Prague. Oh man, what you're saying is ringing so many bells in my head. No shit. I went to Germany and Czech Republic at the same time, and I had food poisoning, so I really fuck it up, mix up the places. But we went to a church that was kind of like in this tiny village on a lake or something like that, and it was a beautiful, like, we went there to see the architecture of it. And there was just happened to be a dude in there who was French but could speak English really well, and he knew the history of the architecture. And he was like, notice how everything you go to these Catholic cathedrals, everything's very tall, menacing, scary,
Just to
pointy,
make you feel
makes
small
you
and
small,
and
and it was
guilty. Yeah.
gilded.
Yeah.
Gilded. The whole thing, just the same, gilded in gold. And he said the same shit. He goes, this was being gilded actively by the people starving to death in that village you could see right there. It was like where we parked. Like, we just walked up a tiny hill to this church, but it was I can't remember if it was Czech or Germany. It was somewhere along the, I mean, I went back and forth. But that was, I mean, it's something we know, like, growing up Catholic. I'd been to the Vatican before. I went to Italy with my mom years ago, and I've done my reading on that
Saint-
fuck shit.
St. Peter's is the biggest
Yeah.
cock swing place. If you don't know, St. Peter's is like
It's a literal cock swing.
Yeah.
They got the marks on the floor.
yeah. If you guys don't know about this, St. Peter's literally on the
amazing.
floor has marks of the next biggest church in the world. They're like, fuck you, we're bigger than every other church in the world. It is the most, it's like,
It's hilarious.
it's arrogance on a level that you go, I didn't even think the church was this arrogant.
It's a marble, human inlaid, like, ancient floor. And no shit, it's got these lines through the marble as you, like, walk down the aisle, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
These big dark lines of the inlaid marble. And then it literally, in the marble, is inlaid the measurements and the name of the church that's that big. And then as you walk, it says, this is the next biggest. And then they're the biggest.
Yeah.
Like, as you get to the end of the church, it's just astounding.
Again,
the
it's
effort it went in to be like, we're better than you. Look.
It's the arrogance. And
What the fuck?
It's the shit that, like, you go, isn't this the shit you talk about in the Bible not doing?
Yeah. Right? Dick measuring. Oh my God. It's just like, it's been going on forever. It's forever. It's amazing. Like,
Yeah.
that, I remember walking through that, and I don't think we knew it before we got there.
I knew, so when I went to Europe, it was with my, took an art history class.
Oh, fuck. So you went with
like,
people that knew their
yeah,
shit.
and so she's the one who took us. And it was like after my junior year, and we went over
Jelly.
all that stuff. And it was, so that's why I loved Rome so much. But like,
Yeah.
that was like,
Rome is beautiful.
I was like, the fucking, the do as I say, not as I do about the church. And this is religion in general. It's just, it's
Yeah.
why I'm just like, just be a good person. Because it's that old saying of, if you need a religion to be a good person, you're a shit person.
I've told you, I've met people, they're like, if it wasn't for the good book, I'd be in jail. And I'm like, bitch, you need therapy or something. I don't want to,
Yep.
like, a book keeps you from a,
Yep.
oh,
The-
which book? Martha Stewart or, like,
The
the
imaginary-
Pauline? Like, which way we going here?
You're afraid of an imaginary spaghetti monster in the sky spanking you when you die. I mean, that's what it is.
Literally for eating fish on a day of the week.
Which, by the way, one of my favorite stories about that. You know why that is, right?
Yeah, I think so, but go on.
So fucking fishermen came to the fucking church and were like, we're not like selling enough fish during Lent or whatever like that.
Oh, of course.
And then the church was like, okay, give us some cash and we'll make it so. And that is why. And you just go, oh, it's corruption like every fucking thing else in the church. It's like, oh.
And we're all fucking shocked.
Yeah. It's, go back to it and go, because,
Yeah.
corruption.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's almost like people have inherently been kind of dicks for all time. Like, there's always been dicks.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely, man. And it's like,
fucking wild.
it's why the shitlords like Elon Musk are the way they are. It's like when you have all the resources to do whatever the fuck you want, you do whatever the fuck you want. And it's like,
I mean, it's a case in point with watching this Trump shit go down.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Versus,
well, dude,
people going away for 40 years for having a bag of weed on them or something.
it's the whole, like, I mean, I think it was it might have been Seth Meyers or maybe Colbert was talking about it. And he's like, so let me get this straight. He gets fined $450 million for selling or lying about the
Lying.
worth of everything. Goes public with his company that has less than 500,000 users, and it gets valued at $4 billion, and he owns 60% of it. How is see? This is the kind of thing where I go, karma isn't real. If
Yeah.
karma was real, a gorilla would fuck Donald Trump in the butt in the middle of the fucking pool in Washington D.C. and we would record it, and it would be a national holiday.
Slowly. To Rebecca Black's Friday. While the cherry blossoms slowly depetal
karma
in the
doesn't
wind.
take time, Robo. Trump is
Friday,
Trump is 77 or 78, wherever the fuck he is, has been lying, cheating, and stealing for 40 or 50 years. Karma isn't a thing. If karma was a thing, then no. You know what? There's no hell. And guess what? That means that piece of shit is gonna, maybe someday he'll get caught and actually arrested and go for something, but he'll get house arrest and live on his KFC for the rest of the year. You explain to me how the captain from Brooklyn Nine-Nine dies last year at 61 or whatever it is, and that fat piece of shit is still going. How are these horrible individuals still living?
So I have a theory. I think karma's real because he's dementia. Also, we live in hell. There is a hell. It's now.
Yeah. I mean,
just to be clear.
I meant the
Theory.
fiery burning place in the center of the earth.
Yeah. Theory. He is old, unhealthy, looks like he's rotting, whatever. And he's crazy. So his hell is not realized yet, because his hell is the fact that the only reason any of this is going for him is because all of the people around him realize he ain't got much time left. I.e., by the time he's done fighting all this and the stress comes crashing down, he's probably going to die of a heart attack and they're going to get it all. So, like, he's not going to see that until, like, the last minute in a hospital bed when no one's at his side. And I think it's a slow burn.
I hope so.
Because, like, he's literally, what is his advantage? He probably can't get it up. He can barely walk.
I mean, if you listen to Stormy Daniels, he's got a tiny mushroom penis, so.
I mean, not that a penis is everything, but, like, I'm saying, like, for him personally, like, what does he have left that's a pleasure in life? Really?
I mean, he's a miserable man. I mean,
yeah. I don't know. I think it's a long burn, but it's horrible to watch.
I mean, Robo, I want to know if karma is real.
Hi, Coco. How are you? Well, Caesar Crayon, this is my theory. Death is too easy. Like, death is the ultimate sleep, rest, the elimination of anxiety, stress, responsibility, bills, money, consciousness. It is the nap of a lifetime. Versus, if you think about it, like, I mean, just generally, the older we get, the more things start to hurt.
Yeah.
And the more we have to go to the doctor, and the more things start breaking down. And, like, you kind of just end up a brain stuck in this broken flesh sack after a while. And I kind of wonder if maybe their hate keeps them alive. I had a grandma die of emphysema, but she just died with emphysema. But when she died, she could click her dentures. Her gums were so dried and emaciated they didn't fit, and she would just, like, knock them back and forth in her mouth. She still died with an oxygen tube and a fucking cigarette, but she didn't leave her house for, like, the last 15 years of her life because she couldn't breathe. And, like, she was alive, and she probably adjusted to enjoy what she had. But if she could, like, look back on what she was before, would she look at that as life lived? I don't know. I'd battle with that because, I was around for a lot of death and shit and not putting people under, but unplugging them and whatnot. And I kind of think to myself, like, if I say that sometimes when we say, I never wish death on someone or, like, true injury, like, harm anyone, even Trump. But I do wish maybe all of his carpets in his home were replaced with extra sharp Lego. Like, fields of it, unavoidable fields of it.
This is what I wish would happen to Trump.
Because that lasts a lot longer.
I wish that story you gave me the other day about the guy pulling the ingrown hair in his, like...
Oh, my God.
I wish that would happen to Trump.
Dude, I forgot to tell chat. Sorry, I had an eyelash or something. I forgot to tell y'all about this. Thank you for reminding me. So, I've told you so many times these disgusting stories of, like, it became a joke in the unit I worked in Hopkins that every time I was on shift, someone would lose their penis. The amount of times I had a patient come in with everything intact and wake up with nothing intact because they had a horrific gangrenous infection due to picking an ingrown hair on their nutsack or their chode, it was not laughable. It's so fucked up.
And then they would ignore it until they're in agony.
They ignore it until their chode's hanging to their knees or their balls are, like, pitch black. It's just because shame or something. I don't fucking know. I'm not kidding you. Of course, I do follow some medical accounts on Instagram and stuff, so that's in my algorithm. I'm just scrolling the other day. Man almost dies due to staph infection in ingrown hair in chode. Perineum. And I sent it to Rod immediately. I was like, it's real! And I just need all of you to know, none of this is made up. I would never fantasticalize medical shit like this, ever. Do not pick ingrown hairs on your balls with your nasty, poopy fingernails. Stop it. I see you. Get your hand away from there. Go wash your hands.
Wash your hands.
Ugh, it is. I mean, I don't have a dick, and my heart bleeds for these people because they literally come in with an infected nut and leave with a hole between their legs. Because gangrene, man, feeds on itself. I don't know what to do. We've implanted nuts in someone's thigh just to save them so we could have babies. Stop picking your balls. Stop it right now. Wash your fingernails. You're disgusting. Clip them.
Believe me, I have.
It's still happening.
I have had like pimples in that region after
Everybody
you had
has hairs.
But I hear your horror stories in my head when that happens, and I go, nope, not touching that. Not touching that.
Is it worth it? Like, I'm the first person to say I love to pop a pimple. I love to pop a pimple. I don't like R popping. I think it's really repetitive and kind of boring, but I love to pop a pimple. But when you think about the repercussions, and it's like, it's not 100% that this is going to happen. Obviously, a lot of you out there are like, I've picked a fucking ingrown hair on my chode, nothing happened. Yeah. But the likelihood of you having dirty under fingernails and then getting that in a wound on your hot, sweaty undercarriage, which is basically a fancy little fun bridge for bacteria to crawl from your butthole to said wound.
I mean,
if there's a chance, I take it.
And also, what was one of the number one lessons we learned during COVID? People don't know how to wash their hands.
Or just don't.
Yeah.
I mean, straight up just don't.
Yeah, it's if you see the infection, you could go get like antibiotics and shit.
So, general rule, this is actually a really good question. So, if you're worried about, if you have an open wound, meaning it's been open to air at any point, and it starts to get red and kind of inflamed and you're worried about it, this is the ultimate test. Because like I said, it's very infrequent. Not many people get gangrene. However, Staphylococcus aureus, the lovely bacteria that causes it, does happen to be a natural flora that lives on your body all the time. So all it needs is a weakened immune system and an advantageous entrance into your dermis, and boom, you've got it. And it's it's not replicating, but it basically necrosis causes necrosis. So like if it's not treated and not debrided immediately, it just spreads like wildfire.
I mean, it's kind of like, it's funny how most things in
Where's
this
the can?
country especially, are pretty like avoidable. Like
Yeah.
it's like, brown recluses that you talk about all the time.
Yep.
It's
Just clean the wound.
yeah, exactly.
Just clean it. Yeah. Yeah. So this is Bill, watch out. You keep pushing me away. Come on. I know. You're fine, baby Bill. I just don't want to roll on you. You're okay. This is a really good rule of thumb. I mean, not even a rule of thumb. This is what we do in the hospital. No shit. So I'm gonna use that's my tattoo tan. That's fine. So say this is your cut. That's that line right there. That's our wound, right? And it's opened the skin to air, which means opens it to the possibility of infection due to the bacteria. One of the reasons we stay hygienic and we wash our hands is to limit the possibilities because we cut our hands a lot. Fun facts: wash your fucking hands. So say you've got a cut like that, and then it starts to get kind of red, like pink. You know, like everything does. It starts to get kind of inflamed. Say the dots are the pink.
And it's not like scar pink. But yeah.
It's just pink, puffy tissue, right? So you're nervous about it. Literally, take a Sharpie, some sort of very permanent marker, and outline the pink. The entire thing. We do this in the hospital. This is exactly what we do. It's very scientific. Take a Sharpie and do a perfect outline of the pink. And just watch it. Take care of yourself. Clean it. This is why we're doing a Sharpie, obviously. You want it. Like, if it starts to come off, redo it. But you want to watch. If that pink starts to extend past that line, go to urgent care immediately. No questions asked, just go.
It's funny because last night in Sour Kool-Aid's the movie night, I guess the tradition, the Thursday before April Fool's Day is always a nightmare. But one of the ones that they watched last night was like a workplace safety video, and one of the things was this guy cuts his hand on a drill bit or something, and then rinses it off in like water, and gets infected and whatever. But and I'm just like,
That's not how it works.
it wasn't like water. It was like some water from a machine or something like
Oh,
that.
okay. So filth, absolute filth.
Yeah,
Sick.
and
Sick. That's disgusting. That's fucking sick. With that body, motherfucker. Anyone else think dermis sounds sort of dirty? Dermis does kind of sound sort of dirty. I was teaching people how to watch for infections. It does kind of look like a shitty razor blade, though. But, like, if that's your cut and then the dots are pink, you outline the pink and then you make sure. But if the pink starts to spread, just go. Because this is what's happening is it's the bacteria has entered the wound and it's causing something called cellulitis, which is essentially the breakdown of tissue. And that's what that pink is. It's the bursting of blood vessels and blood cells and shit like that. And that eventually turns into necrotizing fasciitis, Fournier's gangrene, Staphylococcus aureus infection, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's bad. You don't want that. Because it literally, we just take the parts off. That's why I'm saying these people come in with genitals and we cut them off. We just remove everything because there's no doing anything about it. It spreads on itself. If it's connected, it'll spread, so we just get rid of it. It's the worst. It's super scary. But yeah, that pink, we do this, I'm not kidding, in the hospital. It's a very, very good way of just making sure, because you could look at it every day in your head and be like, is it bigger? It's getting bigger. But if you got a Sharpie line on it, you can't really fool yourself. You absolutely know if it's gone beyond the Sharpie line. You know what I'm saying? Dermis just means skin. Yep. By dermis, I mean, so you've got many layers of dermis. There's the deep layers that start breaking into blood vessel territory, artery territory, etc. That's where we get danger zone. That's why surgery and shit is taken so seriously. That's why, like, for instance, nursing. If you're a licensed nurse, you are licensed to do venous draws and venous drug giving, but they have to go to special training. Correct me if I'm wrong. To do arterial blood draws. Because for some reason, my sticking a needle beyond the dermis into the artery has now become surgery. Because I've gone so deep that if I'm not absolutely sanitary, clean, fucking sterile as fuck, I can kill someone. Like, it's not a debridement moment, it's an artery. It's real fucking dark. I know nurses can do it. I don't know. I've known nurses that can do it. I just don't know what kind of training or if it's special or if it's just the hospital. Honestly, I have no idea. The love. They fucking love him. Seriously, preventing cellulitis is just keeping it clean. Honestly, cleaning it off, putting some antiseptic on it, depending on how deep it is. The only reason we really do stitches is if there's flesh missing and we want it to seal together, or if it's so big that it's not really closing on its own, like nothing will hold it closed. And really, it just being open like that is just open air infection. You're just like really, really at a disadvantage to maybe get infected. So we stitch it together to make it so it's less available for bacterias. Skin is so it is pretty wild, especially when you look at it on a microscopic scale. It's pretty insane how many actual layers. Like, I remember seeing where the hair follicle, like how deep hair follicles go, where the fat cells are and shit like that. It's pretty amazing. Bodies are so complex.
Breed vials.
Wait, for information from my life, well, I stretch a bit after some Lego building. I know that feel. My dad stopped taking his meds. Oh, God. This is real. His multiple personalities have come back, and he keeps sending me his evangelical Christian rap lyrics. His rap name is Mr. T, like the cross. I don't know what to do. I mean... Wait.
Run. Run.
I know what I'm gonna do, and that's take a screenshot of that message and put it on Reddit for clout. Holy shit, Vile. I mean, I'm assuming this is serious, and I'm really trying not to make light of it, but like, this is a Reddit post. Fun information from my life while I stretch a bit after doing some Lego. My dad stopped taking his meds. His multiple personalities have come back, and he keeps sending me his evangelical Christian rap lyrics. His rap name is Mr. T, like the cross. I don't know what to do. Help, Reddit.
That's a like reverse Ask Me Anything.
Yeah. Like, whoa. I'm saving this forever. Okay, now seriously. Is there anyone present to do a wellness check or anyone he trusts to take like, it sounds like he's in that mental space where getting him to take his pills is going to be pretty rough. Like, he might need to be institutionalized for a few days just to get the drugs on board again.
Why did he stop taking his...
I mean, Do you even need to ask? He probably was feeling good. Didn't need him anymore. How many of us have done that? Don't fuck with your meds.
I know when I forget my Adderall one day. Like,
Yeah.
when I'm working or whatever.
I'll sit around in pain with cramps for hours before I remember to take a drug for them. I'll just sit around like, wow, this sucks and hurts. 5 minutes to 4:20, by the way. His other personality is a youth pastor, and my actual dad is an IT specialist.
Jesus.
Fuck. I mean, dude, I don't even know. That's such a rough. I mean, I feel like you're in a situation that truly deserves a professional. Like, it seems like a situation where no one around him is actually cares about his well-being. Like, no one in his immediate vicinity actually cares about his well-being at all. And I feel like there needs to be intervention. I don't do this, but if that happened with my mom, I think I'd try to play along somehow to get her drugs.
It is.
Like, it's like God in rap, body of Christ, mama. You know, like with the drugs or something, hide it in her treats.
No,
Could someone crush it and put it in his beverage?
Kyle, I think that like at your point in life, you would have already started showing signs. If you, I think, if I know enough about multiple personalities, but it is genetics.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I know. I actually have listened to a lot of podcasts. Not a professional in any way, but what I've learned about DID is what they actually call it nowadays. Dissociative identity disorder is where you have alters that tend to take over in stressful situations. As far as research psychologists and psychiatrists, have discovered and theorized is that you can have a genetic propensity towards being neurospicy, but the complexity of DID is that it's a defense mechanism that happens it starts developing in super early childhood and tends to go on the rest of their life. I.e., it's not safe to be themselves around their mom, so they create this perfect person that becomes an alternate identity that they are around their mom, but they're not that way other places, and et cetera, et cetera. Whereas, like, I feel like, like, at this point, for that level of stress and shit to be on you, it'd have to be, like, who would put that on you, for that?
I think I've read, and I could be wrong,
But maybe.
I think that if you're going to get it,
I feel like it was a dog hair on me.
it would have shown up in his 20s. I think it's like that shit usually shows up in your 20s.
Usually, like, your puberty starts. Puberty is like that hormone trigger and stress usually triggers when people first start noticing symptoms of that stuff. But from what I've learned about DID, like almost every single interview I've ever heard from someone who has DID, this shit started from day one. They were born with some of their alters, according to them.
Yeah.
And it was just like certain people forced their alters to come to the top and take over to protect them.
Yeah.
It's pretty, and so like what's really sad, I'm sure you already do. I know you're an empathetic person, but empathizing from your dad's point of view, something's going on either chemically in his body or externally with his life or his new wife or whatever that has caused one of his alters to come out to protect him from it. And that is so, like, what the fuck's going on there? Like if his evangelical rapper person, is that like a very childlike kind of innocent persona? Does his new wife treat him like a fucking fetus and control every aspect of his life? So acting like this makes him more appeasing? Like that's where my mind goes, and that's sad. Like I always feel so bad for people like this because someone or like it's usually something triggering and it's just sad. I hate that mental stuff. Happy 420. It's almost there. Minute. Can you feel?
Where's your clock on your computer? Oh, okay.
Can you read analog, little boy? He's
I mean,
older than me. It's fine.
I can. I just I didn't even put two and two together that there was that
it's even real.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just part of my background.
Yeah,
It's
the
fine.
background. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's actually a clock. It's the only way I can tell that. Like that's how I don't accidentally stream for 19 hours every day. Fuck yes, Viata. Cheers to that.
Nice, Viata. Nice. All I can think of when you say evangelical,
Bitch, you ran more than me.
evangelical Christian rap lyrics is all I can think of is faith plus one. The Cartman's Christian band that they have on South Park. Faith plus one.
Jesus Christ, yes.
Faith plus one.
I probably know the whole thing, Hella Bowl. Isn't that fucked up?
Can you
Like, other than, you know, I ain't gonna act like I know those words at all. We all do that.
I mean, if you haven't taken your dog and held him over your head and done that,
You're not a parent. If you haven't done it with your child, I mean, come the fuck on. Yeah, no. Yeah. Who's a good boy? He's fucking stoked. Now he's gonna cry to play. What horse?
I'll run around outside. Come on, let's go.
Trick always has questions. Honestly, I'm kind of glad. He's been so sad since Freddie left. Like, Bill plays, but she does not have the stamina of two dogs. And Trick, he'll play with Lilith until she's tired. And then it was like, I want to say it was like 11 o'clock last night. I had the back door open, just letting the dogs do whatever they wanted, just getting fresh air in the house. And I go back there to like call the dogs in. Lilith's inside. Trick is sitting on the hill in the dark, looking out at fuck all. Just the darkness. Nothing. By himself. Just. I have no idea how long he was standing there. He's so melancholy. I miss Freddie. I really do. He was so sweet. Like, he just fit in so well, other than Lilith hating him for some reason. He was such a sweet boy. Like, he would come give me morning kisses. He was so sweet. I miss him. Oh, he did. Trick loves anyone interacting with him. Trick is just a boy. He just wants to play all the time and be chased. It's his favorite thing in the whole entire world. Absolutely. I know. Mom, my favorite person has me in the air. Can I fly now? I know, Lilith, but notice she runs after them and just is having the time of her life. And it was so different with Nate. And I really don't want that behavior. Like, it's not nothing on Nate's part. He's the sweetest person. He approached her with like all the dog attitude. He has a dog. But that weirdness, she was so weird. Just the growling and shit. And I don't think he never approached her. That dog had no interest in her. She was just such a bitch about it. And I want her to feel safe and comfortable around all dogs and people, you know? It was just so bizarre that it was specifically them. Like, she's so great. Sales, my love. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings. I fucking appreciate you. Are we wired now?
I would be careful with just
Oh, the excitement pizzle.
it was
Trick's got the pizzazzes.
just like
Yeah,
liquid coming out of
it's the pizzazzes, man. He's just stoked. Sales, thank you for that resub, love. Bill, this is perfect timing. We can find someone cool to raid, and I'll get my dogs outside and get this fucking... We love Rod. Thank you for taking them outside so he could pizzazz. You're such a wonderful human.
He kept running in between my legs.
Oh, did I tell you he got me in the knee last week?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I heard the meat crack. It's the zoomies. Yep, they get the zoomies, and oftentimes they'll have a little pizzazzes. Once in a while. What's a lemon?
I don't know. I don't get anything wet. Thanks. Heal.
Forever and always. Rodney, thank you for joining us today.
It was a blast, and I love you guys.
We love you. I think I can universally say we send you for all the virtual hugs and love in the world.
Ugh.
Because, you know, shit sucks sometimes.
It does indeed.
It fucking does. If you didn't catch me earlier, this is my friend Rodbert. He streams. Please give him a follow. Rod_Johnston. He often streams in the evening when I'm not streaming. He gets angry at games. He has French bulldogs and a poodle that's quite literally the little sister to these fucks, which is hilarious. Like, we were so impressed with our beautiful dogs and the groomer and the breeder that we sent Rod there. And now he has his perfect Zelda, whom we love so much. Because she's another
Precious
perfect.
little angel.
Look at that boy. He is just stoked. You're just so fucking happy. All right, let me see. Who's on? Is Rod? No. Rod's not on. Oh,
No.
dude, Skinteen's doing just chatting? What the fuck? All right. We'll raid Jade. We haven't raided Jade in a bit. Oh my god, I don't know what's happening. I'm kind of excited. I'm nervous. Tomorrow we'll continue Banishers. But thank you for hanging out with this Faded Friday. I have thermal paste in the mail and that will be fixed soon. You guys are the shittest. Thank you for this Faded Friday. I hope you had some laughs at least. Soon we will return to normal. I hope. Cross thine dickeths. Jade is one of my favorite humans. She truly is. That's it. Bye, Rod.
Bye.
Trick.